Hello, traders, and welcome to the show. Ahead of a big week. Let me know if you can hear me okay in the chat box. Hit the like button, comment below. Let's get this party started. Price action on GameStop pushing up $29, up 1.22% today. So, fellow shareholders and esteemed guests, as we watch the price climb at open, we mark the start of an exciting and pivotal moment for GameStop. And as we gather for the annual shareholder meeting later today, we will have questions, I'm sure, and I'm happy to try and answer them. Good morning, fellow shareholders. This exciting and pivotal week starts with the shareholder meeting later today. It takes place during market hours, so many people would be curious about what this signifies and what to expect during it. I'll share my insights here and try and set the stage for what promises to be a momentous week ahead in GameStop. Holding our shareholder meeting during market hours may seem to suggest to some people that there will be a moderate approach to announcements, as that would help mitigate the extreme volatility by allowing real-time responses on the market. That approach would align with regulatory compliance and would ensure fair dissemination of all of the information and a more stable market reaction. However, it's important to remember that the timing itself doesn't preclude significant news, and companies often use these meetings as the platform for major announcements, such as strategic changes. A lot of people anticipating some news there, perhaps with M&A activity. New financial measures. We know that Deloitte will be taking on the accountancy. But what else? Are there any other financial or impactful decisions? Given GameStop's unique position and the heightened interest from the retail investor base, today's meeting could well set the stage for revealing critical information. Whether it's about changes in the leadership, which a lot of people have been speculating on with regards to Rowan Kitty's position, or strategic shifts for the business, such as those M&A activities that have been hinted at, or new financial incentives, such as the potential for future dividend plans. These sort of share offerings we've seen recently were only released after the earnings, so because they're impactful news, the company used previous instances and earnings being released early to facilitate strategic actions, which highlights how, with GameStop in particular, they're aware of the timing of their announcements and how this is understood and accepted by retail traders. So releasing earnings early allowed for strategic actions, and that allowed GameStop then to use these announcements as setting the groundwork for future moves, which is why a lot of people will be excited about this upcoming shareholders meeting. It's poised to be significant this week, not just because of today's meeting, but also due to the massive open interest that closes out this Friday. A lot of that spurred on by our famous financial feline Roaring Kitty and his previous option position. The alignment of all of these events creates a unique scenario which captured considerable attention from GameStop investors and the market at large, along with the media. So the outcome of today's decisions could well influence trading behavior and market sentiment leading up to the end of the week. End of the week then, huge open interest expiring, start of the week shareholders meeting, but also the risks and opportunities that are presented to option traders are, again, this week very unique. So consider the nuances of the trading schedule, with Wednesday being a market holiday. That means we face a shortened week, and those theta machines whir all the faster. This amplifies the risks and the opportunities associated with option trading. The reduction in the number of trading days that we'll see means that time decay or theta will impact these option prices significantly. Accelerating time decay leads to accelerated volatility, so bear that in mind. Those theta machines whirring faster and faster. Option trading is obviously inherently risky, and this week's schedule only heightens those risks. It's crucial for every trader to be aware of the dynamics that you face in the market. Informed strategic decision making is the way here on the TradeSpotting channel and Rocky Outcrop Discord. It's key to managing this heightened volatility and leveraging those opportunities that do arise to your benefit. So today's shareholder meeting, it's more than simply a routine event. It's a kick-off to a week filled with potential pivotal moments. The strategic decisions, the announcements, all of these things that might come today could set a trajectory for GameStop in the coming weeks, months, and years. So as we move through the week, stay informed, stay vigilant, strategic in our actions, keep the energy high. Thanks for your attention. Make sure to hit the like button, comment, share this video, and join us in the stream, the live stream for the shareholder meeting. If you're looking for the GameStop technical analysis, we've opened and pushed up 1.2% and change at 29, just above 29 now. As you can see, you had this double bottom, a W bottom. You had stop it, Sputter. You had if I could get this to work, I would show you. You had the bullish divergence at those most recent lows and market open into a bit of enthusiasm then. If we put that in context, you've come up, tested the bullish control zone and just missed out then on holding that bullish, extreme bullish profile. So we'll see how price action evolves over the day. We're looking to the 4-hour technical charts on regular and trying to test this downward sloping resistance line that we've got running across the top of price action. If price slips down to around 23, 24 bucks, that presents a potential buying opportunity, and then the target would be back up around 41. If you exceed 33, 35, you get to 41, but that would be where you would anticipate volatile moves taking us. If you exceed that, the next target's up around 47. You break that, potentially all the way up to 63. Now, there are higher targets. If you want to see what they are, tune into the live show or the update that I'll be putting out later on today. Thanks very much. Like and subscribe. Comment below. Appreciate all of yous. Start of the show there. Big updates for everybody. Chat box Colin, good to see you. Anniversary there. Good. Everyone could hear that. That's awesome. Good to see you, Guitar. And no more ats or messages or donations, so I covered critical information. If anybody's got any questions, just let me know. I'm going to put that piece of content there up on the channel. Probably somehow managing to get this, that'll do. Let me know what prices and things you're expecting to see. We've got the shareholder meeting live on this channel later on, of course. Keep it on the 15 or 10-second time frame until we see what pace the price is moving at, and if it gives us too many gaps or staccato bars, then we'll move it up to 15 seconds. But I'm anticipating it being an interesting day. Back at 28.70, that's the price it opened at, so a bit of volatility already. Damn right they do, Daniel. Everybody loves the tartan army. Is LPN a buy at this price? Well, if you're selling it at 69 bucks, then yeah, everything around here is a buy. The critical meowler. It's very similar to the critical drinker, but it loves cats. Good to see you, Daniel. Good to see you, Pierre. Good to see all you folks. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'm not in the kitchen, I'm sitting here because my neck's killing me, but if the internet starts getting a little bit dodgy, then I'll move back to the kitchen. Go at 26 and slowly back to open is Will's suggestion. Other people agree. I don't think that it would slip down and test 24, 23, 24 there. Clips Gaming. I did the TA at the start of the show there, so if you just go back, just take the progress bar right to the start, and then you'll see what I was saying for with regards to prices, where I think that there's a good trade potential set up and what the entry would be. Of course, there's like other areas, and if you're happy to absorb the potential that it goes as low as I suggest, then you do alright at those levels. But I would certainly want to be aware of where it could go, and maybe that would be where it'd be better to enter. Depends where you're planning on exiting, obviously, and what you anticipate for price action over the day. But I have a little bit of a help there for you at the start of the video. Hope that's showing up. It's pixelated as AF on my screen. Hard for me to read it. Why is it doing that? I hope it works for you. And for new people joining, so they can see that there is helpful information there already. Not getting enough price action on 15 seconds, nor really getting it, well, on 10 or the 15. On the minute, at least you've got that recent oscillation high towards 30 and these lows where you're at the minute. So it puts current price action in context, but 5 minute, get that upward sloping trend line and where people are talking about price potentially going. 15 minute, that's slightly clearer. My expectation is that you could potentially get it in around these levels. If it does, you know, people anticipate a lot of volatility, well, that would suggest that price is going to be increasing its average range, which would mean that it neither needs to exceed on the top side or it needs to exceed from moving from further below. And until such times we have a decision, you manage your risk for the best possible entry. In this chart setup, the best possible entry is actually in at around 23 and another test of these lows. If you get an entry here at 26 or 27, I would personally want to manage my risk quite tight with a stop there, because you could easily go down here if it breaks out, and this is where a fake out level would be. Like if you're on the hourly chart and you look at price action here, you can see it come down to the previous lows. It's not tested the top side of this chart formation, which is not real. It's not tested the top side of it yet, so if it is to go lower, then the previous lows within this leg of the trend might be where it tests. That's also where you come to a fake out zone. So testing there and bouncing is very possible, and that's why we've got these two fake out zones on the chart. And so if you're new to trading, you're not very experienced, or you don't want to be caught underwater, or you're looking to enter options when the prices are at the ideal spot, then these are the areas that give you the maximum risk reward. At the bottom here at 23.20, and then at the top at 47. So people will be managing the risk around there. 24 is a high likelihood it gets to that if it breaks this downward sloping, sorry, this support line underneath price. And so we're anticipating those dangerous things happening. Okay, any questions? Let me know. Try to get them as best as possible. And appreciate everybody there in the chat box that's arrived. Hey Alessandro, I'll tell you, if you donate $500 every minute for 59 minutes, then I'll give you that answer. How do you determine a stop loss with these specific entry areas? The way I just explained there, Eclipse Gaming can help you go over it again if risk management is the key to trading. So I'm happy to talk about that as often as you like. Ah ha 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 ha. Alessandro, Mr. Alessandro. Are you on the Discord, Alessandro? Damn, you're good, TraceBot. Great to see you, L. Baker. Hi, I was sleeping. Did I miss something important? You can scroll back to the start and see it. Morning, everybody. Buckled up for a wild week. Buckled up, fuckleheads. 500 a minute? Well, I mean, you're asking me for serious help there about option contracts, which is like, you know, you asked me to commit my work so that you can make money and that everybody else will be watching along, but you'll also take advantage of it. And like the shareholder meeting's in 8 hours, so I'll be doing a stream that lasts for a significant amount of time today. So if you could like encourage the culture of respect and the effort I'm putting in, that would be appreciated. Otherwise, I'll have to respond with those sort of messages. Okay, I'll be back in a second. I've got somebody just arrived at the front door. Ha! I'm back. Price action, not quite so much. Coming and testing these lower levels. So I noticed the last message there from Alessandro. I'll give you a tips on your lipsin. I heard my own voice because I've got my phone open for the chat box for you guys so I can get to your messages rapidly. A kiss on my lipsin. Well, it's everybody's lipsin. Not enough of it's mine yet. Hopefully soon, though. Lipsin. Get some accurate price action on here. Still in around these support levels. If they break, then you're looking at even better value, probably. GameStop, 28.55. People ask, why do I like Lipsin? And it's because it's the best stock in the world right now for making you money over the piece. You know, it's deep value. They've got a new management in. They're getting in new players. We released the information that we were aware of on the Discord there during the week. That's now all come out in the press with respect to the new technical team that will be targeting development at Lipsin and the tombstone agreements with those people who've left. That's all now official, and things will start turning around soon for Lipsin, we anticipate. There's lots of information that can be garnered from the different resources out there on my channel. There's a meme treasury, which you can see on the playlist section on my page, which has got all the information you could possibly hope to know about Lipsin, including how anywhere below 69 cents is a huge buy, and anywhere above $2.30 you're making so much money, and it probably goes on to double digits, maybe even 69. So that's what we're targeting in the long term on Lipsin. GameStop short term, it's very much short term discussions about GameStop, particularly looking at the option chain. So on Lipsin you could do something like have a debit spread, a debit spread with these sort of prices, and you'd be looking towards October and November and December, and you'd have to be aware of the potential for a reverse split. You'd have to manage your risk through your capital exposure, and it's good to know that there's lots of other people looking at this same ticker, an awful lot of people. What people don't realize when they're trying to change the world via GameStop is they think that they can do it just by winning this one play, and they think it will break the market. Well, I can tell you, it won't break the market. You don't need all the money in the world to service a market cap that would suggest so. You only need one transaction on the books at a very high price between two market participants, and the entire share base is valued at the same amount at that point of that transaction. So there will be all sorts of things that happen to ensure that this bullet doesn't deal the final fatal blow. And what people don't understand, and which I'll make the camera bigger to point out because this is something that's just never talked about and is important. Citadel control 41% of the market maker operations across the world with regards to American markets. So no matter where you're accessing those shares at source, the market maker for that transaction on a lit exchange will be 41%. It'll be Citadel, no matter what you're trading. If it's not Citadel, it'll be 35% GTS. And if you've never heard of them, then you better study up. And they are much quicker, much faster, and much more able and more capable with their algorithmic trading. They have similar levels of experience and expertise. They've been fined for similar things, and they sit on the NASDAQ, and they service most of the option chains for the same things they're covering the actual share base for. So they can see the future in an many ways unlike Citadel can't even do. And between them, they are the monopoly that this side of the fight is against. And you don't maybe know a lot of these things because of various ways that people have approached the GameStop movement through various vectors. Sort of leaves them thinking it's something that began in 2020 or 2021, not understanding that this is a fight that's been going on for a long time, and the target of our wrath isn't simply one company, certainly isn't one man, and it's going to not be possible to completely tie the hands of all of our enemies at once by simply using GameStop. It will have to be in combination with something else that's desperately effective. And I'm not trying to associate stops with GameStop. Um, More like GameStop itself has associated itself with the fight that I've been in for years and years, and a lot of other people have been. And the real focus of the retail movement has been towards these goals, not this vehicle or this weapon. Long before it existed in its current form, there was this fight, and it continues. So pay attention. If you only care about GameStop and you only want to make money, then that's still obviously something that we can help you with here. Hit that like, please. Please do. Please hit that like button. We've got 593 viewers. Yes, so in all of the DD that's ever been done, I've never mentioned anyone ever even speak of GTS. Never mind anyone quote to me the proportional share that Citadel control of the market maker seats. People just think that this is about one guy pushing for his movement or his freedoms, or one shareholder or one board member and their business history. But actually, you're in a fight that's been going on for years and years and years, and you're on the right side, but you're the underdog, and the forces aligned against you are many, mysterious, and extremely, extremely powerful. Alright, hit that like button, get these likes up. You know, YouTube algorithm really appreciates those likes. It gobbles them right up and lets other people know that those people watching appreciate the show, and little bits of interaction like that really help with the algorithm and getting more people along, which really helps bolster the level of awareness and knowledge that gets out there about these things. You know, like I tried talking about it for a while, and you know, my name would have been banned on Superstonks. No one even mentioning it would have been allowed to post, and that's why a big chunk of the community here believe that that subreddit is controlled. But there are other reasons why people feel that way. And you'll have noticed that various influencers, for some reason, inexplicably, have decided to go anti-trade spotting at different times. And those times, if you look back on my conversations, have always been around the proportional share that Citadel are sitting on with regards to market maker seats, the problematic issue with their air gap between those market making seats and their directional hedge fund, and the combination of Citadel and GTS, which together create this pseudo monopoly across the markets, which allows them to reset time and tell the future. So if you can help me broaden the reach of these messages, if you can encourage other people to come along and hear that truth, and if you can engage with these videos, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much for everybody who's watching. Yeah, we're fighting evil. It's true. Rain Man returns. You know it, man. We are fighting evil, and all it takes for evil to exist is for us to not even be aware of how it operates and not know that it's there and do nothing. Thanks, Herrera. It might also be a little bit of insecurity their part. Shamelessly steal your technical analysis, Tracepot. And yes, that's embarrassing for them. Isn't it just? The way that the information is so poorly disseminated as well. Like, they try to steal it and then it's a watered down poor version of it, instead of something that, you know, you build on or add value to. It's instead just not as good. All Reddit subs are bullshit because they have karma requests to post farm requirements. Yeah, but also there is like social credit there when you're trying to achieve some level of interaction, and because you need to protect the environment from people who would do it harm. So it's a very poor version of what they're trying to achieve, but like that's what it is. Because what ideally you would have would be people getting to know each other, and in that understanding each other, and then you would protect from trolls, which is ideal because most trolls don't have the patience or the time to develop a real relationship with you. By the time that they have done, it's usually quite obvious to somebody with a little bit of insight that that's what they probably are. And even better is that they might come to like you as a person and understand where you're coming from as an investor, and less be inclined to try and troll you in any sort of effective way for sure. So if there was a different version of achieving authority within these communities to make these conversations possible, then I'm sure these people would pick up on them. But everyone's stuck on the platform they're using, and I mean that like in sense of they have to work with what they're given in terms of technology. So karma points is something, and while it is difficult to achieve certain levels, it does mean that you're encouraged then to use various options open to you to increase that score. I mean, yeah, social credits and whatnot. It's tough. It's a tough world out there, isn't it? We have to. Everyone has a cross to bear. We've developed a trauma bond due to the evils in the market, deviant ways. That is what it's like. It's impacting our attachment theories. When does it start? Glitch. It starts in hours and hours away. Hours and hours away, unless they just decide to bring it forward. Supplies. $15-minute time frame, $28. I'll move price action over so that it's more obvious. Bitcoin down a little bit here, better value. This is what we were scoping out as potential wedge turned into a channel. It came up here, did all that nonsense. Nonsense? It's back at that previous low. And if you are looking at this as a channel, you might have a basis line in around there somewhere, but you're still clearly in this potential wedge. If it does call in a channel, it can also do it from breaking down. And if it was to fall down and follow that previous trend line, you know, it may well be that it comes in somewhere around 61 to 63 and change. People will be looking at this area at 64 and just below. So worth being aware of those potential issues there. Oatly 48.65 at 138% on the 4-hour per done 15-minute time frame. You see it trying to test those areas that are critical to the path towards the top side. GameStop losing that $28, now down 2.5% on the day. 1 minute time frame, you can see that it potentially does come in for these retests of those areas on the charts. 1 hour time frame, put that in context, you've got at least a significant body close here. Not right now I'm talking about, but you've got them across your previous lows on an hourly time frame. You can see that you're at the body close of previous lows here, testing that at 28. The wick lows are at 27.40, which is also the previous body in an impulse move, so testing that area is definitely possible. And then the next significant body closes at 26.39. That's why a lot of people be interested in that area. But the question is that once it's got there, does it not go slightly further? Because you've got the wick close at 24.82, which takes you back into the body closes of the previous nest of price action. And so what with there being a big nebulous area of liquidity and the nature of price action being that it goes in search of liquidity and bounces typically where, rather than there be lots of orders for it to go up, but where the buying power starts to overtake the selling power, so where the selling power being the thing driving the downtrend, it's usually the inflection there that changes price action's direction. So, you know, you're not going to want to short it once it gets in at around 23 anymore. The risk profile from a short perspective would change significantly, whereas despite the fact that it would break this diagonal trend line if you were short, it might maybe think that would change the risk profile. It would in fact have zero effect on the risk profile, and to think that is because you're long and you're suffering from a bias on that 1 hour time frame and this most recent leg of price action. You haven't got a secure 3-touch formation, though you do overall. You would go up through the time frames to the 4 hour and so on, at which point you can see that the body closes and the low was never at any of those other areas. It was all in around where this trade entry is, a suggestion at 23 and change, as opposed to any of these areas in between which aren't yet certain, because this whole formation with the top side resistance, the support line underneath, is all only made up to illustrate the points I've just delivered, not to give you a trading setup or manage your risk. But other YouTubers don't understand this, And so they who most popularly visualize the price action for you using these price charts have taken to copying what I've been doing and doing this as if that's the answer. It's not the answer. Well, I just delivered the answer. Doesn't mean to be, you know, is this a positive energy here? It's just positive energy, but those are the facts. Meeting at 11:30 a.m. CDT. How many hours away is that from now? Don't text and drive. Good advice from bait buckets. An hour and 10 minutes. 11:30 EST. 11:30 EST. 11:30 CDT. Sure, those are both different times. Meeting's supposed to be after market. I thought at 4. That's during market hours. That's everybody else's suggestions. Huh. So the mods know the answers and they'll be able to keep everybody up to date with accurate information. We've got the stream waiting on Discord to jump in there later on. Is voice extra, that's that one. So see, is this it? Boom, voice extra, a couple of people waiting. I'll join, there'll be streams ready and waiting for us all to see. So we've got you covered for the streams. We've got backup streams in case the initial ones fall down from multiple sources, because it'd be the source that could potentially break. And then we have multiple streamers ready to take it on, because of course any one connection could fail. So we've got lots of different people taking it from as many different places as they can get, whether it be logging in via Robinhood as a guest, or, you know, all the other possible entrances. Ruff, 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 ruff. So multiple inputs, multiple streamers, multiple redundancies, and we'll definitely have you covered for the shareholder meeting. Live chill guitar music. Yes, Lucky Jury. They'll be playing things like songs like Enlightened Breeze and so on, which is all generally acoustic guitar. Hey Jimmy, been watching the channel for a while. I can't seem to load the TA school link. Can you stick it in the chat, please? Yes. Somebody, it's the www typically is what makes the thing not work. You have to remember put in www and then it works. Where have I got it in here? Or have I? I've not got it, that's what it is. I've not got the www like is needed. Silly me. Right, that link should work now. And if it doesn't, just let me know. This is it. Here. Yeah, you might not know the songs of those the names of those guitar songs on the shareholder meeting, unless of course you were streaming it and got a copyright strike, which, or not a strike but a copyright notice, which I did, and it was that Enlightened Breeze. So that's what they were chose to play. You know, the music itself isn't so compelling that they would have chosen it for that reason. I think it was more likely they saw the name and they're like, right, I'm going with that one. Nothing can change my mind. So that's the link to the course there. I put it in the chat box. That should work. If I click it, works for me. So it should also work for yourself. Become a better trader. That's the message you get when you load up. That's what it looks like. That's me and Rocky. That's the course. Technical analysis. That's about the course. Lots of information. GameStop 27.90 is below this important area at 28.15, where we anticipated price coming to. And breaking that is not the greatest thing in the universe, though. Price going in the same direction for the first hour after open is very common, and not managing to exceed the important lows within the prior formation is also significant. So we'll see how it evolves after 3:30. But that would be the opening range and it closing in there, and the most activity before lunch, most volume you would anticipate would be at that time normally. But with the shareholder meeting coming up, 4:30 GMT time. Thank you very much, Stephen Hill. Hello, everybody. Hello, Kusas. The music is all pre-cleared for the companies who are holding these big meetings, just not approved for redistribution for those outside the company, which is why YouTube will get you. Sneaky YouTube getting you like that. So we'll tune in as soon as that music ends and the talking starts. The mods here and the people watching the stream live there for us will give us their shout out and we'll get straight into it. If is that what's happening there? It looks like it. I'll just join that voice chat now. I think everybody's muted, which is great to see. And we got this up on the go as well, so that's really good news there. Turn that there so that we don't get that enlightened breeze message, and keep that ready for everybody. Oops, a daisy. Jump on the Discord, join the gang. Shareholder meeting coming up. Everybody here is a part of that. Great to see you. 674 people. Hit that like button. Thanks. Price action in the meantime. So we spoke about how there's potential events. You know, ahead of that, I'll just make sure I've got the right dealio on here. They're all quiet. Everybody's quiet. Quiet, quiet. I'll quiet people. I'll make them quiet. How do I do it without clicking on names? Can I? Yay. I don't expect people to be making noises anyway. Don't take it personally that I'm turning your volume down. Deep frequent risk. We'll need your volume when and as it's important, but we're going to put it low now. Let's remember to put these up again. This is a voice extra channel. If you join the Discord, the link's on the screen there, www.discord.gg/rockyoutcrop. You join the link there and be part of the Discord, then you can get in the voice chat. It's voice_extra, and you'll be able to take part in the show and put your thoughts in. And there's a live chat function there, and good people who have a good handle on their emotions and technicals, and they're well versed in what's going on with GameStop. So good people to be with there on the Discord, and a reliable source if anything should happen to YouTube. So getting these even more accurate now, even more zoomed in. Struggling to get back above that $28 level. Down to the 15 seconds where it looks most dramatic. 10. It looks very similar, doesn't it? Everyone's muted apart from me and Vic Vince, I hope. Thanks, Jen. Thank you very much. Thanks, Lisa, with the link to the Discord. Nice cup of tea and some GME optimism. Aggressively optimistic. I was muted there where I was trying to give Joshua Perriman and other people I was talking in the chat box there. I hope Vic Vince isn't muted. I could be muted by accident, but never let Vic Vince be muted. Not with his brilliant, excellent stream there, and what we're all going to get out of it. But yes, Joshua Perriman was asking about UPSD, and I've covered it over 100 times here on the channel, and there's excellent targets there, but also they don't have the same virulent, effusive, dedicated, committed team turning things around that they do at LPSN, and nor have they got the same level of impact that we could have outside of what the profit you'd be making in of your own move. So Lipson takes the focus for me, but I know there's lots of stocks that are doing lots of things that are interesting. Price action on GameStop dropping quite sharply there. Oof, these 15-second time frames, 10 seconds, really do make it quite heart and mouth moments, don't they? Oversold here. Doesn't mean it's coming back up. The RSI can easily reset without price doing anything spectacular. But quickly making its way to that upward sloping support line where I anticipate, because so many people are talking about it, there will be a lot of orders. But with regards to horizontals, it's not as important as those areas below. Okay, let me know if you want to see anything or chat about anything in particular using the links in the description. And always be nice to each other in the chat box. You know, not everybody agrees on everything. The things that bring people here and bring people back regularly and make them friends with each other, those things that bring us together, they are much more important and distinguish us much greater from the wider world than those things that set us apart. So, you know, it's easy to get on with people here compared to the average person. And so consider if it's not happening. If it's first, consider if it's your own communication, and then if you suspect somebody is a troll, that's fine. Just ask them. For goodness sake, why are we not in the kitchen? I have a sore neck. I've only slept 10 hours over the weekend. Jolly Rover, thank you very much. Soothing voice in the madness of GameStop. G'day. G'day, Dimsles. Sort your bonnet out, lol. Sort your bonnet out. My bonnet. My pretty bonnet. Who, Jamie, your bonnet? Okay, are we happy with that? I mean, I can put more effort in if required, but so far so good, right? I'm pretty chuffed with that. That's the morning routine in two ticks. Lipson to $1 this year? Possibly, Adrian. Possibly. Troll equals bearish, huh? Jarred head ja. No? Not at all. You can be bearish and not troll people. There is a high degree of autism in the community. Now, this is not a critique, but it is an observation. So if you are suffering from that, or you, and I understand and sympathize, empathize even, if you have not yet got diagnosed, but you do find yourself constantly falling out with everybody in these sort of scenarios, just think for a moment, might it be that you're the one that's framing is problematic? You know, so for example, like that comment there, troll equals is bearish, ha, from Jarhead. It's prejudicial in that it makes lots of assumptions about what I would believe or think, because that sort of suits your thought patterns. But actually, I'm not commenting that. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that's why I brought it up. It's why we should be trying to work with the people who you suspect is a troll, because they might not be, and the things that bring us together are what distinguish us as a community, as opposed to like silly arguments, intra-community arguments about things. Because plenty of people can be bearish, but also long term, um, or bullish long term. Or if you're just simply bearish, and you're want to pick an argument about that, I don't think that's suggestive of strong conviction in your belief. Like a lot of people would think, like if they're arguing about something in public, then they must believe it more. But of course, that's not the way it works. If you're strong about your beliefs, then there is very little need for the argument. It's just you could have a nice conversation, especially if you understand and hold those beliefs strong. It's easy to have a clear conversation which respects the other people's opinion. So that's positive take on what could otherwise be, disruptive conversations, and you don't need them. I don't think so. And I meant all of that in the most positive way. Thank you all, you're all the best. We all live in a world. We are the main character in our own lifelong movie. Exactly, Tennessee Texan. In our movie, we're all a central character in our own movies. That doesn't mean that everybody else is a bit part player. We're speaking there to your own ability to impact your destiny through proper held beliefs about your impact on the world, as opposed to this idea that you're the bit part in somebody else's story. It's not a zero-sum game like that. It's life. You're all in the center of your own consciousness. I agree fully. There are lots of ups and downs to play, like GME, AMC. 3 years is a long time. Lots of emotion. It's a roller coaster ride. We should build each other up together. John Barton, that's a brilliant expression and really wise. And I appreciate you chipping that in there. Thanks. Good to see you, John. Appreciate that. Or remember you. My question stands. Why would an insider sell before the meeting if good news was coming in this meeting? It might stand, but I didn't see it beforehand. So this is the first time hearing of your question, Jarhead. It's the first time hearing of your question. But insiders selling before a meeting where news is going to be released would be very dangerous, and they would be highly litigious, and they'd likely get in trouble. So especially when that meeting is going to be announced during market hours. So if there is any impactful information, it would have a big news. But then there's lots of reasons why insiders sell, right? For example, if some insider's been fired and there's a tombstone agreement, and it means that all their shares that were part of restricted stock units are being released so that they can boot them out the door, and they had to do that in order to get the NDA and the non-compete agreement enforced, then and that person accepting it would be then later condemning for them if they took that money but didn't conform to the NDA and the non-compete. And the perfect time to do it would be ahead of a shareholder meeting where the price was going to rise and their restricted stock units would be worth more, and they'd be a more disruptive force to the direction of price if that was an intended consequence of releasing the news in the first instance. So, there's one reason why, right? Because you could be firing someone, or because you think someone would be a disruptive influence, or because they themselves have got into an option contract covering those shares, or have done a swap with those shares, which has ultimately resulted in them having to be exercised at these current prices because of other factors to do with the other side of the trade even. So with insider selling, you never really know what the reason is. Insider buying is good, insider selling is agnostic and dependent on the person's role within the company. So you would want the CEO to, ahead of an annual investors meeting, to be positive. But aside from him down, it doesn't matter at all. Maybe the chairman, because it's so a symbolic role, so they'd be aware of this, like also associations with these things. So maybe a chairman, right? But apart from the CEO, you'd be hard pressed to make the argument. Jarhead, you would be, So my answer stands there. I hope it was helpful. I don't mean to be confrontational. I think that it was helpful, but obviously, whether or not it helps you is something I'd like to hear back on. Or anyone. Damn, you bring so much optimism, but still realism. Reduces the bunks of anxiety. Adrian Martinez, glad to hear it. Hey, Alessandro. Hey, no Rocky today. I was hoping for a little Euro talk while we wait. Euros! The good old Euros. Did you see England-Serbia last night? People really hate talking about football if they're not into football. They hate it, especially when everyone's talking about football. So we don't have to do that, but it is enjoyable. What's really enjoyable is the Tartan Army and how positive and optimistic they are, despite the fact they're getting beaten all the time. It's don't know if I've quite got that level of optimism, right? I want to believe the things that I like are going to win. I vote that Rocky joins the stream today. I think Rocky will be too tired, really tired. He got bad news recently. He's really exhausted. He didn't get much sleep over the weekend. I noticed myself on both Friday and Saturday night. He was awake at 5 o'clock in the morning on the Discord helping people and talking people through things. So he's overcommitted to education, and not enough to the benefit of his own channel. So, and when he pops his head up, loads of people are like, help, I want help, I want to do this, I want to do that, help me with this, help me with the next thing. And he puts a full degree of effort in all of his answers, the real work. He does real work there, so he might still expect he's tired. He's not managed to make it here today to sit in the sunshine where he could, still not able to get out of bed yet, and completely exhausted. He has chronic fatigue syndrome, you see, so he only gets a couple of hours of waking energy day, and that's when you spend so long unable to do much, then you've got other problems you have to deal with as a consequence, which take up a lot of those 2 hours, unfortunately. Could AV go test past 2,000 by end of the week? Have go. Maybe, Adrian, maybe. Hugs for Rocky. Thanks, Hellbaker. Volume too low. Ricky G. Yep, that's true. It's definitely not as loud as it could be, but it's as loud as it can be on my end. So if you guys can turn up the volume where you are, or if you get like an extension for your browser, like volume maximizer extension, which allows you to increase the volume that little bit extra, or something such as that. I can't do any better because I don't have a connecting wire for my microphone to get into this MacBook, because the MacBook haven't got the USB ports that the Go XLR plugs into. So I need a converter, and similar to Rocky being busy at the weekend, they're helping people and tired when I would have been able to visit, then I haven't been able to pick it up from him. So yeah, but not everyone has headphones, they're rare, and nor is it convenient to wear headphones necessarily for a lot of people, but if you do have them, it helps. Volume maximizer definitely helps. This is a browser extension. There's plenty of things like that. And you don't want me shouting too much, do you? Did you see the Scotland video that went viral of the fans on the train doing the Braveheart speech? I didn't see it, no. I didn't see it. That sounds interesting. I'll have a wee look and see if it's worth putting on the stream. Check out the recent volume candles, Jamie. What do you think about that, Jamie? What is finance? Volume would come last in my analysis priority. Unless they're insane. This here is one 10-second candle. It's one cell. It could be a fat fingered mistake. It could be someone stopping out, putting in context in the 15 minutes, turning off the drawings. It's not actually like all that distinct from a lot of the other volume activity we've seen. This node similar level, higher one here, lots of higher ones on the 15 minutes, so it's just part of the course really so far. Though also for every buy there's a sell, for every sell there's a buy, and without putting it in context there's nothing you can reliably say about volume, like nothing. Someone's laughing outside. TradePod, price bouncing nicely on that diagonal line. Could it consider a trend line yet? You can only consider it a trend line when it's actually bounced away from it to a significant degree. That significant degree would include, but not be limited to, testing the opposite, testing resistance, putting in a higher high and a higher low, and creating a positive trend. So you couldn't use it as real. No. You couldn't say it's real yet. Third reaction, third test away from it, that test being defined by price subsequent behavior rather than the behavior at it itself. So you're looking for strong moves afterwards. Sounds like a bunch of kids, but it's a bunch of ladies at the wine bar. I have the doors open because it's roasting hot and I should be outside on the patio, but that's not an option for other reasons. So price testing these levels significant. You want to get it back up higher, Mike. Get those drawings on and make it, you've not actually really gone anywhere since you've touched it. You've not even touched it. And see, look here, this is what you want to be looking at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So there was 22 bars on the 15-minute candle here. It went from Monday at 5:30 till Tuesday at 5. So 24 hours it spent on this line. In those 24 hours it moved away from it as much as, what's that price? 28.16. What was the low here? 23.02, and a high before it touched it again, 26.19. So $3 range. Price could move $3 away from it. And if you were to look back here, you would say, in context, price never really left it. But it did by $3 range. But you would say, meh. So price here would have to exceed 31 for you to say, oh, you know, we're seeing real significant moves. It's definitely pulling away from it. To put it in context, and even in that context, it didn't ultimately end up pulling away. So trend lines, diagonal trend lines in particular, it's very rare you'll feel other people saying this. If you do, they likely learned it from Rocky and I, that the only place you can put any significance in terms of your trading decisions on a diagonal line is on a weekly time frame. And if your faith in this diagonal line is matched by the angular nature of resistance on the top side and this other line, and then the subsequent apex of that formation, then know that all of your TA is made up and wrong, that you've been looking at this image I've drawn without listening to the warnings that come with it. And all of this is just to illustrate those risk management points that I use about why it would be so dangerous to believe it to be correct, and how on a grander picture it illustrates a slight narrative with regards to the previous price action, but it doesn't speak about what's coming next. It doesn't really, until such times we've had a third touch of this guy, and that third touch of this guy likewise would be either met with a significant break, in which case you would say that formation was never real and the third touch was just confirmation of the fact that this thing wasn't real, or it retraces away from it by a significant degree. And last time from the bottom we're talking about $3, so here it would be 42 down to 39, 30, you know, that's already, and then moving back up again. So there's a lot to be said for price action before it can totally have explained to us what its strength and what the market participating think about things. And like, obviously risk on event with the shareholder meeting, and nobody wants to fight the trend. Nobody with any money wants to anyway. So, you know, efficient market hypothesis and so on. If you had a lot of money, you don't want to fight the trend. What's the point? You just trade in line with the trend. Your own contributions will accelerate that trend, and everybody will get rich together. There'd be no need to fight people who are looking at the same asset as you. Similarly in the conversations, you know, that's why discussion always wins, because it informs both sides of the trade. We become more efficient traders, and then the markets themselves manifest that same positive change, which is really the goal here for better traders, better markets. Hopefully that helps. Hit the like button if you thought it was good information. Got my cup of tea now. GME should start his climb. I want a cup of tea. I want a cup of tea. If you're afraid of missing this shareholder meeting, you can join the Discord and the voice channel, where you'll definitely get it. And we've got it coming up here on the stream, and a number of people have talked about their link and when they're anticipating it happening. There's another link from BMG, thank you very much, and there's another from Lisa. Where and what did you study? Edinburgh University, and then at the bank. Be centered in the Dow. Thanks for streaming, bro. Trace button. Always watch your streams. Appreciate. I did economic history, business studies. I did MEs at Edinburgh University. We all got help, and we help each other out. S&J management, haha, I think they share the same passion of the Irish. Good old Irish. Do you have any interesting stories from your work at the bank? Yes, loads of them. I tell them here regularly on the stream about I would sneak in and get the keys to the Bloomberg machines, which themselves were in rooms with keys. Sneak into them, lock the doors are all locked from the inside. You didn't have the key, you couldn't get in. I had the key to get in. And yeah, I'd sit in there and do all sorts of things. Look at the American bread basket from the satellites, just sitting in, essentially, you know, sitting in a tin can going around the earth. That's what it felt like. Looking at all of the farms, Northern Sahara, the American bread basket, Sometimes I'd follow the oil tankers, see them turning round. You know, when you see an oil tanker turn, you know that there's some big money is going down. You can see the direction in the all possible ports that it could dock in by the time the oil it's carrying in the futures contract, which it's a constituent part of, would expire. So when you start to seeing it turn, and you know that it can only be going to one of a number of locations at that point, because there's no time left to turn around again, then you can make good trades, which is why they have those satellites and you get all that information. You can see all this stuff. Sorry if I already answered this, but will you be streaming the meeting today as well? Yes, I will. Scotland, yes, Scotland, damn right. That's where you should visit. You should go to Scotland and have a great time all around Scotland, which is the most beautiful part of the UK. And if you have time left, you could visit some parts of England, but it wouldn't be our top priority, to be honest. It would be like middling. Once you'd enjoyed Scotland enough, which is unlikely you'd ever, reach enough there, to be honest, then it would be sensible to maybe include a day maybe, or half a day for England. But you'd need a whole week at least to see like just scratch the surface of Scotland. So that's good feedback there for all our American friends. I need to be more departing and less docking. When's the meeting? Good question, Oren Blanco. This is what we'll be streaming it here, and we can't ever guarantee it's going to start on time, but if it does, it'll be coming up. The mods will tell you there. My boss would say if I'm going to send you in a tin can across the globe, at least send you first class. I was sitting in. I was first class. It was definitely, but it was still. There you are, floating in a tin can. 1 hour 45 minutes, and you heard it there first. Here first, folks. You heard it here first. It's in 1 hour and 45 minutes. People always say that. It's like an American way of answer. Like, it's at 11:30 Central Time, or it's at 10:30 EST or something. And it's like, why don't you just say how long it's away in terms of hours and minutes, guys? It's super easy to do that, and it'd be the same for everybody. And then that's the way time was invented. It was invented so that we would all know how many hours and minutes ahead certain things happened in, not so that we could all share different time zones and be expected to know them all off by heart and our difference from them, right? Unless you're in America and watch cable TV, you probably don't even know all the other time zones in America, right? Most people don't know the first 10 words of the national anthem. How many time zones are they going to know? Let's be accommodating for our brothers and sisters here. Still not enough time on North Coast and Ted. Robert Smith knows the chat, so you're going to have to schedule 2 weeks for Scotland, maybe 2 days for England. Probably get through most interesting things in England in about a day, but you give it an extra day because the public transport's so bad that it'll take you a full day to get anywhere. I don't get you on through the breweries of Scotland. You need 3 weeks, so that's it. You have to move to Scotland. We've sort of talked it out now, chewed the fat, shot the shit, and the chat is you're going to have to move to Scotland. It's a very welcoming country. It's got quite a high tax base, but capital gains isn't too terrible. So if you're a trader, then you can make it work. Bang, there goes the door. I'm going to check what that noise is. What did I miss? Huh? What did I miss? I did. I spoke so eloquently. I evolved up another level in the Godhead. S&J management. Somebody needs to be my door answerer during these things. Akalele, 26. Is that what you're looking for? Lipson at 33. Trade spotting. Thank you very much, KT. That means I'll have got some limit orders. It should be going through my limit orders as we speak, picking them up. We anticipated this price action. If you're on the Discord, you'll have known why, because we had our eyes on all the shares and we see who everyone who owns them are, and we track it very, very carefully, which is one of the reasons why we're so interested in what's happening over there, because of other details that are separate from noticing the shares that were being sold last week there, aware of the fact that that was the exact amount that was given to the CTO in his previous contract there with the company, which was coming to an end because clearing things out, and we suspected it would be because of this tombstone agreement. And so you're getting confirmation of it in the press now. All the moves ahead of the news. Rocky Outcrop's Discord. They are too scared to release the FTD data. I noticed that that's also an issue as it was previously. Lipson, it's at 0.56 KT, not 0.53. So it hasn't actually got to those low levels. This is the potential entry in around 0.42, 48, and then 54, all through here. Lot of orders. So GameStop 28.02, pulling down 2.3% at the moment. SPY, SPX, going into the 1 minute, see what that looks like. Not really doing all desperately huge moves, but as you can see, in an uptrend at the minute. That uptrend in this section of the way we've measured it out, let me use this guy. Take it down, it's better. So, you know, at a distinct point on the trend, you can see that it caught these lows. It was resistance a couple of times, and you're back at that area now. So if you do break above here on SPY, then huge, big, strong moves to the top side. At the same time, VIX is also going up, 1.34. 15-minute time frame is going up, but right, that's because it gapped, and so it doesn't look to be going up, because since open it's been going down. GameStop down to those 15 seconds. Spread them, boys. Put a dump. One hour and 27 minutes, Liam. We're going to have it all on live here. What do I think of the Broadcom split? Good decision. Good decision. Who do I hear there on Discord? I'll have to mute them. Good old Wiki Wilkes. Good to see you. I don't see it. Everyone's quiet. Everyone's muted. Jesse, I just said it. It was the last thing I said before checking who was making noise in Discord, and it's like 3 and 4 messages above you in the chat box there. It's an hour and 26 minutes time. If you're looking for the T8 that outlines the best opportunity to buy or the potential area to manage risk on the top side, then go to the start of this video where we've got a great take on things, and then just click towards the end again to where we'll be now, and you'll catch up again. So you can see all of our technical analysis that explains where you might want to buy, why you might want to look at it in those areas opposed to others, Were the risk profile changes to the top side, and you'd have to be cognizant of any changes, and we'll be looking at price should it get there, but we outline why it's important to pay attention at specific values, and we also talk about the themes that are in the social media and online about what might happen at the shareholders meeting, and I deliver some key facts about the significance of scheduling a meeting during market hours, the history of GameStop's scheduling with regards to meetings and how they've used them strategically to create a platform for a new direction, and speculation as to the other types of business that might be added to the agenda which aren't yet noted, such as potential changes in strategic direction, any M&A activity, and leadership changes. So these are important things that have been floating around in the online discourse, which are now part of logical, rational explanation for the reasons and why schedules are as they are, and agendas likewise. So it's not tinfoil, it's experienced conversation about these meeting times being as they are and what could happen at them, along with the contextual knowledge of GameStop's history in that regard. So that's a good intro. That's what it does. If you didn't notice, watch it again, and and the technical analysis is immediately follows that, which outlines the real key areas to look to and includes a trade setup for a lot of people. It's not financial advice, obviously, and it says that at the bottom of the video, and I've just said it there, and it's obviously not. And plus, I'm in the UK, so I'm allowed to do what I do here. So you can, but like from an ethical perspective, if you're just saying, well, TradeSpotting's really good at the CA, so I'm just going to do whatever he says, that will be, you'll be missing a crucial part of the ingredient, which is your brain and the value you add, which will come particularly clear to you should trades go wrong. Like that pain and anxiety that increases and finally hits home should it go wrong would be avoided if you were making the decision yourself and understood why, as opposed to me having outlined a trade that, should it not work out would be fine because I'd know the immediate next one to take and where to move it to. These things aren't immediately obvious to everyone watching along. So, though, as much as I try to democratize the information, that doesn't mean people don't, sometimes rely on it too much. You got to add your own value, and that missing ingredient from that part of the early part of the video was you and your brain. So make sure to include that. I'd love to hear they are closing a fair share of the B&M locations and putting some of their money they raised into crypto, or a Freudian slip where Nvidia comes out. Nvidia. Well, Nvidia very top heavy at the minute. While it's true to say that there's like a continuation there, the time to buy Nvidia would have been at 275 when I talked about it on my video during the how to get rich with AI stocks video, which is part of a fund which has multiple things in it have gone up hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of percent. And every time I say that, I go back to check, and it's gone up more hundreds more. So still possible to get in there, and I'm sure it continues. But there are better opportunities in the AI sphere, and it would be good if GameStop got involved in AI infrastructure. But the biggest opportunity for GameStop and the nascent market that they'd be most capable exploiting, that where their own current operations would add value to the companies they'd be invested in, would be in the logistics side of AI, in the B2B side. And the best facility to do that would be if it was already either picking a company that had an addressable target market, or they invested in a company that did, which is why something like LivePerson would be a great suggestion, or alternatively using their logistics network to facilitate another AI that needs a larger addressable target market, or has one already, and GameStop can get involved in the back end and therefore service many companies with the same objective. So there'd be no real benefit to GameStop at this late stage trying to start working on a large language model, but there could be efficiencies and economies of scale if GameStop got involved in the new chip architecture and setting up data centers, and then finding new customers and creating distribution channels. But do GameStop have those expertise? I mean, if you're trying to combine the capital quality, along with the business back end extra capabilities and the human capital in terms of Ryan Cohen and his best skills, and I always say you want your best players in their best positions, then maybe you're looking at something that gives Ryan Cohen more of a impact on the digital sphere. So a lot of people talk about, anyway, I can't talk too much about it without saying stuff that I shouldn't be saying. So that's a good take on what we're looking at. It's not necessarily Nvidia, it's the greater market, and that greater market has various sectors itself. It'd be cool to have their own platform streamers while using crypto as payments to streamers and give discounts to streamers to the viewers of the stories. Yes, that'd be true. It'd be good to do that, but there are crypto projects centered around that idea. And then I think that opportunity in streaming might lie in the niche. You know, like Twitch tried to be for gamers and streaming, and you've also got like Nvidia have got their own streaming software, and you've got Discord for streaming to your friends, and you've got YouTube that try to gobble up everything that gets even remotely hyped, and if they can't, they switch their own strategic focus entirely, alienating their current user base. So still a tight market to get into, but it would be very much suitable for GameStop if they could make that work in terms of logistics and like the costs to get up and running there. If they could make that work, it would be really, really awesome. My biggest question for this meeting was the offerings put to market or new partnerships. Strange timing on these filings. Well, that would be like a contextual question about previous activities. So, like, you know, they couldn't answer that question if it wasn't already publicly available information. So, like, that's not a question that could be answered in that way, Wolfie J. But they could answer it without, they could preempt it and discuss these potential partnerships you're talking about, or the M&A activity that might be, you know, a stronger version of the same thing. Every major streaming platform has never made profit. Well, YouTube makes profit. Yeah, I'm talking about having specific general platforms that benefit the company. What is the percentage of successful traders? 10%, Bobby Witcher, 10%. It's not just gaming, but like other things also. Darn writing, darn tooting. I mean, if they could branch into things that the original YouTube used to be all about, you know, that stronger sense of community and togetherness that like each channel represented. I'm not sure if many people who watch YouTube are aware of that, but in the early days of YouTube, you know, there was like a real community focus around specific channels and positive things going on there. Internet culture is different though. Do you remember Dig? It got invaded by the people who like preferred Reddit, and now brigading is like you can't even do on Reddit. It's like against the rules of Reddit. Yet that was exactly how they got big, by killing Dig with brigading it. So, you know, the things that grow these businesses often end up killing them, and that's true of all businesses. Those that accelerate the quickest, they decline the quickest as well. Do you think there would be a panic sell if they don't release any announcements related to M&A? No. I mean, I suppose you mean like, or anything else. Interesting. Because how I see it is just not feasible for them to discuss any of the strategies. They can talk about their strategic direction, for sure. I mean, it's an annual shareholders meeting. It's not just like something that happens every 4 weeks. There's nothing routine about it. It's definitely possible. It's a Scottish accent, N. Vis-a-vis, you're right about that. This group has their stuff together. I'm trying to catch up to you all. Yo, Deviant Ways. Reminds me of Kmart. They were accelerating way faster than Walmart when they started. Yes, like usually it depends on the degree of gearing or leveraging their own capital or that market opportunity, and doing it too fast can often lead to critical problems later, or they're often making decisions based on too many assumptions, so all it needs is for one to go wrong in a universe of probabilities. Things can happen. Steve's here. You'll be glad to know Steve's here, but he's in the kitchen and I'm not. I just saw him land. Scuba Steve. Man, if I can get Steve in a little, a little penguin suit. I'll get Steve in a penguin suit, a black tux, and then on top of that, I'll put on a scuba suit. And then I shall reveal him on the window ledge. Crazy cat, but did Kmart have multiple liquid billions at the same time as the acceleration? Good you, Scuba Steve. Do you think it would be reasonable to value GameStop using traditional metrics and ratios? If not, what kind of metrics could we use to consider GME's intrinsic value? Yeah, you'd have to use. I mean, that's what these are strict terms. They're not ambiguous. Like if you're using traditional metrics and ratios means fundamental analysis, and it's very reasonable to do that. That's what it is. It's reasoned and reasonable. So, yes, I think you can do that. I think you can do that, and you come into a value of about $10 to $12. The intrinsic value of GameStop, specifically, that word means intrinsic means not talking about potential, and the potential value of a business and the growth side of a business. That's something that's also included in a proper fundamental assessment of a company. And GameStop have not got a history of growth. That's why, in a period of transition, looking to pivot, and this potentially being a monumental week with regards to that strategic focus, you're looking for companies to put in that growth that you're talking about, that there to be less than their distinct from their intrinsic value. You need them to put that effort in to see that results happening, and until such times as you see the results happening, it's not part of their intrinsic value. It wouldn't be part of the calculation for working out the value of the company. And so but what I think you're getting at there is that you were asking, is there a reason why the share price is disconnected from the fundamentals, and if that is properly reflective of the value of the company? And the value of the company is what anyone will pay for it at any given time. There's a lot of shareholders interested and speculating on potential changes, and being able to hold that kind of attention from the market means that GameStop is quite unique, and represents a unique opportunity, and that's reflected in various ways. The amount of people watching the stream just ticked over 1,000. Thanks so much. Hit the like button if you find this at all helpful, please. Really boosts the algorithm's interpretation of what we're doing and gets the message out. So if you could hit like, that's appreciated. So intrinsic value is very much separate from what you would anticipate in like the growth future for GameStop, but that relies on a record of having done something, so that something can be measured, quantified, and extrapolated. Also, you need to see what the addressable target market is for this new strategy to work to the potential value of meeting the market there. And so, while it's true to say that fundamental analysis would speak to potentially a lower share price for GameStop, it's not the whole story. And the speculators on GameStop are partly doing it on the option chain, shown by the expense there. It's relatively expensive. And partly shown by the attention that GameStop can hold over the investor base. So there are aspects to GameStop that aren't properly included in a fundamental analysis, and never could be. But we're not anticipating that the current state of affairs for GameStop, the bated breath, that on the edge of the cliff, about to make a big move, maybe a jump, and we'll see, like, it's a leap of faith at this stage. Where do we land? We're not anticipating that, like, pre-jump. It's not like Keats' Grecian urn where the two lovers are stretched around the vase about to kiss and touch, but forever cast in their current position and their lips will never meet, right? Which is a tragedy. No, we're living in an evolving situation. While GameStop and its impact on the market will reverberate and continue for a long time, we're not anticipating current status quo being how it always is for GameStop. We think things will pick up soon, as price action picking up now, pushing back towards 28.50. That huge volume that took price down, was it in around that 15-second candle? Yeah. now looks to be stopping volume. Price back above that critical level on the charts would suggest that the trend line has been held on wherever we saw it being touched 15 minutes here, and price action moving back up again subsequently is positive. So there is that. You're not quite got to where you might have anticipated, and since leaving it, that low at 27.25 and the current price at 28.60, significantly different from the range of $3 we saw from this low to this high on GameStop's price, and all of that came on tests of that diagonal previously. So if you were to put that in the context of what's going on here, could well be that GameStop comes down again, or if you're saying has the escaped velocity at this stage, well, you need to see price back above 30 spot 50, and that's also confluent with the prior high. And then we drop down to the 15-second time frame, you can see why we've got this TA on the charts. This was a peak in price action. Prior to that, maybe you can see it better on the 1 minute, to be honest. Prior to that, you had this peak in price action. So these were lower highs with lower lows, and this is a downtrend. And so price action needs to recover, get back above that previous peak at 29.89, target this guy in at around $30.29, and then break 30 spot 50. And you're getting that full range that you got from the previous touch of that diagonal, but still not breaking market structure in that you haven't put in a higher high. It would ultimately be a lower high, and it would be within a series of lower highs and lower lows. So still a downtrend. And that's not me being pessimistic, it's me explaining how achievable this thing is, because in order to do it, you don't have to attract too much short attention. You don't bring selling pressure into this until you make it to critical junctures, and that would be the place to look to before that gets serious. But in advance of it, you've got all these important levels. This is a 236 recovery. This guy's a 382, and you would normally go to somewhere like a 382 in a trending market where you found price action bounce away from at the minute. So if it doesn't break that, that would be bearish. It's also an 886 retracement from the prior drop off where you would have measured it on this little trough. Also, it's nowhere back above 50%, and you'd have to at least achieve 50% of the previous negative action if you were to consider current behavior positive. Otherwise, it could just be short side of a trade taking a breath, right? Because it doesn't make any sense to go short at 27.23 if there is a lot of buy-ins coming in there, and if that volume candle self not significant on longer time frames, but on the 15 seconds it stood out. On the 1 minute it stands out. Shorts will have been aware of it and think, well, they don't need to push against the crowd, and just wait until it was a better area to short. So for example, if you were short and you were looking to push it down from 27.20 to 25.70, right, a 150 move, you can just wait till it goes up to 28.50 and push it back down to 27, and that's the same profit potential, and it'd be a whole lot easier, right? It'd be a whole lot easier, obviously. So if it doesn't make sense for the other side of the trade, then that's usually bullish for your perspective, which is why investigating the hypothesis, trying to counter the own proof you believe you have, always trying to disprove it with the other side of the trade, trying to work to understand why someone would go short is an effective way of working out why you might be wrong. Because when you're long, or even just bias, which you definitely are if you are long, as a consequence of being a human being and having clicked the button, as a bias, it makes it difficult to filter ideas that go against your thesis. So it's good to then commit to trying to prove yourself wrong, and then you value the information you're getting equally. So that's what people are looking at there. More and more people joining that chat side on Discord, which is a good idea in case anything goes down anywhere else. Get proper access there. Strong moves now would be testing back above 30. Everything in between that is still a lower high, and on these intermittent time frames you can also draw this across the top side and say potentially it breaks here. A lot of people would look at that downward sloping trend line and say it might come back and test it again after the breakout, and not having done it yet isn't the greatest. Phillips in. Coming into those long-term support levels there at 0.54. That's good news, good to see. Still going through orders there, but not deep enough through them. So GameStop is still down just over 0.5% on the day. And I have seen many traders who would have committed to getting out of things if anything stopped, this bad stuff stopped happening to them, and then on this tiny inflection here, let's not talk about GameStop, but anything else. If people have been in these sort of situations, taking trades going against them, maybe they entered here, right, in this area, in around 28, on a different ticker, on a different chart, and price went up to these areas, they didn't take profit, and that first experience of being in profit makes them think that this trade is worth that range of profit. Subsequently, they come back, the price comes down, they're in a loss, and it goes up and they see it have that huge move there from 27.45 up to 29, 20, 30 bucks. And they see a huge move like that, double-digit percentage points, and they think, wow, this trade I'm in is amazing. Definitely not closing it. It's going to go up loads and loads more. And then again, they end up underwater. And at this low here, having put in a lower low and having done it on a series of lower lows with a series of lower highs, they often say things like, as soon as that goes back up to my entry, I'm getting out because it's a bad trade, which has been proved to them twice now. But then when it does get up to 28.71, that same trader says, amazing, like I escaped my own anxiety, I'm not worried anymore, and so I'm not going to close the trade. But of course they're not worried because price has gone up a little bit, but they'd be damn sight be worried again now, having seen it go through that critical red line and back below their entry again. Yeah, but they never committed, and they never committed. And they never would have committed, and the only reason they'll ever leave that trade is when it gets taken from them. That's the way a lot of traders behave, so don't let that be you. Come up with a plan, have a strategic approach to your trading, and if you like, you can take my course, links in the description, and it works. I updated it so it works, so you can take that course and that'll help you with a strategic approach to your trading, which is all about managing risk in the various and mysterious ways that are actually really, really simple, comfortable habits that you can develop. Doesn't matter how smart you are, it's systems and processes that work for you and explained in ways that you'll understand them. So GameStop still struggling, obviously. Looks more dramatic on these 15-second time frames. Lol, I feel really called out right now. It just moved 50 cents in 1 second. What happened? Yo, this guy just described me. Yo, Will. How do you learn to commit? Diana Stevens. Well, you have a strategic approach to price, right? I could tell you, but it would take me about 90 hours, and you'd get bored, and I wouldn't be delivering it as a succinct and impactful way as I do on the course. So you should take the course or watch me for a couple of years, and you'll, through osmosis, learn the habits that I've developed. You'll pick up on bits of them, and you'll be able to slowly but surely trade every so often there and hereabouts for a hobby, as and when the perfect situation presents itself for you to manage risk around. If you'd like to be a professional trader and approach price every day with the same ability to exploit anything to the top side and the same confidence that you won't get hurt trading, then you're going to have to do some formal training, and typically that investment in yourself will come at a cost of time and money, and I think the best option is the course. It's the links in the description. www. and it needs a www.technicalanalysis.school. How do you learn to commit? It's by taking that strategic approach and forming habits that make you money. That also helps solidify that it's the right thing to do. Right now, if you're making 10% a day, not even compounding it, it's 100% a week, and there's 52 weeks in a year. So you'll be a trillionaire if you started with $1,000 and you did that every week. So committing to a strategic approach, seeing the rewards build up, that's what helps. A bit of letting your winners run, a bit of compounding your gains, put it all together, and a little bit of self-discipline, not spending that money you're making will mean that it quickly accelerates in its growth. When you are committed, you have overdone it. No, Bobby the Builder, committed with regards to risk management and committing to your plan is incredibly important. It's not overdone it. There's no spectrum of commitment. You're either committed to your plan or you aren't. And any crack will become a gushing flood of water bursting through as and when the pressure increases, right? You know, like you can leave your door wide open or a tiny little bit open, and when the water pressure gets high enough, it could be a cavernous gap, and you won't be able to shut that door. So committing to the plan and having conviction in your beliefs, and Peter Brandt described it as weakly held conviction, so that you can change your mind right enough, but you really believe in the things you're saying or doing. In the stock, of course, says Bobby, clarifying there. Bob the Butcher, can we slice it? Bob the Butcher, yes we can. Shoot, I almost bought a few shares of ACO last week. It's popping off today. Shoot. Yeah, but the gains on crypto is way better. It's good to do both. Mr. M knows the volatility in crypto is very high and does make it much easier to change. That's a different kinds of being committed then. Maybe, but me being the host of the show and the experienced trader and explaining a question that somebody else asked, my version of what it is what we're talking about. Sam Wise, sounds like religion, lol. I don't know about that. Most religions, organized religions, don't like it when you flip-flop between them. They want you to commit to their religion. Mind you, it'd be sensible, right? If a better one came along that was obviously more real and obviously more true, God reached down and said, look, hey, this is the real one, then you'd want to be able to give up that position without it being too costly. I'm sure Bobby would agree. When's the shareholder meeting? It's in about an hour. Adam Carter, what need... We know that. This is TA. Not follow my trades. What did you say? What did you say, Adam Carter? Let me check this message. I must have missed it. Where the hell did you get that message, KT? I can't see it. What did you say, Adam? Price on GameStop after that. Strong move topside, back down again. I'll move to Scotland if you let me live in your attic trade spotting. Ah, well, you see, I don't have an attic here. I don't have an attic here. I've got an upstairs neighbour. Wow, the chat box is actually moving quickly. Maybe it paused. Here it goes. I've reactivated it. Look at all those quick messages coming through. Hey, somebody deleted something. Deleted by BMJ Shadow. I'm here for my birthday timeout. Yay! If you want timed out, just let everybody know in the chat box. Trade point 3 above my answer. 1, 2, 3. Ever thought about sharing your position on GME like Rowan Kitty? Yeah, I've thought about it, and I've thought, wow, that would reveal every trade I made from there on. They'd probably be able to then tie that back to other trades I was making, and then I'd completely compromise my life. Don't have anything like the funds Rowan Kitty has, and being that I'm, clearly one of the better traders in the world, right? At this stage, being that that's clearly the case, I would hate to compromise my future by revealing all of my decisions and signposting them to the bad guys. I'm known by companies for targeting their position in the market, whereas you're just a little retail trader who wants like a little bit of drama and interest to go with the stock they're using at the minute, Adam. But I don't want the people who I'm up against knowing who I am when they see my footprint in the markets. I don't want that happening because I've got very grand objectives, and like I explained earlier in this stream, a lot of people don't even know who they're fighting, whereas I know who we're fighting, and they know I'm leading an army of people against them. So while it doesn't benefit us, it certainly doesn't benefit me, and with Roaring Kitty doing it, it would only be, I don't see any benefit whatsoever. I could see it as being like an emotional contribution or an egotistical interaction, but I don't say that to be my criticism of Roaring Kitty at all. It would be, there would have to be a reason, a purpose and a reason. and that they would have to be achieved by that action rather than just like doing it. Now, I know you weren't critiquing me. I'm just using you as a soundboard to make that point, and so if anyone else asks me, that's the answer. A lot of talk on Twitter about higher IV during the weekend on options of GME and AMC. Is it still elevated? What is your opinion on what happened on IV this weekend? I mean, Birdie Hunter, you're asking me that question with no fucking idea what implied volatility is. Part of the reason that implied volatility goes up is because time decay disappears. And that time decay means that in order to achieve those targets on those contracts, it's going to take an even bigger move in less amount of time. And so the applied volatility goes up for reasons that aren't bullish at all, loads of times, and makes the option contracts more expensive, doesn't benefit anybody, and becomes a stupid fucking meme conversation on the internet among people who've no idea what they're talking about. So implied volatility going up, so what is my point? So what, right? Like, what do you want to know about that? You know, and like, this is, sorry to be responding so strongly to a perfectly normal question, but this is something that people keep asking me who don't properly engage in my content, so don't get real true benefits from all the actual effort I'm putting in. And then they start asking me about stuff they don't understand. And I could answer that question for you, and already did in part, better than most people would ever bother to do it. But it wouldn't help you because it would be far too high level, the thing you're asking, for any actionable information. You know, I mean, how does it impact your position? What would it do with regards to your trading style? What implications does it have for your exact entries and exits? And these are the questions, right? And you can ask that in a way and articulate these questions in a way that improves your own focus on your plan, improves your own strategic approach to price, and makes you a better trader, right? Also, I wouldn't waste my time talking about stuff that's like way too high level and irrelevant to people trading GameStop today, you know? So, shout out to the birdie dude. And I hope I don't come across too strong, but like that'll happen a lot of times because if you stick around with me, you'll maybe find it entertaining at this stage. I hope not to offend because you know, that's the way it is. It'll stick with you too. 5 memberships. Alessandro, you lucky guy. You got one there, Alessandro. You're so lucky. Explicit, aka E. Nice to meet you, Mr. E. Candyman, Black Isle of Montserrat, JM. Good people there getting a membership gifts from Lisa. Adrian Martinez. Trace Bond. Well effing said, man. Thanks very much, Adrian. Merrick, would be pleasantly surprised if it hit that target, but I'm doubtful. Too much tailwind in the sector. I've been lagging for too long now. JMF, how you doing, JMF? Merrick there is a very experienced trader. He's fantastic. If he's got a hypothesis, well worth thinking about. Kevin Ha, where are you at? Well, it's 1:30 a.m. here. I don't know if I can make another hour. DIY Doofus, it's less than an hour now, my friend. It's only 50 odd minutes away. Lisa Legend, hey, ho. Say thanks to Lisa. She got you your membership gifts there, guys. Now, right? Sleepy's Nelly Sleepy? Now, right? I bought one myself. What did you buy? A share? Birdie Hunter. He's back with a good question. How you doing, Birdie Hunter? It was the percentage that was a lot higher than normal. That was the issue. I do understand what IV is and does when the next expiration becomes closer. Cool. So the percentage of so more people trading, higher interest on those contracts. What implications does that have for price? Well, that's a more nuanced answer, you know. Most people interacting with option chain in the minute are fucking idiots, have no idea what they're doing, they're not managing those trades well, they're not hedging their bets, they don't understand that the topside volatility is so much higher than downside risk at the minute. The premium you're paying for that topside contract's like extremely expensive compared to the price of the underlying. The downside volatility, you want to get premium on downside, managing trades super cheap compared to the top side. Like hugely imbalanced option chain on GameStop, now in particular, more so than ever in fact. And it always has been more than average. And now it's more than ever. So essentially what the difference that means is it's more expensive to buy that long side premium. You're paying more for the same thing. The chances of it working out aren't actually increased because, as you know, like the part of the reason that IV goes up generally is due to the closer expiry. So it's not necessarily reducing anybody's risk. It is getting more expensive, and so it's making it a more costly trade. Tracepoint, we just crossed the middle Bollinger on a 5-minute time frame. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Jokes. Sorry, I keep using people to make jokes. Please don't take it personally if it happens to you. In fact, look for it. It's great. Nice graph, lol. ATD is fucking with me. I'm a holder of GME, looking on different stream, and you're the most professional with Jackie Latits. I taught Jackie Latits. He steals off me. He's currently going to be. He's on the danger of losing everything he owns because he's committing fraud, theft, copyright mistakes, great grave copyright mistakes. He defames me. He's not welcome. Conversations about him not welcome. And if you say anything other than that, Bento, or that you'll be expressing your own ignorance, you'll get banned from this channel, and you, like lots of the large GME influencers now, know that he is a massive time sink and a huge thief. And any of the people you watch other than me, I'd give you maybe a 7 out of 10 chance that me and them have spoken in the last 2 weeks, and that they will have nothing to do with that guy because they've seen the evidence of his disgusting behaviour. So he will not be brought up again. If you want to comment on him again, go at his shitty channel where they steal shit and look at that. And I taught him, right? And he knows nothing about GameStop. He's slagged off the investor base of GameStop more than anyone on GME Meltdown has. If he's tricked you and fooled you into thinking that he's on your side, then more fool you. Because all the information's out there about the guy being a huge loser. It's all over the internet, more so than any positive thing that anyone said about him. And I taught him everything he knows. He doesn't know half of what he should have known. He's got critical problems in his analysis, which make him shit at trading, really shit, which is why he's lost so much money, all of his inheritance, all of his wife's money, and so much of his audience's money. Like, more than anyone else. He's lost more than anyone else. He's lost their audience money. And the only reason that you think he's good at anything is because he's a narcissistic psychopath which copies my phraseology and therefore sounds a little bit like me, but instead he's actually a loser who steals even the sentences out of my very mouth. So he doesn't conceptualize ideas on the charts. It's literally never happened. Everything he's ever got has come from me, not his grey matter. And he's a loser. He's a walking, talking loser. His walk is much higher than his talk is much higher than his walk, and all of it stolen from me, which is why he'll never actually reach that stature in his own behaviors and actions, but sometimes fools the odd person in their words. So if you've ever watched him, you've been robbed of your time, and now I've imparted a little bit of knowledge to level you up on the general situation with regards to thieves, grifters, scammers that ruin the GME community. Stolen close to $1 million basically at this stage from the GME community using my tools. And he did it when my brother was in hospital with chronic fatigue and sepsis, nearly dying in a coma. That's when he used this opportunity. He took his opportunity to try and do these things. And he knows that I care for my dad, full-time care for my dad, who's a brain tumor and has got other issues that have come up recently. So he did it in the most psychopathic, evil, nasty little way. He uses GameStop as a vehicle to steal off people. He uses GameStop, having said the worst things about it, the worst things about Roaring Kitty, the worst things about Ryan Cohen. He said disgusting things about them, and I dare him to come and ask me for the evidence and then stand there in front of the public while I expose him, and then have the rotten cabbages thrown in his face, as he likely will by everybody when they see the true extent of his horrific behaviour, which one day will come to light, and it'll be when I decide on a time and place of my choosing, which has the most impact on him. And the fact that he doesn't know that that's coming for him is, like, again, another symptom of his stupidity. My father passed away from sepsis. Ian McCleary, it's a really dangerous to get it, and the chances of recovery are really low. It also happened to my uncle, and yeah, it's hard for everybody because it comes on so quickly from a tiny infection. It can rob you of people that you love, and it's just too hard to even talk about. Sorry to hear that, Ian. Trace button, Syria, hear that, Pops man. Thanks, Alessandro. Like the video for a chance to enter the raffle for a subscription. Diana Stevens, do you want to fuck off with the shit jokes, man? Like, what the flying fuck, eh? Was I not clear enough about what I was saying? You don't mention his name. I don't want that twat in my face or in my consciousness. Don't want people talking about him here on this channel. Hey. That's terrible, Ian. That's terrible. And, like, you know, that's so... You know what it's like, because it makes you ill and it makes you get chronic fatigue, like it did for Rocky. Then it causes even more chance of that, which can lead to even greater problems. It's such a nightmare, you know, and like, catching it quick enough and stuff is impossible. And even at the doctors at hospitals aren't properly aware of protocols that were put in place to help, because there's so much ignorance about it and naivety about treating people with sepsis, that there's new laws about how you're supposed to be treated at arrival on at hospital, but it's just not possible because the health service here is under so much stress and strain, and the people that do the job aren't all aware of these rules. So problems happen, and you can't communicate. Like, this guy needs to go to the front of the queue, and they think, well, everyone's sick, and you're like, well, what is this? Victorian times? I mean, people are different levels of sick. He honestly lived much longer than he should have with all of the health issues he had. That's a nice way of putting it, Ian. I hope you got a nice time with him. All my homies hate him. Yeah, same. Please stop mentioning the loser and we'll move on now. He's our enemy. He's not even a man. True story. He's not even a real man. Tracepoint, the craziest part is that you see the spirit of these people when they see hurt as well, as they are sick and they try to alleviate your hurt. Yeah, there's nice things about it. How much percentage do you think they will drop it during the shareholder meeting? Good question, Bento. During the meeting, well, the algorithms will be trading on everything that's being said. The earnings weren't particularly positive, and so they'll be looking at market sentiment, and it won't just be what the algorithms pick up on the words that are said during the live call, but it'll also be the reaction on social media and all the conversations that happen, all the hashtags and the sentiment analysis that goes along with those conversations, and all of that will have an impact on orders and the pressure on price. It could be that we see slow moves down, if that's the case, with sharp, abrupt moves to the top side, and that's often the way that these algorithms, you know, the algorithms contribute to the trend. Tracepot, my moms would try to make us all laugh with having cancer. Crazy. I know, isn't it? They are all like that. The people who are conscious of their own. Anyway, I'm having too much of these conversations because I'm living presently through things that are difficult. So that's great that everybody's got their own thing and we can share in that compassion for each other. But I don't want to have the conversations right now. I want to talk about GameStop and then do those things as best I can at the times that I can do them. And let's focus on this right now. Taki Chang, total legend. I'm my mom's caretaker. It can be tough sometimes. True story. True story. Diana Stevens is. Right. GameStop. Lipson. Now very, very close. Where's my channel gone? Does it just not show up in the lower term time frames? Well, I mean, that's not the channel I was looking at earlier with the yellow lines. Here we are. See, why does it do that? This is where I drew it. I shall be back presently. Don't go anywhere. Hit that like button. Make sure to let me know if the shareholder meeting's starting minutes away, because I'll be right on it. Haha, Kyle Richard, remind me to tell you that time about the poor chicken that we had to try and chop its head off at some stage. Yeah, you can do great TA on the 1 minute time frame. I do it on the regular. Still a lovely acoustic guitar playing us at the start of the meeting here. More exciting things to come than that music, though. If GME FTD's the meeting again, I'm going to be mouldy upset. Mouldy upset. Tracepot, have you had any interest in BNED? I was going to start doing some deeper analysis on them. Just wanted your thoughts. Yeah, I've had a lot of a look at BNED. It's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous trade there. Very dangerous. Oh, I was sitting on Lipson, not GameStop. Pardon me, you poor things. The more attention it gets, the better. Especially when it's at these incredibly cheap VAT prices. What were we looking at? What was the question? BNED. Barnes and Bubbles. Barnes and Bubblies. Bubbly bubbly Barnes. So it's had a... Oh, it's all splitted and done its thing. We've looked at it a number of times previous to where it is at the minute. And it did the move, you know. It did the moves. Did all the interesting moves. Back then, we anticipated it moving from wherever here it was here up. Made its way up a little. And then a huge jump after retesting that breakout. So again, a huge jump after retesting that breakout. And then it didn't work this time. Well, I suppose it was up there, but only after this huge falling off. So it's a lot of danger there, and it's also currently traveling to the downside. And the danger is it goes a lot lower. So I'd be cautious about Barnes and Noble, very much so. GameStop though, back at 28, still down 2.22%. On this 1 minute time frame, you get this context then of the pressure across the top recently. And these lower lows, if you were to put that into a formation of its own, it would be a long, long time before it reached the apex. So I don't think this is the be-all and end-all. Definitely doesn't cover the future of price action here on GameStop. I'd be going back and using something like this 15 minutes. And aware of the fact that that big, massive, long position starts ruining the drawing, so I'll move it to the right so that it stops interfering with my cursor. And yeah, so you'd be looking at this 15 minutes across these peaks, and like if price manages to make it back above that, it'd be interesting. And that's more reflective of like the equal and opposite to the support line underneath is this more recent and quite focused in on this little bit here to get the formation that we can see currently on price action, and it's resistance above the top is the dominant factor here rather than the support line underneath. Lower highs, higher lows. You've not really got a specific trend. It's a triangle. You could look at it and draw that and see more obviously what I'm talking about, but blue line is what I'm referring to. And price pushing down. It's now 5 o'clock UK time. That shareholder meeting will be starting shortly. Not yet though. I'm sure I'll get floods of messages as soon as it happens. Great to see everybody here. Wow. Voice chat on Discord's freaking busy. Really busy over there. Put a bump. Try and make it slightly bigger. So that people can see it's all happening. That sort of works, doesn't it? I think we've got it there. Price action and the Discord with the stream up, so everybody should be able to see and here everything that's going on. This is the 15-minute time frame. You could take it down to the 15 seconds and you'll see those dramatic moves as they happen. You won't necessarily be able to put it in the greater context, but you had that 15-minute chart there, and what with them being diagonals, there's no specific horizontal that it interferes to look to, other than the peaks and troughs that we've already seen, by which stage you'd be confirming new trends, so you'd have new analysis to do. So I'm looking forward to that opportunity, but it's not present yet, and we can see the drama here on the 15 seconds. Live music instead of recording. Yeah, they've got Paul Newman in on the guitar. Give me all the Mexicans. The Mexican Coca-Cola. It's the good one. My order is the Mexican Coca-Cola. And a hot dog. You want a hot dog? What happened? Why is this thing going blah 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 blah? Bento didn't mention him again, did he? It's just him. I mean, it is like his like little mate, if that's the case. Alessandro and Bobby falling out. A little bit of drama there. How did you guys manage to aggravate each other so much? What happened there? Where's the call? Any minute now, Jesus Price Superstar. Great name. Tracebond, have you any interest in being at? Yeah, covered that one. I don't see any other at Tracebonds. Ellie Abita root beer is another bev made with cane sugar as well as yucca. Is guidance a topic usually discussed in shareholder meetings? Guidance with regards to like forward guidance with the regards to accounts, not necessarily. No, that'd be more earnings. Talking about strategic focus, possibly. I don't think that's what you mean with guidance. Tracepoint. LBSM bounced a bit off 0.522 and GME is awesome, of course. Gives it that creamy mouth feel. It's the opposite. It's the truth. The Mexican Coke is just the best on the planet. We get the crap in the US unless we buy the glass bottled Mexican version. Isn't it interesting the way all the different bottle implants and the different, slightly different ingredients? It's true. Same thing we talked about with same thing we talked about with Iron Brew recently. I don't drink soda, but it is a good one. Type of sugar. It's the type of sugar. It's definitely a part of it is the sweetener. Your voice drew me in. Great to hear you, TFEB. Great to have you. When does the meeting start? Any minute now. Doritos are also good. What time's the meeting? It's supposed to start already. Yeah, it's any meeting, any minute now. Like, I can put on the music. Oh, there's no music. Oh, there it is. We were just at the start of a new tune. Bing, bling, 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 blong, bing, blong, bling, blong, bling, bling, bling.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going? That's just the That's good old Merrick, I think, shouting out, "Hey yo, good to see you, Merrick. Great to see you." That's just a bling blong. You know, it's like how to practice your chords on guitar. Pretty much. We still got this. Yeah, it's still the same tune. Yeah, I expect floods of DMs the second and the moment that it's relevant. It's heard my gate again, so I have to go and check who these are, you know, because I've got the doors open. People asking about Lipson, can it recover? Yes, it can. The reason the price is going down is because of sentiment and reaction to the technical team being replaced. We knew about that ahead of time, and that was formed part of our thesis. The fact that it's now pushing back up again. Thanks for telling me. I lost my ears, help. Somebody tell me where my ears are, and I lost my mouth. Sorry, just have to constantly check that they're not, starting without us. Yeah, it can definitely recover. We anticipated a little bit of negative price action at the start of this week. 0.44, 0.47, 0.52, 0.55, 0.57, 62, 64, 69. These are all the areas where I consider it to be great value. Long time no see, people I haven't seen for a while. Great to see you. If you're new to the channel, thanks for checking us out. If you're a returning viewer from a while ago or recently, I appreciate you. Thanks for checking in. Is this that one guy? Is he that one man? We can't hear you, Jamie. Oh no, I'm sure you can now though, Mr. John Jim Jiminy Jum Jum. Ron Kitty is not a CEO, not yet. Ain't 20 minutes until it starts. As a heads up, meeting starts 9:30 a.m. PT, I believe. I don't know what PT is in relation to where I am. This is this thing with Americans and they calling out time in different time zones instead of how many hours it is from now, which would be a common thing we all share. Like these units of time are all shared between us. So in 4 hours or in 3 minutes and these sort of things typically helps. Starts in 18 to 19 minutes. Ian McCleary with the helpful answer. It's why they call him McCleary, because everything's cleary now that Ian has spoken. Pacific time. Yes, Pacific time. Yes, of course, Pacific time. If you're on TikTok, follow Traceboy and Rocky Outcrop for the occasional unique clip. It's a good top tip there from Sarah Herrera. Check us out on TikTok. We make the most of the TikTok platform with Sarah's help. Can't hear anything, says James M. You have to turn up your volume then, James, or catch up with the show where the volume's working. Am I wrong to hope that the meeting gets rescheduled until after hours Friday? Well, why would you be hoping for that? I mean, it would be a big change to everybody's plans. Some people took a day off work and stuff. So people would be like, no, don't do it. Don't do that. Oh my god, I forgot I was muted. I'm really good at that. I was saying the most likes I've ever had on a live stream while I was live's 1,000. So if everybody who's here at the minute hit like that, would be the most likes I ever got, and that would make me really happy. And we were talking about people in the chat box are setting up dates. Dates. Very important dates. Bloody hell, I've spent so much time muted, it's ridiculous. It's almost like nobody has a clue where the stock price is growing. It's almost like nobody has a clue where it's going to. Nobody ever knows, but I've scoped out potential areas where it could get dangerous and where it could get positive. For sure. Fairly good guidelines there, Adam. Fairly good. But it's true that nobody actually knows. Because the future of price is in a 5-dimensional space. It's actually a quantum sum. And until such times as that 5 probabilities, the 5-dimensional probability space, until that's resolved in the quantum equation, we won't know price. Because it's in the future. It could come down to 20. Man, if it's going to 20, it'll go to 18. If it's going down, 23 is the first place that you would be like, oh, don't go below 23. If it does, then you might get an extra big chunk, though. I'd say 20 is one area. It's our psychological level, so that's true. Bring your cat to work days, not bring your cat to work week. Massive buys at 20, says Vince Rodriguez. Haha, Karandeep. Good one. Funny. You're the most brilliant muter ever. Thanks, Bobby the Butcher. I am. I'm the best at muting. I'm the best at muting myself. 1,400 watchers. Literally takes 1 second to give the man a like. Let's give this man a record. It's the least we can do for all of his golf info. I haven't actually... Have I talked about golf? I don't think I talked about golf today. Yeah, but for all of my golf info, or this great info, hit that like button, please. Help me break the record. Help me break the record. Back to GameStop. At 27 spot 78, down 3.2%. Pushing below, this is a critical level in around 28 bucks, so we'd like to see it back above there. A little bit of flux and volatility ahead of the shareholders meeting is to be expected. Testing these previous lows in this trend line again, also very possible. And we were speaking about the range that you would need to depart from price based on previous areas. So if we go to 5-minute time frame, spread things out here and talk about how, price tested this line here previously, and the range from these lows to these highs here, we're talking $3, and it didn't manage to escape the gravity of this trend line, right? It came back again. So if you were to look at it here and talk about what price does on average, which is also expressed as the average true range, what price did there was a $3 move, and it hasn't managed to escape that same distance, which would be escaping velocity, which would be like achieving a new level of support likely, and finding that same distance of $3 would take you towards this previous peak. You'd be able to break through there, and then like this previous formation, lower high, this is like lower high, this is like lower, along with these lower lows, right? You see how it goes up to lower lows. This is like higher low. It's like it doesn't reach as low as the previous low, and each of the highs, it doesn't reach as high as the previous high. So price action is caught in that period of consolidation. If you want to escape that, you'd need to express a bigger than the average true range when it was most recently at this area. And if you were to do that and express that range, the full extent of it would take you back above these previous highs. So then you would have a low, a high, a higher low, and a higher high, right? And that's what you want to get. You want to get up into this side to top and then be higher than this guy, in which case you'd have this as your uptrend. And you could extrapolate that and be positive. But until such times as you have that structure on price, otherwise known as an uptrend, then you can't really bet on it with any degree of fidelity, or likelihood of it coming true would be highly reduced. Satisfied with that? For goodness sake, GameStop. So it took them about 45 minutes to an hour to determine that they were overloaded for the previous shareholders meeting and they wouldn't be able to do it. They then rescheduled to the Friday and then rescheduled again to the Monday. So that'll have given them plenty of time to fix any tech issues or come up with a different solution or have a backup stream, as it has done for our group of people on our side of the coin. So you would think that they would have had the time to fix any technological issues. They've also gone through 2 reschedulings to get here. So a third would be highly unlikely that it would happen. Let's just leave it at that. It's a very familiar tune. Good at that, aren't they, GameStop, getting you familiar with their favourite music. And then on this 5 minutes you can see the resistance and support lines. This is even a tiny little section of what's going on within this greater system of price. But you see here with the lower highs and the higher lows and the ambiguity that rests there, it all disappears on the weekly time frame, where it's actually, higher highs. So here's the weekly, where you can see these body closes, they were much higher than the previous body closes, and that you could, potentially even draw this sort of thing across price action. I mean, you're really stretching it there. Right, like you're not really getting 3 real touches of anything. But point being, there's a completely different structure to price on the weekly time frame now, and it being more important than the 1 hour. With regards to closes and so on, especially at this time, that's the dominant theme and trend you're looking to. And uptrends don't have to be linear. It could well be that you see on the weekly this thing does test back down these previous lows, or come down and fill what is a gap here on the 4 hour and close around 1940, close that, or touch down here towards 1687, 16 to 18 bucks. That's a strong zone where there's likely a lot of attention because it's part of this previous formation, which you can see has stretched across the previous 3 years. Having tested the breakout once after such a massive wick up to $80 and change is why Rowan Kitty defined it as a strong technical reason to enter. Not that he actually used those words or a real chart, but that's what he was saying. And there's the 1 hour, where you can see the wicks and bodies now persisting within this tightening formation, and that's what it is to speak to the fact that price is coiling up and perhaps starting to put in a bit of topside pressure. As the meeting is about to start, we're seeing some positivity on price, but still 2.8% on day, and still the same tunes, same notes, same song. Hit that like button, everybody. 1,800 and 2,000 viewers. Bang! 2,000. Awesome. I did get lots of views the other day, but this is now record-breaking stream for me, which is amazing. What time's the meeting? 4 minutes now. 3 minutes now? 3 minutes. This song's a banger. It's stuck in my head forever. Also, if you can answer a hold and inform your audience that you had technical issues, couldn't you have an audio-only meeting? They have zero excuse at this point. Well, you know what it's like yourself, right? There's always unknown unknowns, so there could be reasons, but I don't think excuses work in the first instance, never mind the third. Go. Chris Ross, 10 bucks. The first. No, we had Wackinya earlier, but it's for the Chris Ross. Sitting with 30k, buy at 142 for a gap on August 31st, 2020. How's mad is this? All gaps fill. Oh, you've got a buy down at 142. All gaps fill. Downside gaps do tend to fill eventually because, very few companies last forever. And so on the way down, they'll catch up with those low side gaps. There's like a 98% probability that all gaps will fill. I think that's what the last time it was, the quants we're looking at it. It's like 98% or something, and like 90% of all downside gaps fill. Like most gaps, 90% of them will fill within the next candle. If it's a daily gap, it'll fill that day. And if it is going to fill that day, it typically fills that morning. And if it is going to fill that morning, it typically fills in the first half hour of that morning. But gap theory itself is useful not for predicting how likely it is a gap will be filled, but instead, when price meets the top and bottom of that gap, how you could respond as a trader to that moment to reduce your risk using those artifacts on the chart to define entries and exits, and how you'd manage risk. And for that, it's very, very profitable, so it's well known about and talked about a lot, but it's not also not particularly well understood, and so it leaves this legacy of people thinking that all gaps will be filled in some relative aspect to their trading style and pattern when it probably won't, and the opportunity cost of putting money on something can be high. So if your brokerage just pays you money for deposited funds and you still get that on committed orders, then it makes sense. Otherwise, there's an opportunity cost that's not immediately obvious to you there. The man, if it's bad news I'm selling, I'll buy when it goes down. Such a strategy. Did we crash computer share again? No. We've still got them. So still playing their music? You see, the thing with playing the music like this is true about the last time they were playing the music, is that if they've got the bandwidth to put the music out, then they've got the bandwidth to put the audio out of talking, which I think is what Samwise, I think it was Samwise was saying in the chat box. No excuses is his phrase he used at this, and it does make me wonder. They're not looking enough for HD here, though. If they want to offer us some HD price action, oh my god, look at that brutal move there. That's the lower low coming in, really getting close to it anyway. Where is it actually at? It's at 27.20, so we're a few centimos away. RSI says price says strong reaction there. You take this across the top. Let's see, it's recovered to 236. That's not terrible. You could take it from breakdown point and say it's at 382. That's where it typically would come away from if it's going to fall down. If you take it from that previous high, it's not even made it back above a 236, and you go from this guy where it was back above the critical level, again not above a 236. Though that level is back above this wick low. It's not back above these body closes, of which there was 1, 2, 3. So I'd be looking for a 236 that matched that horizontal just to save me drawing lots of them, and it's in it around this guy. That's also likely something to do with a failure swing, yes. So this is a spink point where price action fell away from. It's not too bad. If you're not going to use hundreds of fibs, that one will do for now. And finding rejection at that previous level of resistance and a 236, then not all that significantly surprising, but very significant generally, just not surprising. They just wait until it's already incredibly low. Well, interesting. So ahead of that, shall we have a short recap? Short recap may be what we're looking at here in terms of folks. We've got 100 subscribers today. That's amazing. 100 subscribers today. That's amazing. Thanks so much if you subscribed today. That's appreciated. And how many likes have we got? I can check it out here. 765 likes. We're only 235 likes away from a record. From a channel record. 235 likes. If you haven't hit like yet, please do hit like. It says that there's 3,134 of you watching, so if even just 1 in every 10 of you hit like, then we'll get up to over 1,000. I used to host quarterly meetings, had to do audio most of the time, never had their volume, but I still think the excuse is lame. I just want them to start showing up for the people. For the people! Any idea why the FTD numbers are the lowest in some of the biggest volume days? Well, you know, if you're looking to locate a share and there's more people selling that day than other days, then it's going to be easier, right? Like, it's going to be easier. Just because there's more volume happening doesn't mean there needs to consequently be more crime happening. You know, the crime can be dissipated across time. The volume will come in spikes, and so those FTDs, you know, if you were doing it, you wouldn't want it all showing up on that day, wouldn't you? For a start, you wouldn't want it. Plus, there's volume on those days where you might be able to locate more shares than otherwise. So that could speak to it a little bit, but it doesn't have to. I can't make heads or tails why the Ortex data does what it does. It's just awful. Don't worry about trying to catch up with Ortex. What else did we miss here in terms of I saw donations come through? We saw Wakanya. Whatever happens today at the meeting, 25 bucks. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Wakanya. Doesn't matter. Grateful you're here with us every day. Not underestimating the impact this must have on your own personal life, so just want to say thank you again. Wakanya, that's really appreciated. Thanks for pointing that out, mate. 30 minutes ago. I didn't see it earlier and then I forgot when I mentioned it. That's really appreciated. Wakanya, thanks so much. Not logging in, just streaming here so I don't crash the website, says Scott Paulin. Probably sensible. Thanks, Wakanya. I really appreciate that 25 bucks, and it does sometimes have a big impact. You know, I saw my mum there. She was here when I was starting the stream, and then she had to go to look after Rocky and help him with something. So then I was able to briefly see my dad a little bit when the stream was on there, but he's not very secure moving around on his own and stuff sometimes. So I had to go and help him back. So I disappear and come back and disappear and come back, and it's a bit of a rush. But we'd still get it out, bro. If they cancel again. Meeting scheduled for 10 a.m, isn't it? 10 a.m? Yeah, Salty Dog, 10 a.m. It's scheduled for minutes ago, but it hasn't started yet. Sometimes I have a big impact, bro. Just donate 25 of his dollars to you. I don't understand, Christian. Yeah, he was Wakina did. It was really appreciated. I don't understand the message, Christian. Goodbye. Why? What? Goodbye. What? What happened with Christian? Wakina donated me 25 bucks and said it has a big impact on my own personal life, and I explained that I had to help my dad who's got a brain tumor and my mum who's got cancer while I was doing the stream. So it does have a big impact on me, like Wakina said in the message, and he gave me the 25 bucks. So yeah, you're not welcome here. I mean, if you can't follow simple comprehension, you're never going to understand my technical analysis. Since someone block that guy forever, permanently, Christian Weber. Yeah, you know, if you've got if you're snap to make snap judgments, and in doing so you prove your own ignorance, then you're just going to piss off people around you, like not just me, but people who watch this stream and don't want argumentative losers starting stupid conversations. You know what I mean? You just.
Today's meeting is being recorded. During the meeting, we'll have a question and answer session. You can submit questions or comments at any time by clicking on the Q&A icon. It is now my pleasure to turn today's meeting over to Mark Robinson. Mark, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's now 11:36 a.m., and I call the GameStop 2024 annual meeting of stockholders to order and declare that the polls are now open. I'm Mark Robinson, GameStop's General Counsel. Brian Cohen, our Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of the company's Board of Directors, presides at this meeting and has asked me to conduct this meeting. Please note that any electronic recording or live streaming of this meeting is prohibited.
So nobody doing
Before we get started with procedural matters, I would like to turn it over to Ryan to say a few words.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, everyone. I want to take a moment and discuss the retail business and the future of GameStop. With respect to retail operations, we plan to continue reducing costs and focusing on profitability. Revenues without profits and prospects of future cash flows are of no value to shareholders. This means a smaller network of stores with an expanded assortment of higher value items that fit into our trade-in model. Having a strong balance sheet, especially in times of economic uncertainty, is a strategic advantage. While the few
An error has occurred. Right, backup streams. Who's got the next backup stream? And we'll jump straight over there. Jen will be the one that knows which one of these is Jen. Is the room filled up and Jen hasn't made it in? Bada bump. Bada bump. Just waiting here to get the next link for the next person that still got it. This is the way. There's Jen. Jen's not got it up on her stream, but may well have it. Somebody may well have it. Bada-ba-ding. Vis-a-vis.
Participating today, as well as members of our management and representatives from Deloitte & Touche LLP, our independent registered public accounting firm. Although Deloitte & Touche LLP indicated in our independent registered public accounting representative is available to respond to appropriate questions.
We're on to the third backup, or the second backup of third stream. At least that's what I think we're doing, loading it here now. I think Vince is also there, he's got it. See if this loads quicker.
Resolution of the Board of Directors as the record date for today's annual meeting. All stockholders of record or their proxy holders at the close of business on April 19, 2024 are entitled to vote at the annual meeting. We have made available for inspection a listing of stockholders as of the record date at our corporate office in accordance with the requirements of Delaware General Corporation Law.
That's what the proxy
Notice of this
solicitors are
meeting was
responsible
duly
for.
given in accordance with the company's bylaws and Delaware law. We received an affidavit from Broadridge Financial Services certifying that the notice of annual meeting and proxy statement were sent to stockholders beginning on May 1st, 2024.
This is what the
The affidavit is available for inspection by any stockholder upon request and will be filed with the company's records.
this is what the legal firm have to do as a proxy
At the
for
close of business on April 19th, 2024, the record date for this meeting, there were 306,185,052 shares of the company's Class A common stock, with one vote per share identified as outstanding and entitled to vote on all matters presented at this meeting. There are present at this meeting, in person or by proxy, more than a majority of all the shares entitled to cast votes at this meeting. Based on confirmation by the Inspector of Elections, I find that a quorum is present and this meeting is duly constituted for the transaction of business.
So we've met the thresholds by having more people watching and available at the meeting than there even are.
Each of the matters to be considered today is described in the proxy statement, which was made available as described in the notice of annual meeting. The proxy statement has been filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission and can be found on the Securities and Exchange Commission's website and our website. The first item on our agenda is a proposal to elect 5 directors, with each to serve as a director until the annual meeting of stockholders in 2025 and until his or her successor is duly elected and qualified. The company's nominees are Mr. Cohen, Mr. Attell, Mr. Chang, Mr. Groovy, and Ms. Zhu. The second item on our agenda is a proposal to approve, on a non-binding advisory basis, the compensation of the named executive officers of the company. The third item on our agenda is a proposal to ratify the Audit Committee's appointment of Deloitte & Touche LLP as the company's independent registered public accounting firm for the company's fiscal year ending February 1st, 2025.
Huge financial titans there doing the accounts.
The fourth item on our agenda is a stockholder proposal regarding a board skills and diversity matrix. Yumi Narita from the Office of the Comptroller of the City of New York will present this stockholder proposal.
So there's this discussion there about the diversity
matrix, you to speak now.
And that speaks about having
minutes to present.
underrepresented communities on the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Cohen, members of the board, and fellow shareholders. My name is Yumi Narita, and I'm the Executive Director of Corporate Governance for the New York City Comptroller's Office. I'm presenting Proposal 4 on behalf of New York City Comptroller Brad Lander and several New York City pension funds, which hold approximately 255,000 shares of GameStop, valued at over $3.2 million. Proposal 4 asks the company to disclose in its next annual proxy statement each director's self-identified gender and race and/or ethnicity, as well as the skills and attributes that are most relevant in light of the company's overall business, long-term strategy, and risks.
Yep.
Since we received no invitation to engage from the company's management and have only dealt with external lawyers working on behalf of GameStop, it is unclear whether or not our proposal was actually understood. The statement in opposition to our proposal in the proxy states that the company, quote, does not set specific minimum qualifications for nominees for director and does not have a policy regarding the consideration of diversity for such nominees. Our proposal, however, only asks for disclosure of a board matrix, and we are not advocating, nor have we ever advocated for any quotas.
That's a sensible
We're also
message.
not asking for any changes in your director nomination process.
That's positive comment.
Here's what we do say in our proposal. In its 2023 proxy statement, GameStop provides little decision-useful data with respect to how its directors' individual qualifications fit together to effectively fulfill the board's oversight responsibility. As half of the board has all 6 disclosed skills, nor is each director's self-identified race or ethnicity explicitly disclosed. A board matrix would enable investors to make better informed voting decisions by providing them with consistent, comparable, and accurate data concerning GameStop's director in a structured and decision-useful format. Shareholders need information on the skills, experience, and diversity of individual directors to assess the quality of each nominee and make informed voting decisions. This is particularly important in the era of universal proxy cards.
Yep.
For example, it would be helpful to ascertain the self-identified gender, race, or ethnicity of any particular director who has assumed leadership roles on the board or the committees, as well as his or her tenure. Furthermore, it is important for the board to know that according to Diverse IQ, 71% of individual directors of S&P 500 disclose a race and or ethnicity. These boards include those of large investors such as BlackRock. New York City's pension funds have reached agreements with 14 portfolio companies that received similar proposals in the past 3 years. At NextEra Energy last year, the proposal received 49%
So
support
she's
from
right.
investors.
You know, the reason that she mentioned
Thank you
BlackRock
for the board's
first is because part of this is to
reconsideration
do with
and
your
for shareholder
ESG scoring.
support.
So your ESG scoring would go up if you had increased diversity, and publicising that information, if it was the case, would only help. The requirement to do
Thank
so
you. Our board of directors has
isn't
recommended a
welcomed
vote
at
against
GameStop's
this
board at the moment.
stockholder proposal for the reasons stated in the proxy statement. No stockholder director nominations or other stockholder proposals were properly submitted under SEC Rule 14A8 or in accordance with the company's advance notice or proxy access bylaw provisions. It is now 11:47 a.m. The polls are open and stockholders are welcome to vote on the 4 proposals. The polls will be open until the conclusion of any questions related to the specific matters under consideration at this meeting. We will now use this time to answer any stockholder questions on the specific matters under consideration at this meeting. You may submit questions through the meeting portal.
You know, if you have questions that you think could be answered, can submit them there. And
all right, I'm seeing several questions related to our recent at-the-market equity offerings. I don't have too much to say on those other than what was been publicly announced. We did issue 120 million additional shares over the last 2 months and raised just over $3 billion in proceeds.
So they're below 26.
Okay, and then a number of questions here also about board size and composition, and whether the company has any plans to change anything in that regard. What I'd say there is our nominating and corporate governance committee is responsible for identifying qualified candidates and for recommending the director nominees for each annual meeting. And they'll continue to review those matters in the ordinary course. Our proxy has additional information regarding that process for those interested.
So that was a bit of a non-answer and not a really highly engaging question anyway.
All right, and then again, a few questions related to direct registration of shares and similar topics. What I'll say there is we have been and will continue to be supportive of our retail stockholders and those that wish to directly register their shares. We do work with our transfer agent ComputerShare to understand questions and concerns from our shareholder community related to direct registration. And we'll continue to monitor this topic and consider how we can be supportive. As you all have likely seen, we've also included certain disclosures related to direct registration in our periodic filings with the SEC as well.
So he's alluding to the fact that the DRS numbers are filed with the SEC, and as such, we get oversight of it. They would be, by stating that, validating the truth of those numbers, and this being the proxy solicitor.
Okay, and then there's a ton of questions just about the business and the company's future plans. I think Ryan touched on that and in his opening remarks, so I don't really have anything additional to add on those topics.
So he's not adding anything about future plans of the business, so no news there with regards to strategic focus going forward.
All right, I'm really not seeing any other pertinent questions or topics related to the meeting, so I'll end the Q&A here. Anyone who wishes to change their previous vote or has not yet voted and wants to vote should at this time cast their vote electronically.
Price down 13% at the moment, heading towards that target at $23. If we go back to the 15-minute time frame, put that in context. Coming at that critical juncture where we anticipate.
It's now 11:51 a.m. I declare that the polls are now closed. Inspector, please tabulate the votes on all the proposals.
Tabulation in progress, folks.
I'm pleased to report the results of the proposals as follows. 1, Mr. Attell, Mr. Chang, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Gruby, and Ms. Xu have each received a majority of the votes cast, and they have been elected directors.
Congratulations.
2, the non-binding advisory vote on the compensation of the named executive officers of the company has been approved by a majority of the shares present or represented by proxy and entitled to vote on this proposal.
Congratulations.
3, the ratification of our audit committee's appointment of Deloitte & Touche as our independent registered public accounting firm for our fiscal year ending February 1, 2025 has been approved by a majority of the shares present or represented by proxy and entitled to vote on this proposal.
So that's Deloitte.
And 4, the stockholder proposal was not approved by the requisite vote.
4.
I am not aware of any other business that should be brought before this meeting. This concludes the business of this meeting, and the annual meeting of stockholders is now adjourned.
That's it, folks.
Thank you for your attendance and participation.
You're welcome.
We appreciate all the passion and support you, our stockholders, have for GameStop.
Okay, so
this webcast will now end.
Positive experience generally, nothing bad
This
happened.
concludes the meeting. You may now disconnect.
Cheers. So that was a positive meeting in that nothing bad happened. Nothing really happened other than the new board members were elected, their compensation approved, and Deloitte installed as the new accountant. So, what's everybody else's thinking about that? I'll start a poll and see if you agree with my thoughts or if there's anything different, and we'll have more conversations about it. Where's the poll button? Here it is. Start a poll. Positive meeting? Go with yes, no, go with would have liked more info, or no vote, just view results. Start a poll. Feel free to take in that part in that poll, and that's one way of expressing your thoughts on how the meeting went generally. You can do it now and see other people's feelings on it, and then get a good sense of how people feel in an anonymous fashion where they don't need to state their thoughts in the chat box, and we wouldn't be able to read all of them or effectively judge them anyway. So it's a useful poll in this particular instance, and we probably get a lot of information. We've got 4,561 people watching. If you hit the like button, that's appreciated, even if you didn't like the meeting. If you like this effort here that the community are putting in to bring it to you, then please do hit the like button. Keep doing these things, obviously. Appreciate everybody who supports the show. So we've got the poll on the go there. Was it a positive meeting? Yes, no. Would have liked more information, which is, you know, everybody would have, right? So I think that what you're saying there is it was neither positive nor otherwise. If anything, the inflection there is slightly negative. And then no vote, just view the results is also an option if people want to contribute with that side of things. Noticed a couple of messages saying you're not allowed to live stream this, shouldn't stop doing it, blah blah blah. But actually I am. It's fair use when you commentate over it and talk about things involving how this is it being interpreted, you know, commentating on it rather than just streaming it out there and using somebody else's content, which I wouldn't do if that wasn't allowed. No big thank you to the shareholders. We are going to make things happen. No positivity at all. Good lord, says HVH. Is that meeting length and format pretty standard? It is fairly standard. You know, annual general meetings at different types of companies can go on for a lot longer. If it's like lots of interest groups, you know, special interest groups or large groups, then they'll all be allowed time to speak, and they might all have questions that they can make the board answer. And so, for example, at things like sport teams, you know, sporting companies which represent one franchise or another, they might have shitloads of people watching along asking different questions. So that's relevant. That's relevant. You've also got other companies that do it far quicker, perfunctorily, and would have gone straight to the vote, having listed the agenda, given it a couple of minutes, tabulated the results, and then published them immediately. And that would have been potentially one way of looking at it. Bodhi Bear, $10 positive. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Sun Tzu. Great message, and appreciate the $10. Thanks, Bodhi Bear. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for that positive comment. Adds to everybody's thinking about things. Of course, there's the, you know, words and actions, walking and talking, right? And people say they'd like to see you walk taller than you talk, and GameStop definitely set the bar as an achievable talking and walking height for both, I'd say. Body Bear with the philosophy, appreciated. So we've got quite a lot of votes in there. Lawyer said more people watching the meeting than shares in existence. He said, yeah, than votes, than they anticipated, than votes. More people watching than votes they would get. So, like, a lot of people own multiple shares, so there wouldn't need to be as many votes as there were shares, or there would have been 300 million people watching the show. So if there was 300 million people watching here, imagine that, hit the like button. So we've had 1,596 votes. I'll leave that running for a while because it's still getting hundreds of votes a minute, and people get a chance to express themselves in that poll quite clearly. It's quite distinct answers anyway. Transport. Apparently we missed RC's opening statement as we were researching for the stream. No, I got RC's opening statement. I heard all of that. Maybe you did. Maybe you missed it, but I definitely got it on the stream here. Everybody will have heard that. RC, we heard Ranko, and people were all like, oh, Ranko, and stuff. So we definitely heard it. I saw it in the chat box. It was picked up too. Why such a huge dip? Well, you know, there's a clear, distinct split in that poll that's happening at the minute. So I don't know, everyone can't see the results. You can't see the results until you vote, but there's a clear and distinct split happening in the vote, so people are aware of that. We should have RK to hold the shareholder meeting. These guys suck at impressing stockholders. Chimichong. right? But it's their job and to impress shareholders. It's not necessarily to be impressive. Is it normal for price to dip during or after a call? Says Catterberry. It's not abnormal. A lot of people were putting expectations on the meeting and hoping for something in particular. So they'll have been disappointed, and it's not like it'd be a surprise that there's people out there looking to short the company. Also, there'll be people looking to hedge their bets. You know, a lot of people have got option contracts that are could expire worthless come Friday, and perhaps they're trying to hedge their bets now that price is higher than it was when they entered, and there was a risk on event. The information that came out wasn't influencing anybody to be positive, and so they'll anticipate price moving down under the gravity of its own weight. Our own shareholder meeting was 1,000 times better than GameStop's official one. See recording on GME's YouTube channel. Yeah, we had an unofficial shareholder meeting where we discussed all the things you'd like to discuss, and I talked about things, and Rocky talked about things, and explained how they might go in future in a realistic way. Touched on some of the tinfoil that was real, and spoke to the veracity of that which we know, rather than speculated on some stuff. We also helped explain and articulate what was a realistic plan for GameStop and what might not be, plus where their biggest benefits would lie. So if you want to get more information or experience what a shareholder meeting with lots and lots of shareholders really genuinely discussing all these things is like, hi Steve, then that video there recently on my channel called the actual GameStop shareholders meeting, that's what it's called, and it's handy. It's a handy wee bit of content for people who are looking for like the realistic future of GameStop. That saying realistic doesn't mean it isn't ambitious. It's extremely ambitious. The mighty potato. Why is this on and on and on going? The idea pushed so hard that 3 years later GME is doing anything other than robbing its shareholders. Mighty potato. Well, the share price is significantly up on what it's been for most of the last chunk of time, so it's definitely not accurate to describe them as robbing their shareholders. So how many votes have we got? 1,900. It's still going up fairly quickly there, so I'll let that continue. I set end of day, it'll go back to 28 hidden stock gems. Can you zoom in a little, trade spotting? Yes, sure. You got a positive reaction so far, but that's still lower highs, lower lows. This is a good recovery, that's a higher low, and this is breaking through that resistance level. If it manages to shoot up from here, that could be positive, and you would be looking at test back towards 28. 27, then 28, but you're asking a lot at this stage, and if you're to go to a significant time frame minute, which the minute isn't, you can see the important closes are here at $26.15 or so, and this recovery so far, you're not managing to get back above this 886, where a lot of sell orders are obviously going to be in a downtrend, and this V-shaped recovery is an unnatural reaction to a downtrend, so unless it's sustained and powerful, then it typically fails, and you would anticipate price coming back down. Golden pocket be retested there, it would be at 25.40, 25.44, that'd be very likely, and if that doesn't hold, then you'd be talking about testing this 382 and at 236, very likely again, because of the fact that if you take this guy on, take him from the low, take it to the high that it managed to meet there, golden pocket on this retracement comes in at around the 382, and the 886 that's down at 24.44 or 20 cents off that 236. So these would be the areas you'd look to price coming back to. If it doesn't manage to exceed this level, then potentially coming back and testing in and around here, or worse still, come back and testing in and around this level. So we'll see how price reacts. Go down to that 10-second time frame, put it in slightly closer to where you guys will be looking. The news that's first come up since is GameStop shareholders voted down a proposal asking the company to provide demographic and other information of the skills its director nominees bring to the retailer board. Shareholder proposal had been championed by the City of New York employees and teacher pension funds, a vote tally not immediately provided. So that's those headlines that people were talking about there. Neither positive nor negative in the long and short of it with regards to that particular vote. Now I move this thing off the screen a little bit. Thanks everybody on Discord for keeping us up to date there. I appreciate that, and all of you guys, thanks very much, legends in there, and I'll chat about it shortly with you guys if you'd like after the video itself, but that could be going on a while. So we've had 2,000 votes. That's a properly good sample size there. A Nothing Burger says Dordanems. James Halden, what's the significance of the 20 simple period moving average crossing above the 50 simple period moving average since the first time since before the squeeze shown on the weekly chart? The significance is that short-term price action has been more volatile and stronger than long-term price action because it's a shorter moving average, so it speaks to more recent changes. And that short-term momentum picking up above the longer-term momentum is another dimension on a slightly more nuanced way of saying that the average momentum has increased and that price action is moving more rapidly than it had been based on its previous trend. So it speaks to an acceleration in the rate of change that's not necessarily sustained. We shall see. The 20 simple and the 50 simple aren't the important moving averages crossing on the weekly time frame at all, James. So you could take my course and learn which ones do work and on which time frame and why, but the 20 and the 50 on the weekly aren't all that important really. They're not really the dealios. So it's not the be all and end all. It's not a big deal, and even in those situations you would typically expect a retest of those two moving average, which would typically mean price has to go back below the 20 to start pulling it down again so that it hits the 50, or it would have to rest above the 50 and below the 20 so that those two moving averages end up meeting. So that's what we'll be talking about there. If that's helpful information, hit the like button. Most significant moving averages are tested and retested. It's in the test where you get the true answer and the true trading mechanism, and because it's part of the technical analysis, then it's used as an element of your risk management in order to define a sensible trading strategy based around those moving averages. And the entry that style of trading dictates is when price retests either the 20 or the 50, and again perhaps when the 20 or the 50 themselves cross over. So those 2 points in time are where entries come from that could be reduced, the risk associated with them, by using a strategic approach to your trading, but they aren't something that you can look at and say this means X, Y, and Z, price is going to do X, Y, and Z. That's not how they're used in technicals. James Halden, thank you, already liked, appreciate it, James, thanks very much. Thank you, James. Thank you, Rocky, for that text reminding me how to do the streams properly. I appreciate that. I'll show you a tank. Have you got a tank? Is there anything you found surprising about the shareholder meeting? I guess, what was your insight about it? Well, I provided little details about why certain things were being asked, which were will have been helpful to some people, and try to provide a calm and measured tone. So if you were looking for an emotional reaction, I didn't really have one to it, as much as I expected it to be, and no surprises. So that's the main deal, you know, and in these things I have a responsibility to do no harm. Tracepoint, do you agree we have a very important level at 2460? Bounce would be great and in line with the possible future breakout. Alessandro, you've watched the clip from today and seen the start and start of the show and presumably been aware of the TA I've been doing during it and know that 24 and change wouldn't be. Though here we are in terms of a reaction because you've got a double top, a rejection, and prices come back down. You'd be looking for it to reach these levels, and then if that doesn't hold, then it to get worse down to 24.35. And that's just a reaction to how price is moving at the minute and where you would have been able to, like, a testament to how good technical analysis is at predicting price if you use it to manage your risk and then draw a likely probability of outcomes from that strategic analysis. But it doesn't speak to 24.35 being a good entry in and of itself. You know, a good entry comes with a reason. It comes with that reason includes where you're going to exit and where you would manage risk. So if you've got those parameters, then we can definitely talk about that. GameStop stock shares down 11% after annual meeting ends with little discussion of future action. Some stores will close in the cost-cutting move, the CEO says. So an article which is all headline. Eh? Money for old rope there. Money for old rope there. So GameStop down double-digit percentage, 12.40 at the minute. Flicking around those levels. Has been lower a couple of occasions previously. May go lower again. Having seen a double top, you would expect price to try and this double bottom. That's a failed reaction here. Haven't come back down and tested the golden pocket, pushing back up and then failing at the 382. That's a typical oscillation within your fibs on a breakdown. So the technical analysis, how a trader would approach price and disseminating that information based on somebody who's listened to or heard hundreds and hundreds of these things, is that nothing bad happened. Could have been more positive things there, but nothing bad. And the insights I provide were, I'm being calm, understanding the probabilities in price, explaining the mechanisms and the reasons for certain things happening that otherwise would have been full of FUD and miscommunicated. And so try to provide insight that way. If you didn't notice it at the time, then no problem, but that's what it was. And saved ammo for a lower dip if necessary. Awesome, Tennessee Texan. Awesome. So dips, you know, dips and so on. If you're talking about price action and, you know, this most recent move on price action, you would say that is it fair to call it a dip? It's putting in lower lows, and on some time frames it's a downtrend. Only on the weekly does it look like an uptrend, but it's been lower on the weekly since the breakout move. So perhaps, you know, the sensible strategy is waiting now to see how price behaves and then entering when firm direction's chosen. And why can we call it a dip? In an uptrend you might call it a dip, you know, buy the dip. That's what you do during an uptrend. In a downtrend you sell the rally. And so you'd have to question first if this is an uptrend or a downtrend, which is ambiguous on various time frames. So we'd like to see some definitive moves on price before we're able to make our mind up. If you're looking for definitive moves, they usually come from definitive horizontal levels, and as a trader you look for continuation. So price in its current direction is traveling down the way. It's down double-digit percentages today, and so can we call it a dip? Maybe not. Maybe we call it the move down, which we'd anticipate continuation from. If it starts making significant moves back up again, then you probably start talking more about dips in a way that helps your trading. That was for a quick message. I'm saying wasn't asked anything. I'm just jumping in because I saw Jen's name. New Roaring Kitty tweet. Let's get that tweet up now. Hey, here is him. Here's his Roaring Kitties. And that is Twitter. That's Twitter, so it is. Rocky Outcrop's got some new tweets. Gotta check them out. Here is that new tweet. His headband on again. That's John McEnroe. He's a tennis player. An American tennis player. You might know John McEnroe because there's some famous memes about John McEnroe, and that may be what he's getting at with their, like, the famous memes of John McEnroe. Maybe what Roaring Kitty's getting at. You know, he has a temperament, a very short temper, and he's very volatile himself. So it could well be that that's what Roaring Kitty's emphasizing. Let me just get up that famous John McEnroe moment so you can see what's probably being referenced there. This is what it is, right? That exact moment that Rowan Kitty's tweeted a picture of is this exact still that I'm about to load up and then push play on. Obviously it already started, but I recognized the video, so I was able to do this for you live in the moment and explain this one. So that picture there from Rowan Kitty is from this video. Did you see it? It doesn't look like you guys are able to see it, actually. We can't see it on the screen. I'll get it up for you then. And obviously that's not the Twitter we are looking for. Where's the Twitter we are looking for here? That's Twitter. And Brave browser, where are you? You're somewhere in here. I know you're somewhere in here, Brave browser. That's not right. Neither's that. That's the YouTube video. Get that up in a second. Just need a software update. Guys, they don't need a software update. Right, let's just watch the Von Roll video here, and I'll add the tweet separate so you can see what he's getting at. Maybe you're already aware of John McEnroe's temper. He's quite famous, and he is American. Is that it? It looks like it. And this is the Brave browser. This is Rowan Kitty's tweet. Add that so you can see what John McEnroe looks like in his picture. So this is Rowan Kitty's tweet. That's John McEnroe. He's says things and acts like, as you can see on this video, at least I'm anticipating you've been able to see it.
It was the wrong side.
The ball, chalk came up all over.
No, it was a bit of a spread, Mr. McEnroe. That was a good call.
Excuse me?
That was a bit of a spread.
Look, you can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious! That ball was on the line. Chalk flew up. It was clearly in. How can you possibly call that out? How many you can miss? That he's walking over. Everyone knows it's in this whole stadium, and you call it out? Explain that to me, will you?
The linesman called a fault because the ball was on this side of the court.
The chalk came up, it doesn't matter.
No, the very fact that there is a spread of chalk, as you can see, Mr. McEnroe.
A spread of chalk. A spread of chalk.
Your
Mr.
second service.
So this is the
Well,
moment
here's
in
another
question.
look at this McEnroe serve.
Boom,
I must say
there
it
goes
looked
the
to
chalk.
be on the line to me.
Looked like it to me
First
too.
point.
That's the
So
field.
another double fault.
Double fault. So McEnroe pretty upset about what's happening there.
I thought that was on the line, Bill, did you?
Certainly not a happy chappy.
My sympathies are 101% with McEnroe there, Peter.
There's no such thing as
If
101%.
only he wouldn't go on about it quite so much.
But in sport, you get all sorts of crazy
He's
percentages.
already had one warning, of course.
One warning.
So
And how does McEnroe respond then? Love said, love is down. Hit it, McEnroe, hit the ball! He hit it! Look guys, he hit it! Congratulations, McEnroe. So that's why he was upset. Because it hit the line, it was in. There was even a little bit of dust that shot up there. Because of course, it was in. McEnroe was upset because his hairstyle never took off. Actually, McEnroe's hairstyle definitely took off. I'm going to go and get it now just to show you exactly how much he took off. Now that the professional section of the stream is ended, we can put on the hats and talk about price action, where it's likely to go and how you'd manage your trades. And I'll try and hide that so you can see price action in the background at 25 spot 14. It's because his goal, as Ethan is right. A huge goal. Excellent goal there from McEnroe. Congratulations on that goal. Mr. McEnroe. So we've got Mr. McEnroe, and then Mr. McEnroe, by all accounts, will be a big fan of fresh can. We can to Zin. Wow, that's refreshing. What flavor is this? Grapefruit infused IPA. You think that RK is talking about watching the ticker as the algos screw around? I don't think so, because then the algos watch what he does and says, and they're well practiced at reading his Twitter account, so they'll see him sharing a tweet which is ostensibly negative, and that would have a negative impact on price. So it's unlikely he would commentate on the algorithms with a frustration in such a way that it compounded his own frustrations. He's too smart for that. What he's saying is, no way, that's not good enough, I wanted more info, would have been cool. But then if he's all in shares, he's not too desperately affected by it. So, cheers, Roaring Kitty. I agree. That was not out. Need a headband. I do, Brits9217. I need a headband, a green one. A green one. The red one's good, but I need a green one. So 2,770 votes. I haven't got 2,270 likes. 2,700 likes, have I? That'd be amazing. Look at that chat box. Wow, 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 boom. Hedgeron's getting revenge right now. Type in McEnroe, you cannot be serious, and see what the pick pops up. You guys can keep denying all you want. It's not my money. Jarhead Ja. Why are you speaking to a collective of people as if everybody's the same? It suggests that you're not very intelligent, you know, and you seem to be trying to claim some level of intelligence in your commentary. So if you could actually demonstrate that, then people would be eager to hear what it is you have to say. I anticipate that you would like to, you know, actually interact with your philosophy and that. But when you say like all of you guys and living in denial type comments, then it just puts people off, you know. Do we get the story of the Queen, Trace Button? We already had the story of the Queen, Banana Freeze. GME in the wig makes me feel funny downstairs. Get down them stairs. Get down them stairs. 1,200 likes. Wowza. We've broken a record, folks. We're broken a record for live streaming likes on the YouTube channel. 1,200. Thanks so much for everybody who hit that like button. It's really appreciated. Now let's make it an unassailable lead that I can never conquer again. So now if you didn't want to like it because you didn't like me and you didn't want to break the record, now it's your duty to hit that like button so that I'll never surpass it. So whether you like me or not, hit that like button. I personally find it endearing. Sam Weiser, you share this hairstyle, don't you? Someone tell me when GME went over the story of the Queen. It was on a video last week. John M was the bad boy of tennis and he is peeved. He is, isn't he? What movie is the post from? It's not a movie. It's a YouTube video there of John McEnroe at Wimbledon. Did you catch what Rowan Kitty said? Yes. Continued cost reductions, which is positive, right? Because the company itself will then be operationally profitable, as well as having $4 billion in the bank makes it profitable from its cash and securities on hand. So it will be now generating a profit, and we could anticipate that potentially continue going forward. Instead of their costs eating into that capital at hand, instead the capital at hand will be increasing their balance sheet continuously going forward, which will add to their profit and loss, which strengthens the company. So Ryan Cohen's comments were not revealing anything new, but focusing on continuation of a plan already in motion, and that's positive. And reducing costs, which long term extends the horizon of the company and means that when they do get round to deploying that $4 billion, it'll have an even greater impact. So there's positive things to look to there. Price hasn't reacted as much as some people would have liked.
Everyone knows it's in this whole stadium, and you call it out?
you know, some people are a little bit upset. Like that guy is clearly a little bit upset, Mr. John McEnroe. Everybody in the whole stadium could see that it was in, and you called it out. Everyone. So everyone, and what did they see? Let's see the votes. We had 2,853 votes. Somebody unvoted. How did they manage to do that? I didn't know you could unvote. That's a pretty good sample. It's still ticking up, and I don't want to cut when it went down again. How is that possible? How can it go down? How do people unvote? I've decided I hate this process. I hate the democratic process. I do not want to be included in this poll. So far, it's a fairly even split, folks. It's quite interesting, that split there between the three main answers on the poll. 'Twas rigged. See, playing with fire at the man, is he? I think it's weird that Ryan Cohen says actions speak louder than words when he did not much for GME in over 3 years. Well, he hasn't said much, so anything he does is likely to have more impact than the things he says, because he hasn't said very much. Tracepoint, my big bro was semi-pro tennis player. Will never forget the time he threw his racket and broke it. And my mad dad marched onto the court, grabbed him by the back of his neck. Yes, your dad, eh? Sounds like a nice guy. He knows what's up, your dad. That'll have been a big moment for your brother, learning those things and those times where he was frustrated. And it's a good memory for him to look back on now, I imagine. And you. Nice. Nice positive moment. Made him apologise to the judge and forfeit the match. He told him very loudly, when you can make the money McEnroe makes, you can break as many rackets as you want. Yeah. Well, you don't want to damage your things, right? You don't want to damage your things. Positive, eh? He's probably also out working for that tennis racket. All our calls are toast. And how come no halt? We bleeding. Has to move more than 5% to get that. And has to do it in less than a minute or two. Roll in, because we are all still hopeful for the time we're wrong about the expected. I'm sure some did do well on puts. Yes, I think so. A very traumatic story for the racket. Do you think GME will still squeeze? Still squeeze? I think it will squeeze multiple times at different stages. I think that the GME phenomena will continue for probably most people's lifetimes that are watching this show. So subscribe, hit the like button. You will get good information here, and it will only get better over time. I said price would drop during the meeting. Mr. Blend, trophy. A trophy for Mr. Blend. Frank Quang, Tracebond. Is that a valid complex head and shoulders? One shoulder on the left, two on the right. We are at the neckline. Well, for a complex head and shoulders, 2 or 3 shoulders on either side, right, is what you're looking for. 1,278 likes. I think we could get that up. This is good, yeah. This is good. Where's the head and shoulders you're talking about? What time frame? Down here. Down here. Where is it? Are you talking about this? Boom, boom, boom. This sort of thing. Like that. No, there's more important things on the chart than that. There's more interesting, important things on the chart than that. If you were talking about that, this, I don't know if you are or not, but this sort of thing would be your head and shoulder style idea, and you'd be talking about moves back down to 12 bucks or so. Maybe more. Where's the price at the minute? I'll have to hit something around those levels. And if this is the neckline across this area, that makes sense. You'd be way back down there testing these critical levels. That is confluent with a later breakdown point that price could very well get to $10 and change. But who wants to hear about that? Well, let's find out in the chat box. What does the poll say? We're very close to 3,000 votes, so I'll just let it keep going. That's a huge sample size, you know, 3,000 people voting on something. And gives me a firm idea of the sentiment in the chat box. When I say that, that sentiment is extremely split, as anyone who's taken the poll will have noticed, because the results are available to you. You don't have to vote and contribute to the sentiment and my analysis. There's an option on the poll for no vote, just view the results, and that's also counts, to the the right to abstain is as important as the right to vote. Tracebond, thank you for looking at it. I'm not the best at technical analysis, but I look for bearish indicators when I'm feeling bullish, so just trying to see if I should keep my eye on that or not. Good work, Frank Huang. That's exactly the right way to do it. Exactly the right way to do it. If I zoom in again to the 1 minute time frame and show you, this leg of price action here was in a triangle and it broke down. You can take the measured move from it to speculate on where price might go at this instance, and if you did drop it on here, it would suggest that price is coming down to around $20. There's a 2618 on the previous oscillation, so 2160 might be as low as you're looking, and so this would be an area to pay attention to in it around here. Truth is, if it gets to this low, it's so very close to a gap that these two areas are likely going to be areas of liquidity. So it either stops at the top of the previous gap, or it goes through it and closes it, in which case you'd find price down below 20 bucks. And if that doesn't work out, then potentially you're coming into $16.86, which is why 26 itself wasn't such a great level. Having broken that significant level is such a big level low down below there, so that's one thing to be aware of too there, I would say. And then you definitely keep that complex head and shoulders idea in mind, because if price does continue breaking down, then it is confluent, that measured rule is confluent with the potential area of support. It's also where price broke out from recently. It's where price was before earnings and then shot up when the data that nobody knows about came out to certain people, and then subsequent to that, Roaring Kitty brought his first options when he got back in again, and the price did a big jump up again. So that is a very important area to look to. If the breakdown turns into a downtrend, it's across all time frames, then that's the area you'd look to price go into. If it doesn't bounce at a retest of the downward sloping resistance that it broke out of here at $18 and change, closing this bottom gap at 1926 here, and then coming in testing a prior high and the area where price broke out and the retest of that departure from the wedge slash channel, would suggest that if a downtrend does start evolving, you'd be looking at $19, $20 there. You could get this test of 23 and bounce back up again. That's an important area for a variety of reasons. And if none of those areas hold, you will be testing this downward sloping diagonal, which was important. It's on a weekly time frame. If that breaks, then come back in testing the bottom side of this formation, would suggest $10.40, $10.30 is totally possible again. 15 seconds and see how price responds to Roaring Kitty's tweets. So when you got these targets, drag that across, that's your 886, so you can see you went below there. As you pass through this important measurement here, we said on the x-axis that these are where things could start breaking down, and it seems as though on a 15-minute time frame, that's where you've seen that first breakdown start happening. So price action can continue, certainly can do. And what are people saying now? Catch up with the chat box and see if we've got those 3,000 votes. We do. So, wow, it's shooting up so fast when I load it up. I'm not sure if that's reflective of the amount of people you get to vote. If you also hit the like button, I appreciate it. It's an extra click though. It is a whole extra click. So if you're joining new and you want to take part in that poll, now's your last chance because I'm about to close it. The price could eventually drip below 20 bucks. Historical support levels in the teens, 19 range should be considered if the downtrend continues. Jody Fitzpatrick, I just said it in more specific terms and the actual levels there, but that's interesting that you would agree with me on potential areas, though. If there's a big difference, if it slips below 20, it could easily just go 10, so that's to be worth thinking about. And 18 and whatnot, closing that gap at 1942. Anything further than that, 16's a level, 12's a level, 10's a level, and the real support's back at 10. So we got over 3,000 votes. A lot of people posted. Kitty posted a new picture on X 20 minutes before. 20 minutes before the one we just looked at. No, that was his June meme, which isn't as good as the June meme on Discord. You should check that out. This is nowhere near as good as that June meme. So, interesting news then. Interesting news and interesting results on the poll as price reaches those lower levels. 3,000 people still vote, a healthy amount of votes coming in, and it's changing now. I'm gonna have to leave that poll open because the split has just changed dramatically in the last couple of hundred votes. Why did they move the meeting for a nothing burger? So that people could hear it and be involved. You know, they were an hour late, and then it was probably going to take a little bit longer. And you've got people there, proxy voters, who are going to submit their votes on behalf of 3 million shares, like the New York City Pensions Fund that was commenting on the potential for including some diversity matrix on the board there, just reporting on it. And I'm not sure I 100% understand GameStop's reason for not wanting to do that. Not 100%. I do know that the ESG scores, which is what that's speaking to, are highly associated with BlackRock. BlackRock are themselves a huge holder in GameStop shares, so between the two of them, they would have liked to have seen that. I'm not sure what exactly GameStop's reason is. It might be an ideological one, which typically in business you would ignore those things and be more pragmatic. So if it benefits shareholders and if it benefits the company, then go for it. But if there's something about it that wouldn't, that's understandable. If it's also true to say that, like I was speaking about leaving that door open, right? When you're hundreds of meters under the sea, that little crack becomes a raging cavernous hole in the wall. So GameStop might want not to leave any possible route or back door into affecting their board decisions, or even to have someone on the board who could then be privy to conversations that GameStop don't want to happen. So by choosing their own members along their own criteria without any interference is a pragmatic response. To say that we're not going to include diversity matrix because we think that to pursue diversity for diversity's sake is counterintuitive is a little bit too ideological for me, when you can just say yes and make money. So, and it isn't bad and doesn't do any harm. And I like to see proper representation for minority groups, and I don't like to see jokes and humor based off any marginalized section of community. So an idea of solidarity and kindness and progressiveness is possibly represented by that suggestion. The New York City weren't actually trying to push for that. They were just saying they would like a little bit of a report. Is that too much to ask for? In which case, you guys, I was obviously doing a stream, voted no, shut up, stop annoying us. I think that's that conversation mostly closed now. Tracepod, maybe RC wants no shite from any entity as to how you construct his board. Yeah, because they'd be privy to, that's a good point, KT, they'd be privy to conversations that other people wouldn't be, and they maybe then pass that information on, especially if those members aren't specifically chosen by Ryan Cohen and the rest of the team. And if they are choosing them, they don't want their choices to be impacted by strange criteria that are not business related. And also, it's true to say that if a certain number of board members get together that represent a certain shareholding in the company, they can make decisions there and then in those meetings, which don't have to be scheduled in advance, and those decisions can be made by the board when they choose, if Ryan Cohen gets enough of the board members together at the right time, which could be a time that he chooses, and he could sneak up on all of them and make it happen, have the conversation and get the agreement through the vote. And people wouldn't be able to interfere with his decision making or his timing of deploying his plans or leak any of that information. And if they're looking for a little back door, they can somehow then later exploit in other avenues to crack it open that wee bit more, and then stick Sadi Jada or whoever on the board and have them report back. I'm sure Ryan Cohen would have a zero tolerance approach to that side of things, and in terms of operational security, it's no chump. So I understand where they're coming from, but none of these things are vocalized. So I hope that helps me doing it there. I find it a disrespect that they're pushing GameStop for this when they have such a small position. Does anyone know if they demand the same thing from larger holdings? They do. They appreciate it from everybody. They want it from every one of their holdings. Most people do, which is why you would want a reason why that it isn't being. You would want somebody to vocalize the reasons why. In order to do it directly to the New York City Board of Control might seem rude and confrontational, especially at a shareholders meeting, but to just vote no is quite emphatic answer, and they don't need it explained to them. But I'm sure this will help if they want to know why. That this video should help them. The last 5 minutes of it. Can Ryan buy now? Now that the share offering's finished and we've gone through a significant call there, yes, things could change. I will vote. There is a conspiracy that diversity matrix will be used as a Trojan horse. Yes, Demi. Essentially, that's what we're talking about there. The potential to later exploit that little crack by pushing the door open further and taking somebody on. Don't know if that's possible, that they're planning that, but if he's got zero tolerance to the potential, that makes sense. Luke Spears. No, his last position update was all shares. Yep, true story. All shares. Tracebond, do you think the idea that Roaring Kitty was joining the board was planted by bad actors? It's a ridiculous idea on the face due to legal issues alone, in my opinion. But it's like much less ridiculous than the 98% of DD that's been done on GameStop to date. So it's more likely just people speculating on Roaring Kitty's goals and plans and discussing things on the soap opera style thing that goes along with GameStop, and how these conversations gain traction because there's so many people interested in GameStop. There's so many people interested and intrigued by the story of Ryan Kitty, and it's only natural to come up with potential ideas why that might be. I don't think we need to be looking over our shoulder at each other and casting suspicious glances quite so much. Some people are emphatically bad and obviously bad, and we've spoke about one of them on the stream earlier, and other people are just good-natured, well-meaning drama fiends. Is there a place to listen to the recording of the meeting? It was stuck at work. Yes, this stream, just go back like an hour or 45 minutes, you'll get it. I wouldn't support a company that has anything to do with diversity. I think you're talking about blank. Well, it's like 73% of all listed companies, so you're going to have to like go out of your way to avoid them by doing the work to discover which it is that rejected a diversity matrix idea. There might be a list of them online. The problem is that most of them aren't doing it for pragmatic reasons, but instead expressing the individual opinion of a board member who himself is either racist or got some fucking problem. So like you can't, you really want to be investing in companies based on their potential to deliver capital appreciation, the share price going up. And if it is that by acquiescing to the largest financial titans in the world, BlackRock, and saying, sure, we'll just have a diversity matrix and on it we've only got young white males, and you're able to withstand the critique that comes with that, then you could say that, or you could say, well, we'll put someone on. It's just you're always having to make a compromise, and none of these would be targeted at business objectives. If instead, somebody applies to work with GameStop, and I'm sure there's plenty of people from minority communities currently working at GameStop who are looking at promotions, and GameStop will be likely to promote from within for a lot of positions, that they're very close to Ryan Cohen, you're very close to the board, then you'll be able to make yourself known through your hard work, and I don't think they would reject you because you're from a minority. I think that's a silly idea. I don't think Larry Cheng conforms to all of the stereotypical critique that would be thrown at certain boards there. So I don't think they really need to go out of their way to be any more diverse. It'd be nice to see some women on there, but they have had more in the past. Expect they'll have more in the future. I don't think there's a real problem there. I just don't understand why people reject things ideologically without providing a pragmatic context, because that leaves them open to criticism. So, but then a lot of things can be argued nowadays. You'll have noticed everyone's sensitive about everything nowadays. Everything. Thank you, Eric Sorensen, says Roberto Gamma. That's great that Eric was helping people out there. You guys selling or holding? Question. Good question. So we got 3,253 votes, and if it comes through a whole minute without another one... Actually, I know what I'll do. Once people hit the like button on this video and I get enough likes, then I'll end the poll. 1,304 likes. What's enough likes? It says Dracebot usually is looking at 50 likes max. Well, no, the play, nothing matters until we get paid. No DD, no fundamental seer. Ooga booga. Dracebot, do you have a particular sell price for GameStop, or are you going to hold forever? Well, you know, I don't think about selling GameStop shares. I don't think about that. It's not like something I wouldn't say I think about it regularly. I don't think about it at all. It would be, ideally, I'd be able to leverage my position over time to get a larger and larger one, and then eventually have some sort of a significant holding, and then be able to add the cultural thing I bring to the GameStop community, to the GameStop company. You know, this idea of not the tinfoil side of why it is that Ryan Cohen or Rowan Kitty are doing what they're doing, because they're doing what they're doing to make money. I would want to bring a cultural fight and the company to be making strategic moves that change the world around them more. And so if I could eventually get a shareholding that would give me a voice in that regard, or if I could develop qualities and methods and means to help GameStop that would give me a voice, and then have some impact on the strategic direction, that would be that. That's the sort of thing I think about, as opposed to how much money can I make from selling GameStop shares, because I can make money selling anything, mate. Like, it doesn't matter what it is, and that. So that's my take on that. It's more like 30% dark pool orders. Yeah, typically there's between 42 and 53% of short volume happens off exchange on GameStop, which is slightly high. But then you would expect so with a directional hedge fund taking the market maker seat, them having 45% of all market maker seats, and GTS having 31%. Since they bought the Barclays, market makers, and about 55,000 different tickers they got then listings with, and huge amounts of previous crime all held there. So when like that becomes as well understood as everything that Citadel are doing. With that hair, are you using Soul Glow? Soul Glow? Not yet, Roland, but thanks for that tip. I may have to. All our buy orders are internalized right after the short attack. You can route your orders through lit exchanges if you use IBKR, Interactive Brokers. You can do that. So you don't have to have your orders go to dark pools. This was like one of the few good bits of DD that came up, was how to do that sort of thing. Roberto Gamma, if you believe in MOAS, it doesn't truly begin, in my opinion, until we pass the previous all-time high by a significant number, and Tracebot as good as it gets for price action. Eric Sorensen, pretty good explaining stuff there. Just get your soul glow. Love that movie. What movie? I'm reading a lot of articles emphasizing the shareholders weren't able to ask questions. They were, though, on the portal there. What questions did people want to ask that weren't covered? And I'll try and answer them. Looks like we're going to trade sideways in this channel for the rest of the day, says Dan. Coming to America, Soul Glow. Coming to America, Soul Glow. Coming to America with Eddie Murphy. I'm going to watch the Queen story, be right back. Did you find it? Good one. X, I mean. IEX. XD. Holding the 2531. Yo, Steph, they just dodged every cue about Rowan Kitty's fashion. Well, I wanted to hear... Well, they can't answer anything about Rowan Kitty. Could you go over the different chart times and some TA of current state? You bet I can, Aven Tyler. I saw a couple of messages about Robinhood not being a good app. Can I ask why that is? Part of the reason is because post-market, all companies that do these services are only able to let you as their client trade between other clients of the same app or broker, and so their extended period of time that they provide for and the low liquidity and the way price gets pushed around often leaves retail traders shortchanged at the end of the day or the start of the next day. And Robinhood and Vlad himself, who runs the company, are very highly closely associated with Citadel from their conception, from the inception of Vlad's business, and from the genesis of his idea when he had it, when he was an entrepreneur, being entrepreneurial, was if I create a business funded by payment for order flow, I will be associated with big hedge funds who will support my business operations and create a market for me. And then in return, that complicit help was explicitly returned when he turned off the buy button. He would have justified that action by saying that we didn't have the collateral to provide the security for our customers, nor did those people who underwrite our behaviors and actions as a company. And so that wouldn't have been the case had he been associated with others, but then his company wouldn't have grown so fast. And so he is now, whether he likes it or not, despite his background as a young boy in Bulgaria who made it to the top of the American brokerage firm shite, you would have to say, on balance, that the guy's tainted, and so his app can fuck off. That's what I would say, but other people feel free to use it. It's like, if you can't figure out how to use interactive brokers because it's too complicated, then you probably shouldn't be trading options full stop. But each to their own. Yeah, they fail to deliver the losing positions. That's true, it does happen. Fail to deliver. It's rather than naked shares, which some ways facilitate the smooth action of price action, the smooth behavior of price action. They do have failures to deliver, which there's no excuse for. There's no excuse for settling late. There's no excuse for failures to deliver. The fines are paltry. There's no oversight of the amount of fines and the total amount of money being spent, and it seems as though the regulator authorities simply aim to get these sort of things on the go, because they want the regulatory authorities are in large part funded by the fines, right? The fines which soared in 2023 and 2024. Penalties for failing to comply with anti-money laundering, environmental and social governance, that's the ESG scores and the fines associated with that. The sanctions and customer due diligence regulations, that's CDD. All of that totaled up to 6.6 billion in 2023. 6.6 billion, and that's funding the regulators. Much more than they're getting funding anywhere else. So, they go out of their way to find people to make enough money to pay their bills, and that's about it. There's something very strange about the way it's going. In 2023, the single biggest fine was $4.3 billion. So it was most of it, the vast majority of it, 75%, all to one entity, which was Binance. So in relation to that was in relation to anti-money laundering. So the failures to deliver side of things, despite being much more critical to price stability and price discovery, incur much lower fines than they're chucking at Binance and other crypto firms, because they can get more money off them because they're more profitable, and that more easily funds the regulators' operations, as opposed to actually going after the people who commit the crimes. So because of the way that the firms are funded, they're incentivized to go after the weaker people who can better defend themselves. And I say less robustly put their case forward, which is often compromised by their tax base being in Cayman Islands, in Binance's case. which itself, the Cayman Islands, pardon me, they've seen the largest regional increase received in fines from all global regulators over the last couple of years because of that exact reason. Maybe I should have a suit and tie on and not be drinking a beer or have a wig on when I talk about these things, so that they actually made it into the general consciousness of the investor base. But hey, maybe this is the way to do that. Yep, maybe. Sorry, itchy nose. So yeah, Cayman Islands accounted for about 5.1 billion of the 6.6 billion, because it's easier to go after people when you think, well, they're not paying us tax anyway, so let's just go after them there. Crypto and payment firms are the two biggest transgressors, and they've accounted for about 69% of all global penalties in that last couple of years. Hey, so this is interesting information if you didn't know it, probably. I don't know. But I'm also pretty good with price action. This is a multi-talented, multifaceted, multi-wigs. It's itchy this week, man. How did McEnroe do it? So, biggest problems, as seen by the regulators, are know your customer, which is to do with anti-money laundering, and CDD, which is customer due diligence, which is very similar. Sheesh. And it went up that tiny little bit broadly, not speaking about the crypto firms, went up to 219 million, and the year previous it was 2.3 million. So like these huge staggering increases, which only really bring the total fines to the same level they was the year before, the same level the year before, the same level the year before, give or take for inflation. It's really weird, right? That the fines are only increasing enough by the wages at the regulatory authority who will provide oversight. It's really strange. Other people would question that who are the boss then of these, the SEC and the other regulators, and someone like myself would point out that it's Congress, and then people at Congress themselves are allowed to vote on private information that they'd be privy to that isn't publicly available. You know, again, a conflict of interest, and people would ask then if that conflict of interest set the regulators themselves against the people they're trying to protect. And if you were to bury deep down into the goal of these people, you'd see that back when they were set up, when America was perhaps more focused on simple truths, they would have said that the important thing for the market is price discovery, because true price leads to true efficiencies for consumers, leads to better prices, leads to more productive consumers buying more, and then the velocity of cash through the system increases exponentially, and that money going through the system, buy a chocolate bar, the guy you buy it off buys another, the guy he buys it off buys something else, and it keeps moving the money. That idea of velocity of cash leads to capital accumulation, and that's what helps people rise up out of the muck, being able to make a life for yourself. But the regulators, instead of focusing on price discovery, focus instead heavily on price stability. And price stability initially was a big issue because, you know, if you're going to be a farmer making pork bellies and you know how much you're going to get for those pork bellies in future, then creating a futures market, deriving some price stability in those markets, and allowing that guy who's making those pork bellies to pay his wages to his staff up front, knowing that it's still worth the effort because he'll still make a profit. That's a strong boon to the economy. But when price stability trumps price discovery, then consumers are being shortchanged, and it's them who deliver the velocity through the economy. So you have to carefully weigh these two competing ideological factors, which are the real crux of the regulators, right? They're not here to stop terrorists, which is what you get from anti-money laundering regulations. That's much more to do with other aspects in government. And so when the regulators start getting their fines up from these like slightly trivial aspects, now I say that quote unquote trivial because it certainly isn't, but in relation to these two main competing factors, price stability and price discovery, it certainly is very trivial there. And so the question becomes, are these regulators, at the behest of those providing oversight, protecting the liquidity providers That's the hedge funds, the directional funds that force price against retailers. Are they being provided with extra advantage by the fact that the system is set up to protect those people who exploit the system? And is that counter to the founding principles of America? Has it got so extreme that we're now at a stage where the markets and the government, by extension, work against the people? And that is one of the things that really annoys people. The power of the individual is superseded by this amalgamous, nebulous, undefined, hard to pin down enemy. And it's very much the present question. And those fines, those numbers I talked about, and the strange trends within them reveal lots of information. So that's one of the things I'd say about the general movement in GameStop. And if that's enlightening to you, or you think that bringing that clarity to the conversation or returning to those parts of the conversation would be helpful, I'd really appreciate you hitting the like button and that part of this commentary actually getting out there, because that's what will motivate the investor base. That's the true injustice that's being done to you, not the money you're losing, right? Because get over it. It's the rights and freedoms that you were born with being taken away from you, and the corrosive nature of the system that's in place to hold you down. So we're not here to break the system, we're here to fix it, and that's part of the conversation that you'd need to be having about it if that was your goal. So if that helps people and you hit the like button, I appreciate it. If you clip it, even better. Thank you. So we want to look at price action on GameStop and put it in context. This is a weekly chart. You had the squoze, the squeeze that was, the squoze, price action testing pro-split 120 sort of dollars, and then subsequently came down and tested this level in at around 10. After that, price recovered. It recovered to a double top, and after 2021, price then went down. In a linear downtrend on a logarithmic chart, price came down. It came down across the top in this channel. There's so much on the go here. I don't need the drawings to make the point. You can see the channel. It goes across the top side of price action and underneath. And for a while, you were getting equidistant between both of those lines, those trend lines that are drawn, across the top here. See that one? And then the same underneath. You got 3 touches, and that carried you through. That carried you through to March. After which point, maybe March, May, you started getting bounces, and the lows, relative to these previous lows, weren't extending down in the same range. They started going in a different way, which is why we've got this other formation on here, which is a tightening wedge. As price went down, there was support was getting closer to resistance, so price was getting compressed. And then while there's a lot on the go here, price made it to the top side of that channel again. That's the resistance point. Broke through it. On that breakout, a load of enthusiasm, and price moved up to the top side. As you see here, it came up and tested $65 during trading hours. It went to 80 in the electronic hours, and you look left, you can see that 65 is a very strong level of resistance back here in 2021, before you got those, I think that was actually 2022, you got those channel confirmations. But back it went to the 2021 level, where you found a degree of resistance. Post-market, it was up testing those 85 levels, and they were the second highest ever price on GameStop, being challenged again. And then price came down, as you can see here. And this test was a test of this breakout, of that same channel or wedge, because they have the same resistance on the top side. So that's the weekly time frame put in context of everything that's been before. And that's why we use technical analysis to define that history in a way that provides value in future. And you can see then the targets to the top side are everything that's happened on this weekly time frame. The close at 40, 41, the wick high at 46, 48, and the wick high at 65. You also be cognizant of that test of 80. And those are the important levels to the top side on any sort of extreme. And presumably on a weekly time frame you are looking at those sort of things, because you can see all the other levels on lower time frames. And on this weekly then, it's been a bullish move that's been retested and got bullish confirmation, and subsequently price is consolidating. It's consolidating because there's a specific change in the company itself now that it's got $4 billion. And that $1 billion adds to the balance sheet. as you can see, Ryan Cohen's working on the profit and loss, and eventually the company will get stronger with regards to its finances, which makes it a investable opportunity because it could eventually provide a yield, and that means that you get capital appreciation and capital discovered through dividends potentially in future, and the possibility of that is dramatically different than it was before. So on the weekly time frame, there's a period of consolidation. It's back above resistance from the previous 3 years, but it hasn't managed to sustain a long move to the top side. But we're on the weekly time frame, and so that would take a long time. Finding levels of support along the route would be part of that story, and with all of the fluff and kerfluff and the conversation and the hype around GameStop, it might be difficult to match up your expectations with the natural moves of price on a weekly time frame. This retracement here, if we're to start drawing things out and measuring them again, you don't need this most recent fib. You can see that the move from the low of the inside of that channel to the top side of this wick on the weekly time frame gives us a retracement area back against that move. Don't need this guy, confusing the picture too. And prices come back and tested the golden pocket. It closed in here at that important 6.5 level. If you're taking the previous oscillation high to low, then it also came back and tested in at around the 50% level, which again, when it comes to tests and price action, that would be natural. And so it didn't yet turn bearish on the previous fib, and on this guy on the weekly time frame, it was a golden pocket retracement and no more. It left a gap at that area on a 4-hour time frame, and so it could well be filled, but we'll get to that on that 4-hour. And the strong move here has come up and left us with some important lines. Now, these wick size top touches on this downward sloping diagonal do not give validity to this line. Whoops, not that line. It's perfectly valid. This line doesn't have any validity yet because it's only had 2 touches. It needs a third to confirm it as real, because you can draw a line between any 2 points and that doesn't define it as a trend. It needs to be 3, and so that each of those 3 confirm it to be real and nothing in between punctures it. So there's 2, you need another. Underneath, right enough, there is 3, but one trend line does not a pattern make, right? You need actually at least 2. And so you need to have a true picture of resistance to understand what is being painted on the charts. And at this stage on the weekly time frame, you don't have a pattern, but you do have the positivity of higher closes at $39.40 here, at being higher than the previous body close at 26, right? That's positive. You have dojis and lower lows within this move, but nothing that breaks the trend, all of it in this linear uptrend as demonstrated by that support line. So this line, nope, not that one, that one's, this one, yeah, this one, it is real, right? It's very real. Let's go down to the daily time frame, and it's very possible that it breaks at some point though, and I don't know how I moved it there, whether let's put it back with meet that guy, and that's more accurate. So you've got a number of body closes on that line. On the weekly time frame, then you would say that it's potentially support, but it's potentially being broken. It is a weekly, so I do care about diagonals here. Having broken, it's come down and tested the wick lows of the formation that price was in before it broke that diagonal. Any lower, you're looking at 24.50, and then the wick close at 22.80, $23, and that's the fake out zone from this fake formation. It's the fake out zone. No further than that would be bullish, because if it recovered later, you would say it didn't break the trend, and that would be a buy the dip opportunity. Like Jen was talking about saving some for buying the dip. That's the sort of way you would define that. But this is just one time frame. You've got to do a study in confluence, well, 2 now on the daily. Got to do a study in confluence along with them all. At this time, you would point to the momentum and ask how strong it's doing, and it's holding above the center line, which is positive. That speaks to a bullish profile. It's true though to say that it's below its own moving average, and it's putting in lower highs. So momentum is ticking down, but momentum tends to do that until it picks up again, and you're taking a lead from trend. Weekly up, daily ambiguous, nothing confirmed there. So from a daily time frame, you really defer back to the weekly and look to the left and see the wicks and body close lows. Down to the 4 hour, where I can turn off the drawings again and show you that gap in around these areas here. Where the mouse goes through, there is no price action in that. There's no candlesticks that reach, as all of these do, and all of these do. There's no gap. When one candlestick starts, another begins within it. But that didn't happen here. And typically price would come back and fill those gaps sooner rather than later would be better, because it would lead to less of a retracement to make its way there. And when you're this close, maybe that's what you're looking for. So in at around $19 and change, turn the drawings back on again, you can see there's this gap represented with this drawing goes sideways through it all. Could be the price is trying to make its way there. 4 hour time frame price at 25.63, having test lower, that suggests positive movements, but putting it on the daily time frame, turning off the drawings, this candle's all contained within the body of the previous and hasn't managed to exceed 50% of it, so it's what we call pregnant or Harambe there. And if it doesn't break back above 50%, you would say that these two candles information were bearish and negative. You can also look down now at the 4 hour time frame, see you've broken below the center line and your own moving average is below that center line, so that's negative. On the 4 hour, sorry, that was the 4 hour. On the 1 hour, you touch the top side of the bearish control zone. So maybe momentum is petering out. Look to the trend, lower lows, lower highs. Turn the drawings back on again, and you can see why it would be that this wedge, which is now broken, looks like it's turning into a potential channel. And that speaks to the nature of breakdowns and wedges and how it is that you would measure an extension. And you'd look at this thing as saying, if it does continue down, may well be that because of the momentum here having turned bearish and having got to this low, it could now oscillate back up at the point at which it departed the previous formation, find a rejection, and then go on back down again lower, and you'd look for support. Having got to that area, it could be a lot worse. 984 viewers, lots of people left. Did we get likes? We didn't get the poll finished. We've got 500 more votes in it. Can't argue against that. Thank you very much for taking part in the poll. If you do hit the like button, it's appreciated. I know a lot of people weren't able to bring themselves to do it, but it definitely would help the channel and what we're trying to do. So if you're able to, I appreciate that. So if momentum is petering out here, price can oscillate back up again. But that's what happens in momentum driven plays. Price oscillates higher and lower, higher and lower. And momentum being strong should be compared against how strong price action is to work out the strength of those people driving price action. On the early time frame, you can see it's breaking down, continuation of a downtrend. Likely that would be exacerbated because this low is lower than the previous lows within this formation. All of it's left this grander formation in order to get here, and the current action is below half of this previous candle. So bearish on the candlesticks, bearish on the chart formation, bearish across multiple time frames, and bearish on momentum. But then all of those would be anticipated because it's in a downtrend there, whereas on the weekly, like we were saying previously, it's actually not yet managed to turn bearish, holding inside the bullish control zone, back above your own moving average, higher highs, everything looking very positive. It's only when you get down those daily, weekly, daily 4 hour, 1 hour, you start seeing the problems. And anywhere price gets a low, you would anticipate momentum also being low. So 1 hour time frame, you can see that things could be worse, but they could certainly be a whole lot better. 30-minute time frame, put it in context now with the momentum having tested inside the bearish control zone, losing your own moving average and pushing lower. You're welcome, Diane Stevens. Thanks for explaining everything so well. See that come up on my phone before elsewhere. TMKL, thank you so much. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. The pre-show blip and all the TA breakdowns in a way I could understand have really helped today. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. That's nice. These are super positive comments. Thanks, everybody. I know the people who watch along recently really help with the engagement and the comments and the likes, and then those donations too all very much contribute to the success of the show, and I appreciate everybody taking part in that and helping me, so thanks. This breakdown here happened at a point where we were able to define because of the nature of what we've gone drawn on the price action here, and you can see that overall this formation itself lasts 432 bars. These things typically break at 75% towards the apex being where those two competing lines meet. Price action cannot persist within this formation when those 2 points have reached each other. There is no space between them, so price will exunct. It will leave that formation exit stage left before then. It usually happens in at around 75% of the development of that formation, and at 431 bars you're looking at 300 and something, and that's in at around here, right? Which, so we timed that breakdown pretty well. This 20th of June, 21st of June, that's when the option chain expiry happens. Huge moves potentially coming by unwinding option positions, because open interest will have to close out at some point on various expiration dates. And so if there's an awful lot of long open interest, to close that out means selling. Selling creates selling pressure and can push price down. So this is why a really overburdened option chain isn't necessarily healthy long term, and speaks to why I don't think that we should be looking for gamma ramps until we've got other things in place. But obviously I don't control these things, I don't time those, I don't cause the time of them, and it's not up to me. But if it was, I would delay it. So then you've got this two important areas to look to, and if price is breaking down here and doesn't recover this previous formation before reaching that subsequent vertical line, I'd say that there would be increased selling pressure up to it and on the day, which could have a big impact on price. So could relieving that pressure by time passing beyond the 21st of June have a huge impact on price too. So bear that in mind, and that's down to the 30-minute time frame. Anything lower, you're looking at day trading or confirmation of those other details, and that's the technical analysis then with regards to how you'd manage your risk. Price testing the previous lows outside of this formation gives you a potential bounce area. That bounce area is of a high probability that price moves to the top side upon meeting $23 and change. It's a higher probability than anywhere else before it, or any of the numbers you'll have seen mentioned in the chat box. Big respect to people, though, no judgment of anything, but the general numbers being called out wouldn't be as high probability as this, because they're not trying to do what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give you an entry suggestion which will illustrate how you trade anywhere on any asset at any time, and it's by managing the execution of your entry. And after price responds there, which is a high probability of doing, you can move your stop, which is currently in this example in at around 22.40, 22.50. As price moves up, say it got to 25, I haven't entered at 22.50 or 23, you can take your stop up with it, and then you'll never lose. And if you're never wrong, then you'll always be here to fight another day. And that's one of the things that GameStop investors, if they get better at, will extend the lifetime and the impact that they can have with this stock as a vehicle for change, also to their own accounts or otherwise. So that's why that's a trade set up there, and it's drawn in around those areas for these reasons that we've got here on the chart. It doesn't speak to the long-term moves, but it does define a risk reward, and the top take profit target could ultimately be up at around 41 in those important areas we looked at on the higher time frames. Or you can see all these important areas that it needs to go through in advance. First and primarily is this most recent breakdown. It's all managed to recover a chunk of it here when it got back above 25.50. It now needs to recover 27.50, and then it needs to get back above important horizontal levels that would be defined from previous price action before it left that fib, and most important of those is up at around 30. Subsequently, the next one is way higher at 32, 33 bucks, another 10% on price. Eek. So that's why we have that target way up there, but obviously to do that it needs to get through and achieve specific things until such times as it's back in the prior formation, so trading back above 27, 28 bucks. Then it's very difficult to take your stop up to an area where you know it's very unlikely you'll get taken out, and instead you're having it at somewhere where it may indeed get taken out, but holding on to a position that could go against you isn't the objective. The objective is to establish a position which cannot be defeated, and that takes multiple entries sometimes. It takes calm, collected decision making, non-emotional responses, a strong plan, and then your ability to commit to that plan despite how you will feel as price moves towards you and goes in that direction, because you'll be feeling emotional. It might you change your mind and then compromise the work you did to establish the risk reward profile and they apply an edge. And when price meets that entry, if it meets your edge and your edge works out more often than the risk-reward ratio expressed in the trade that you're trying to construct, that is to say, if your risk-reward ratio is 5 to 1, that you're going to make 5 times the cost of it going wrong, then your edge works out 3 out of every 3 times. Then, imagine that, worked out 3 times in one trade. If it works out 1 of every 3 times, then you'll be wrong twice, maybe 3 times, but then you'll get it right once or twice, and that being right will provide a 5 to 1 risk reward. So you'll get 5 times what it costs to make any one trade every 3 trades, which means that over time you'll be making money. And that's a strategic approach to trading. It's how you analyze a chart, how you construct a risk management around the frameworks you see, how you use the artifacts to derive good probabilities, and then where you set entry, stops, and exits so that you can strategically make the most of all price movements. And that's a professional way to trade. And if you want to learn how to do it for yourself, be strong, confident, and successful trader, take my course at www.technicalanalysis.school. Now, it needs the www in there, right? That's not me saying it because I was born in the 80s. The 80s. No. It's because that's the area that you should be looking to. That's the way to manage price. That's the technical analysis that needs the www to work because of the way that stupid server is. So you put in the www, you follow the strategic approach to price, you become a better trader, you're a more efficient operator in the markets. GameStop improves better because the shareholder base is more effective at doing these things. And then should it be that there's a gamma ramp or a squeeze or an extremely exciting moment on the charts, you'll be best able to handle that, because the difficulty at execution on entry is very similar to the problems with exiting, because who wants to exit a position that's about to go up another 300%, and how are you going to determine if that's likely or otherwise, right? Because I didn't cover all of it here, and no way could I possibly do so, because the course is 90 hours or whatever, more probably. I think it's more. So that's just including the actual lecture. So like the content and all takes months and months and months to get through it all, because I'm trying to train you to be good at what you're doing. So take that course. There are other ways to learn. Some of them are free. They'll likely fill your head with mistakes and things that keep you from achieving your potential. They'll make it harder for you to recognize and prioritize the real data that actually would help you. If you're a real trader or want to be one, the cost of that course is insignificant to your future, and people will delay and wait, and that's the way it is. People are feckless, they're hard to motivate, they're difficult to tell them what's good for them, they distrust people who sell things, despite the fact that I'm here demonstrating that I'm clearly trustworthy and putting in the efforts on behalf of you guys. It's very obvious to people who are aligned with me that that's what I'm doing, and so it's difficult to convince you to do what's the right thing for you. But I know what it is. It's to take that course. And, you know, people wait and delay and do it in 9 months. Well, all the money you could have made in 9 months is a whole lot more than it costs. There's a whole lot more. So you delay, you're not saving anything. You're not, right? You're just showing me that, you know, hi, I'm that guy that was going to take it 9 months ago and now I finally have. And I'll think, well, what have you been doing for 9 months? You know, does that mean there's shit in your head? I have to get out of there. And also, everybody who joined 9 months ago, they're now all doing a whole lot better. Maybe some of them consistently profitable and making you feel bad if you're not. So think about it. What's the best thing for you to do, right? And knowing how to make the most of price action so that you can change your life and your community. Part of that comes with learning, and that's the best resource for you. Also comes with lifetime access to the Discord and coaching, which itself is worth so much more than the cost of the thing. And you're lucky it's the price it is at the minute, because there aren't tens of thousands of people taking it. And if there were, there'd be different things on offer that wouldn't be as generous of me. And I'm very, very generous with what's offered on that course. And it's not just me teaching you, it's also Rocky Outcrop, who was like me, has professional experience in doing this, making money, trading on funds that are worth billions and billions. So it's not just some YouTuber talking shit that's decided to pick up a camera because YouTube got because GameStop got interested. It's somebody who's genuinely got experience and is trying to pass it on to people who will actually make the most of use of it. So that's why it's there. And it's also full of lieutenants, people who've gone through the course, turned their life around, making huge success from trading, consistently profitable, understand the things they're talking about, and have been well versed and understood the things that have been taught. So You'll be in a group of like-minded people making serious impact, and that is gain. Is another thing that's worth way more than the cost. So when I say people say stupid stuff, I know that it defines and distinguishes them as stupid because that is the course, and it's well worth taking. 3,631 votes. Hard to argue with that. Hard to argue with that. So it is. There's a chat box. Zoom, 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 zoom down to the best place. Zoom down to the best place. Zoom, zooms. Okay, so the poll, 3,633 votes. You'll have to vote now. I feel bad stopping people voting by closing it, but I'm going to. You've got 5 seconds left, and then we go. And then we go. The results coming up in 1 minute. Coming up in 1 minute, the results of the poll. I've not been muted that whole time. The camera's been on, right? Good. Because I think that that's good information. The technical analysis on the charts and the benefits to you in engaging with the plan that I've got, which is to create a group of traders who'll change the world. Trade spotting. Why does GME have volatility trade stops some days but not today when we had a major drop? It has to drop a significant percentage in less than a specific period of time, and it's 5% in 1 minute or 2 minutes or whatever it is now. And it didn't do that. And because it was in line with trend, price actions were in line with the short-term trend on those smaller 1 minute, 2 minutes. That means that typically price will go slowly in line with trend, and staccato big moves, those that are most volatile in the shortest period of time, volatility being the dispersal of prices over a range, that bigger range in the same amount of time, that's higher volatility. Those are usually counter trend moves, and so GME will often get halted to the top side. Also, market halts on this exchange are controlled and facilitated by the designated market maker. Now, we've already talked about this earlier in the show. The designated market maker controls the halt process because they've got oversight of all bids that come in during the halt. They know where that buying pressure will and selling pressure will be most weighted when price opens again, and they can choose where to open price by also contributing liquidity to the spread at an area which delivers a favorable return for their traders, especially and in particularly dangerous if they're associated with a directional hedge fund who themselves have positions on the stock that they're providing market maker services for, which is true to be said about GameStop. I've got Citadel sitting on their back trying to do this, and less so in a way that's difficult to shake them off, but still of a similar nature, is what GTS are doing on LivePerson. So that's why it is that halts are very suspicious, that the full transparency about the way these things are working isn't available to us, and why it's very true to say that a lot of retail traders and other institutional investors too share a belief that market halts are used in a nefarious way to impact price action that doesn't deliver true price discovery. So I'm sure I've earned a like. I'm sure I've earned your like by now, or a subscribe. Ooh. Right, so the poll's going about to end. Let me know if you think that those were good bits of information in the chat box too. While I sit you here. Sit you here, but I'm not going far, so don't you go anywhere. And then the poll results when I come back, which hopefully you're all looking forward to seeing. Sorry, I was muted. I was having a wee laugh there about Geck saying SEC's on it, guys. Don't worry. That was funny. Nothing wrong with a market maker and a hedge fund and the same stock at the same office. Yeah, nothing at all. Sir, our traders have algorithms. We don't even interact with price. All right, handy. Super handy. I did buy more Dell during the dip, but sold to get more GameStop. Direct. Be right back, answering my Friday 100 GME calls to get in on that Dell action. The Dell action. Is it interesting? Is it worth going over and checking? I suspect that it would put people off. 730 viewers. People are missing out on the end result on the poll. They don't know. And it being a crucial poll here, asking, was it a positive shareholder meeting? I'm not at all trying to influence votes by keeping it so open so long. I'm trying to provide a by-lips, and I'm trying to keep a neutral tone so that your opinions are more reflected than mine. Okay, so don't hate on me. Don't hate me. Simply seems like putting the fox in charge of guarding the hen houses. Yeah, the fox. The foxy. Foxy Citadel. A lot of people would agree with you. It does seem like a little bit counterintuitive that you would allow these things, and there'd have to be a reason for it. And the reason given is because they supply so much liquidity to the system, it delivers price stability. And so, isn't that what we're going for? You know, and that's where, at the very highest level, the conversation turns to. And because at the very highest level, amazingly and uniquely in America, at the very highest level of Congress, you've got some of the stupidest people who are only there because they represent specific political interests and have no understanding of the nuances or the mechanisms. And they themselves have been co-opted by being allowed to trade on the information they have private access to. Means that they're not incentivized to fix these problems, nor are they capable of understanding them, so any solution they did come up with would also be full of Trojan horses and backdoors from. And not only that, but the people who do work at the regulator, who do have any idea of what's happening and show a level of competency, it's a revolving door. They get hired by the hedge fund a couple of months later, and then every bit of information that they contributed to catching the bad guys is then built into the systems to help the bad guys escape. So there's questions there, right? And if it is that the regulatory authorities are funded only through fines, and their fines are always coming from things like anti-money laundering and know your customer shit, as opposed to failures to deliver or late settlements of trades, which is the two things, right? Late settlement is failure to deliver. Those two things, which are one thing, which are fraud, until people actually deal with that, and deal with the regulator being tasked with actually properly fixing problems as they are, then the only change we can bring to the market is to unseat the market maker by creating a problem for them in their own way of controlling price. And so some people think the way you do that is with a gamma ramp, because that's a direct implication for the market makers, but clearly that could be exploited by the hedge funds themselves. There's only some ways and at certain times that can work, and it has to be in combination with other things, and we don't have all of them lined up yet. So for the massive market changing squeeze, I think you need other dynamics in play, which I'll be very happy to scream and shout about when that is the case, as you understand that I do have a good framework for what's happening here. It maybe isn't shared by everybody in the world. Fetching hairstyle there. Right, price action on GameStop at 7:30 UK time, which is 1.5 hours from close. Trade spotting. Dell has a gap fill play. Seems to be working out. Be careful out there. Don't give a shit about a little gap fill play. Wouldn't price stability just be a slow climb up from 1350 to GME? Isn't that the fair market value? Wouldn't price stability just be a slow climb up? Price stability is being able to rely on the future consistency in price. Price discovery, you might mean, is like a slow rise up from 1350 as the company slowly builds up. But no, price discovery and price stability speak to supply and demand, which is represented by shareholders' impact on the market at any given second, not some fair value of the company as derived from a fundamental analysis. So if you focus on price discovery, then there is more volatility. If you focus on price stability, there is less volatility. And so it isn't true to say that there would be a slow creep up from 1350. It doesn't really matter about the speed of the creep up too. If the trajectory is solid and the trend is consistent and that takes a long time, well then it takes a long time and you make lots and lots and lots of money over a long period of time. You know, if you can rely on a trend and you tune into TradeSpotting, I can make you rich. Whereas if you rely on big volatile moves alone, then you'll be waiting, hanging around, doing nothing with your hands in your pockets for months on end and hoping for something that's an unrealistic and non-actionable plan to come along and fall into your lap, at which point your ability to exploit it might be compromised. You might be caught in calls when your feline guru is himself changing his position. I'm not critiquing him. I'm saying that you need to act on your own best interests and you have to be aware of events before they impact you, at least for the potential. And you need to plan and scope your risk out around these things so that you're best able to exploit price to your benefit. And the way you do that is by having equitable access to the markets and freedom to express your individual choices on the stocks that you like, which you don't have. So follow me, work with me, and you will have. I'll make sure of it. Right? All the people that run the world at the minute, they're going to die. I'll still be alive. I'll be very, very successful because I know what is happening with certain things. And I'm good at trading stuff. And, together we'll win. Or, tune in a few years' time. See me winning and wish you had have. Hit the like button, trace button. James, I told you please to sit in the kitchen today. So now you see what's happened at GameStop. Shit, gaming was not in the kitchen today. You're right. My neck was too sore because I only slept 10 hours over the weekend and my pillows... I can't blame it on the pillows. They're fine. 10 hours and my neck's sore. Tune in TraceBond. I wish I followed this earlier. AK, you're welcome. Be here, my friend. Good to see you. Thanks. Just stop vaping so you'll still be alive. Well, the vaping is a big step down from the smoking, and these incremental changes, they're part of that strong trend. So you're right, Colin. Stop vaping, good idea. Sooner the better. Increase that trajectory and that positivity. Jamie's a god. Thank you very much, AK. Yep, and you didn't yell it. I didn't yell Jamie is in the kitchen either. True story. Yet next week I shall yell it if you like. It'll be Jamie yelling. Jamie yelling. Jay yelling. Jay yelling in the kitchen. Don't worry, as soon as there's 16 F-16s depart from Romania and attack targets in Russia, we'll see a big reset coming. F-16s. Leaving Romania. Yeah, it would be clear to point out, in case Vladimir Putin's watching, they're leaving Romania in order to get to Ukraine. After which point it's up to and then they'll subsequently land in Ukraine. Shh, nobody knows, but that's maybe not true, but shh. And they'll stay there, and Romania aren't involved, and you can't attack Romania, and just leave Romania out of it, Vlad. Sorry, that sounded a bit judgmental. You got this. Not at all, Colin Robinson. I appreciate it. It's a positive comment, and I appreciate you. There's nothing wrong with saying it at all. And if you see someone vaping on stream, it's probably right to point out that it's not good to do and not to do it. And I would certainly agree with that. It's responsible and truthful. And anyone watching along, if you're vaping, you're a stupid idiot. Stop doing it. The next Wonder Waffle Nothing Burger. The Wonder Waffles. The Stroop Waffle Wonder Waffle Glide Bomber. Taken off now from Unreasonable Land. No, Ukraine hasn't got infrastructure to handle F-16, so talks are to handle them straight from NATO countries. Hope not, though. No, Didek, we can't be saying that. Vlad might be watching, or Sergey, or somebody, or Sasha, or one of them's watching right now, you know it, and they're going to tell Vlad. So let's just keep this story going, right? The F-16s are landing in Ukraine, they're always going to be there, and shh. My target's above remain. My target's above remain. Yes, so a lot of people would be like worried and stuff, right? But you know how you had this big move, right? Like in 2021, you had this big move. It came down, tested $10, came back up, tested 85, came down a little bit, not quite to $10 again, went up and tested 85 again. You know how that happened, right? This isn't 2021, but that is what happened in 2021. Look over here, this is it right now. I could explain all of the reasons why everything and whatnot, but we spent hours doing that, and there's only an hour and 20 minutes left till the end of price action today, right? So here's what you had here, right? Now tell me if this reminds you of anything. You had this huge move up and it came back down, tested that $10, went up towards your $85, came down again, and then curved back up and tested that same level, right? That was equidistant to the previous high. And within that, you saw a number of retracements against the previous trend. From the breakout move up to the top side, you know, take it from here, this break back down was a golden pocket. And then from the subsequent move from the high to the low, the retracement back up was a 786, right? So GameStop now, just get down and make it obvious, 2 minutes just for a change. 2 minutes just for a change. Not really, right? Not really. Go 15 minutes, can that make it work? Yeah. So in 15 minutes, you had this move up from these lows. This retracement was to the golden pocket here. And this move back up again from that high to the low. It was a 786, right? 786. And I could draw that more and more accurately. And you would see it was nearly exactly a 786. So very similar. I'm not speaking to fractals because I don't. Fractals! I hate that crap, right? I hate that crap. And you could spend 50 lifetimes on that and get nowhere. Right? I don't care if it was written by God himself, and it isn't. The idea that it can give you an answer is stupid, right? If somebody wants to spend 50 lifetimes, or 50 people want to do that consecutively, passing the information on each other and then come up with an answer, it might be useful. Until then, it's not, right? You might as well ask Paul Daniels what's happening with the price. Or who's the guy in your area? David Copperfield or somebody, right? So in your area, your local magician. Hey, it's TradeSpot, and I know it's TradeSpot, and I'm the local magician right here. Right, so what happens here? It could well curl back up, test that level, break that downward sloping diagonal, but not then break out. Get everyone really, really excited, as price tends to do, and then go into a period of consolidation again. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying it's definitely possible. We're in track and going with that and tracking at the minute. There's reasons why it happened at the time, and there's reasons why, the same reasons why it could happen now. And it's the way price behaves leads market psychology, market behavior, and then traders' actions. So it could well be that that's the case. Now, we're down 12% today. We've had the shareholder meeting. Wednesday, there is no markets because there's a holiday. It means there's one less day, which means that theta machines were faster. That means the time decay in your contracts is accelerated. It's faster than it would typically be. Wednesday is also the day that most people adjust their positions, their open option contracts, in order to take advantage of either rolling them, closing them, or adjusting based on what's coming. If they're closing on Friday or the subsequent Friday, then they look at the Wednesday and the previous Wednesday, the Wednesday prior, to make their decisions, which is similar to what we've seen lots of famous market participants do over the years. And you're looking at Wednesday being closed, so that has a greater impact not just on the time decay, but on how other people will handle their open interest, those trades with a standing open interest. And then Friday comes, and it's a huge close, huge close. Take my course there, it's about the course there. Take the course, but this is the open interest for, is it going to work? Sometimes the website just doesn't want to work. It does want to work. You'll be looking at this close this week. Highest interest call strike, that's the node with the most volume on it, is back up at $125 here, which means that there's this impact on max pain being pulled up by what is frankly an unachievable price. So you could discount that, and max pain could be even lower. The highest open interest shorts in at around $20 because people anticipated that as being support. Get in there. It wouldn't be. I've just got a message there. Just read that. distressing message. Right, so I hope everything's all right there. So you've got, yeah, the put size open interest here. The highest open interest node at 20 is also having an impact on max pain, but like the reason that it would be there makes sense based on the technicals that we see on the chart and the support areas that it's gone through on the way up, and why there would be a lot of interest in around 20. Also, it's also true to say that you don't actually have to be in the money to be in profit when you're buying and selling options if you did it at smart times, though these people are not in the money and never were, right? So price moving away from that area when there's very little time value left in those contracts means they're worth nothing, going down nothing, going worthless. This is then the second most interesting one, and it's at $30. There's also an awful lot of long interest at 20, and that together is interesting, right? This $20, that's where a lot of people bought in the money contracts. If they were to exercise them, which they would be perhaps minded to do if the stock price was above that area, because then they get the shares cheaper than they would be on the open market, and if they've confidence that the price will continue to rise from there, then they would perhaps exercise, which would have an impact for price the following week, right? If they did it on the Friday, because settlement period, of course, option contracts, you'd have to wait to see that fully play out. But at this point in time, unwinding all of these is significant. To do it, there's put call ratio 0.49. That means that there's half as many puts as there are all calls. To close out all of the open interest means that all outstanding derivative trades, which means all option contracts, close. And if you're closing long, you have to sell. If you're closing short, you have to buy. So those traders closing long are going to have bigger selling impact on price than those traders closing short, so that'll have a negative impact on price. So if these contracts are being unwound and $30 is above the current price, so they'll likely also be unwound, means that it's going to have a negative impact on price. And it's also true to say that in order to facilitate all of these trades, in order to facilitate all of them, the market maker would have had to have tried to be as neutral as possible and trying to exploit just the spread. Now, if that's true, and ostensibly it is, then it's in consequence that meeting both of these trades, all of these trades on the markets, meeting all of those traders' ability to create option contracts, to buy them, have them written and then bought, be able to meet that demand, it's natural that there will be an equilibrium between all of these opens and closes. And that equilibrium is called max pain. Now the word max pain, the name is cool as, right? And that is a cool ass name. But it's not very good at describing what's actually happening, right? It's not max pain. It would suggest it would be, because most contracts are closing out of the money at that level, but it's actually an equilibrium between all of the open interest nodes. And so market makers who facilitated the creation of that open interest will be finding themselves floating along the middle of that spectrum, and as such, that's where max pain comes in at. So it's not necessarily bad, and price getting pushed towards max pain can't be blamed on the market makers. And the people who do say these things often don't realize that it's their friends and their fellow traders on the same trade as that same trade and the same direction, who's with them all the way, are actually causing price to get pushed to max pain when they unwind their contracts. And so that's an explanation of open interest, max pain, the volume nodes on that open interest chart, how all of that impacts price, and tied it back to the technical analysis, which explains why $23 in that sort of area would be good support. Dropping anywhere below 20 would be bad, and pushing back up to the top side above 30 would be good, and why all of these chart patterns then add to the veracity of what I've described on open interest. Likewise, it adds to the fidelity of the data we're looking at here, and why these risk management zones, over time, people watching this channel, if you're new here, they'll tell you, people who've been watched in a long time in the chat box will tell you, that's why this technical analysis, this risk management, this strategic approach to trading is far more effective than it is elsewhere, and why people who watch along here feel like this is a real route to success in life, because it is, because I fucking worked at making it so. And Pardon me for swearing, but then I do need to cut out a couple of habits, swearing and vaping. Thank you very much for paying attention there at the like button. If you got any value from that, I certainly think that it could have been valuable. Could have been useful information. And now we'll close that poll at 3,796. We'll wait for 3,800. We'll wait a second more. We only need 4 more votes. I'm sure 4 more people will jump in and vote anyway in the next wee while without even me prompting them. Got 671 viewers. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Dink is a live person. Congratulations, Dink. Bye, Scott. Take care, Scott. Got to run. Great. See you later, Scott. Nice. Thanks for being here and tuning in. Turnips flow is large. The turnips. We love some turnips. Root vegetables. They used to have futures market for root vegetables, but they stopped it. We could bring it back. We can be the market makers. We can bring that commodity back to the exchanges. We can be the king of turnips. Something that we can do if you like. I'd enjoy doing that. We'd be very famous and funny, and people would make jokes and TV shows about it. I may or may not be a live person. Dink, I think you are a live person. I'm gonna go with correct, Amundo. You are. Right. Lol. I was so far ahead. I clicked live, and I suddenly Afro. So far ahead. You were ahead. So that's the poll closing now. 3,805 votes in poll. What were the results? Everybody would have liked more. The question we asked was the shareholder meeting positive or negative? Yes, 23%. No, 23%. So a completely even split on yes and no. Those people who wanted to vote yes or no and were emphatic in their feelings. An even split across the board. So if you read news articles that tell you any different, it's not true. They'll be representing 1/2 of that sentiment that we've seen here. Would you have liked more info? 34%. Now I deliberately put that in because it's both yes and no. And it also speaks to what people were expecting, their anticipation, and it's when your expectations aren't met that you get disappointed. If you don't have any expectations, you can't be. Don't mean that in a nihilist sense. I mean it to explain and the impact it has on the sentiment analysis that we did in the yes/no question. Like, you provide that other answer, and you get people to think about what they're saying, and they avoid the yes and the no because they so would have liked more information. So there's a lot of people who had expectations about the meeting, or who chose that option ahead of yes no, and that speaks to a strong sense of feeling there, really strong sense of feeling, and bolsters the credibility of the yes no split. Like, a lot of people would have liked more info, but also would have voted yes or no. And so it speaks to this isn't just some simple yes or no. It's simple yes or no, true, but it's got a lot of feeling behind it, and the people who voted really kind of, a lot of them have strong opinions there, and that's represented by the fact that 34% of you voted for an option that illustrated those feelings without picking the yes or no. And so we've got the yes and no, we've got contextual information about the strength of those yes or no's, and then we had lots of people were able to pick the no, just let me show the results option, which means that that sample size of 3,800 people wasn't compromised by people who just wanted to see the answer. They had an option too. And so anyone who would have acted against the rules or the methods and methodology, the methodology of the poll provided a strong contextual answer for people watching along. So I think it was a really good poll in the way it was made. And I think that it should be interesting for everybody watching along to be aware of the distinct difference of opinion there in the shareholder base, and respect each other's opinions, because if we communicate properly, then there's no need to fall out, and we all would like the same thing, I imagine. So I like it. Where is the link for your course? www.technoanalysis.school. There it is. Beckman, BMJ Shadow just put it in. You're welcome, he says. Cool, thanks. Good one. Thanks very much, BMJ. Appreciate it. I'm more inclined to say yes to every question. Why say no when you can say yes? I know what you mean, El Baker. Yes. It's like, share that opinion. Going through airports and they've got like, how was your experience? And it's got all the faces, and some of them are happy and some of them are sad. You know, I hit that happy face and I feel happy. Even if I've just been violated at airport security, I'm like, thank God, a happy face. Hit it, hit it. I think that's what's got wrong at airports. Curious what a positive interpretation of that meeting would be. Colin, I think I tried to put forward one, didn't I? Did I not? I thought I put down a fairly positive one. Maybe it was kind of neutral, really, to be honest. Positive is the fact that Ryan Cohen's going to continue cutting costs, and that then, you know, growing the legacy business clearly isn't his objective. And that allows GameStop with $4 billion on hand and a previously stated intention to invest in M&A activity as us one step further towards that future reality. I know a lot of people will say, but like, time doesn't, you know, I don't have all the time in the world. And then that changes it. But if you're looking at the investor meeting, just the annual meeting, just that on its own, then you would say that there wasn't a lot of dissent. There wasn't a lot of wasted time. It was very pragmatic, and they got down to brass tacks. They didn't talk about future, so it's true that there'll be people disappointed. But that's not me putting across a positive case for an argument's sake. It's just trying to explain to Colin what it might be. But then there's definitely others. I haven't been watching all day, to be honest. Okay, no problem. No problem. Yes, Viz often does that. That's life. Appreciate it. Thanks. Appreciate you being here. Cheers, Colin. Appreciate you being here. And I put this link at the top there, and I can pin that. And now if you want to take the course, there's a link at the top of the page, and it should take you to that. You can think about signing up at some stage. Oh my god, but the longer you leave it, the less money you'll make. I saw 10 puppies. That's not just true now. You know, think about the 9 months, 12 months before you take it now. That's like the crucial part, where you create a trajectory, you get balance, and you go on to be a consistently profitable trader. But if you think about it in 5 years' time, if you were still at it and still being a good trader, you might be making tens of thousands every month. And so you're in a commune with your future self. So the 5 months you delay now could be 50 grand in the future, could be 100 grand in the future, could be $1 million in the future. And you think you're doing yourself a favor by trying to wait to take the course, to decide until you become convinced. You're shortchanging yourself, and you should remember that you're in a commune with your future self, and that person wants you to do better now so that their life's even better in future, and they don't have to do any hard work. And delaying your gratification by focusing on the things you should be doing now that make your future easier later. You can call it Schopenhauer's telescope, you can call it being wise, you can call it being an adult. But I can tell you that the people in your life who see you acting that way and putting those important things first and doing them now, they'll appreciate that. They'll appreciate you, and your future self would too. So think about it. And if you've got arguments against it, think that those arguments maybe come from all those years of experience at the cheese sandwich factory. So this recovery is to 50% and no more. Back above that high, no more. Taking it up on this guy doesn't really work with the levels. Your 236 looks like support, and it isn't really, so that'd be a little confusing. I'd be thinking about it here, testing it once, failing it back above 382, tested 50% and no more, could easily fall down again. 3 minutes left until 8 p.m. here. Big moves on the market today. Big moves. What's SPY doing? Continue to the top side there of this formation. Broke through that channel, pushed into the top side. Continuation there. VIX still positive, though not as big a percentage as we saw earlier because of this gap. Closed, was negative, now trying to push back up again, but that's going to be a bit of a struggle. The fact that SPY's made it to a resistance level suggests that VIX could come back, and after your first touch of these, you do tend to find a retracement back to where you previously had support. What would have been a diagonal uptrend here? It can come back and test that line without being lower than the previous low, and that'd be a higher low and confirmation and uptrend. People would look to that potential on SPX, so probably in and around that sort of level would be the good retest. If SPY is coming back down a little bit, then most stocks will move in the same direction. And then the critical level up to the top side, 5,500. Perhaps it's a while before it gets there, but that's the sort of area you'd be looking to in terms of price. Whether the time, slightly irrelevant. I wasn't doing any analysis on the x-axis there. Okay, what is the chat box saying? I'm pretty sure that I've given out some really good info today. I think this is a top quality show, this one. Today was such a disappointment. I expected much more. Ramses Ikin. Hopefully that's not myself. Hopefully not myself. Future me always gets screwed by present me. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah. We do it to ourselves. Expectations can compromise your plan if not kept in check. True story. Good shout, Lisa. If Lipson does not get over $1 before summer end, is there a reason to reconsider? I mean, you want to ask somebody bearish, right? They'll tell you plenty of reasons to never even get in the first place. Like by the end of the summer. That's sooner than I'm trying to target any positive price movements. I'm hoping for like October, November perhaps, but it wouldn't make me get out of the position. It might make me adjust my contracts or change the way I'm orientated in advance. But I noticed that by watching what price did. I don't care about the x-axis, mate. I don't mean to dismiss your question, but like by the end of summer, like the company got a delisting notice, and typically these companies go for a whole year and don't do much when they get that notice, and then get it extended by another year if they're trying to turn the business around. They're certainly going through a transition period a lot more rapidly than you might look at other companies, and are replacing their board with strategic focus, and then management, and then the top level engineers. All of that stuff's been refreshed with a very specific goal in mind. And they've got in a really strong turnaround junkie in the CEO. So maybe he does it by summertime, but that would be like superhuman amazingness. The fucking stock price only needs to, you know, the markets only need to see that LivePerson can raise money on the open markets. They can do it. And then the current valuation will go up, right, a little bit. The pressure on price will be alleviated slightly when it's obvious that they can raise money from public markets. But them being a publicly listed company, that's the whole point. When companies get shorted down, they don't necessarily go bankrupt just because their share price went to zero, as Rocky Outcrop has well explained in his recent videos to people. It doesn't go to bankrupt just because the share price goes down. The reason it goes down is because people who, market participants, believe that they'll never be able to raise money from the markets again. If they can get it down, they can get it that linked in through private equity or through debt positions. So also that will cause the company to be going down and further dilute and more liquidate. Then they can position themselves to benefit from a short and do that to the point where they'll push it to zero or close out a position on bankruptcy, and then never have to pay any tax on that trade, which adds a huge boon to certain firms who aim to do these sort of things. BMJ Tracebot, no offense brother, just keep it positive. NAS. Cool. At Tracebot, Kitty tweeted. What did he tweet now? What have you been tweeting now, Mr. Kitties? You guys don't get to see it. I'll show it here. Here it is. Twitter. Is this Twitter? No, that's the YouTube. Is it this one? Twitter. That's it. There's Roaring Kitty's latest tweet. Gotta like a bit of that, right? It reminds me of my brother. It reminds me of my brother. Doesn't it? It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Green glow. Eh? I like a little bit of that. Takes that red out of his face. Makes him look that little bit healthier. Encantado, Ismael. Mucho gracias. We don't talk about Bruno. Who's Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. Who is it? Oh, right. Oh, right. You're talking about the tweet. Pardon me. Well, we'll not talk about that then. No. Bruno. Not Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. Green, green, green. But he's sad. He's sad. It's true. It's from Encantado, and the guy is green. He's got a green light on his face, but he's sad, and we don't talk about Bruno. Colombian green emeralds. Not a cloud in the sky. Death of banana friche. Ryan Curran, it's a song with lyrics. We don't talk about Bruno. I can't type today and giving up. Unlucky Ryan, I know how that feels sometimes. Emerald candles. Well, it's a little bit harder than that, right? Roaring Kitty's pretty good with the old memes, but you're going to have to put in more than that to get the old green candles. So back at the GameStop, on reaction to Roaring Kitty's latest tweet, it's boom, some emerald green candles. If I stretch it out and make most of it green, then, you know, we might also get a glow here in the chat box. The glow up to the close off. The close off and the glow up until the close off. Ow! I just found a nail on the ground. That shit happens around here nowadays. So this test awards an important fib level. It's also the breakdown point over this guy. A lot of activity coming in there. That's understandable. You've got your inverted head and shoulders on price action here and on the RSI, which would have given you this measured move. It's not quite the truth of it there. There's your neck. I should have drawn it the right size. Drop it on. There's a neckline somewhere around there. And that's pretty much where price went to on the wick high of this move. It's still true to say they could have weeded a wee bit more. You would have also then been aware of this guy in the 86, and it managed to make it back above that. The body closes didn't though. So, well, it looks good. It feels like a little something something. It's not actually the be all and end all on that front. Oh shit, I've been doing all that with the guy's face on. Pardon me. My bad. Sorry. Whacking ya. It would have been good to get more details on the future plans and decisions instead of another just trust us bro from Whacking ya. That's true. It would have been better. There's a lot of things that could have been better there. That's for sure. Whacking ya, $5 and then $25 earlier. I appreciate that. Whacking ya, that's well good of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Where's my life persons at? Still on the bro screen. I was on the bro screen. Sorry, guys. We don't talk about Bruno, but we show him on the screen a lot when we should have been actually showing price action. And what we wanted to talk about was the recovery. This was the head and shoulders here, inverted head and shoulders, which you can see from shoulder, head, shoulder. You also had it on the RSI there, giving us the confirmation. And you had your measured move, which I drew in from the lowest point to the neckline, and then that neckline goes across here. So the price broke out of it at this area. It retested that zone, but it broke out of it and it got to more or less that wick is where the measured move took it, and price action itself closed at the 886 here. From this breakdown, looking across, you can see that the body closes here held that 886 and below. So you'd be looking at this and a retest to that trend line potentially in around 25.30, 25, or depends where it meets that, you know, likely an important horizontal, which would be 25, 24.95, 24.77, tiny little areas that no distinction between won't impact anyone's trades, but does speak to trend. So I think we did pretty good there again. We don't talk about Bruno. What do you think the tweet "We don't talk about Bruno" means? Do you have any impressions or any feelings about it in particular? We don't talk about Bruno. You'll know more about it, and I've not seen the movie, but we don't talk about Bruno seems to be saying we're avoiding talking about something specifically. And does that mean that there's things that are being kept away from the public intentionally because it would benefit GameStop's plans, or does it mean that he thinks there's things he should have talked about but didn't get round to? Bruno himself, and we don't talk about Bruno, but is he associated with anything uncomfortable, any truths that would be hard to stomach, and so that would be why they avoid it? That would have implications, I imagine. Or is it that he's staying away from any negative connotations with that post, and it specifically means he's avoiding the negativity that could come with disappointed people with high expectations? Maybe. Is there any other thoughts about the subtle communications he may be making to other shareholders, or just to, through his expression of his own emotions there? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Is there? Using it as a playful reference? Should we communicate with shareholders behind the scenes issues or strategies are not yet ready for public discussion? It's intriguing. What do you guys think? Chat box, what do you think? You can predict the future. Rocky Outcrop, predicting the future. Bruno's kept hidden, but always in the Cantado house. Maybe DFE is going dark, but always around. He's the black sheep of the family who lives in the walls of their house. In the end, he was trying to help people. Wow. The family hides from Bruno in the movie because they think he's bad. He's bad luck in the end. It turns out Bruno is the hero. Hiding from Bruno and he's actually the hero? Huh. So who's Bruno then in this? We were pissed off at first, little frustration, which is actually ending up winning Wimbledon that year. Now Bruno is looking up and seeing green. Mood changing. I suppose you would have to put the two tweets together, wouldn't you? Tradespot and Bruno says it looks like rain, but there are no clouds in the sky. Those are the words associated with the song. That's the words with the song associated with him. It's going to rain, but there's no clouds in the sky. Well, this is a bit of a warning tweet then. Break even. Roaring Kitty call options at 25 spot 60. Yes, but then he exercised, and so his cost basis is 23 something now. So he's still in profit, but that profit was expressed with the shares he bought. Why? Maybe he is Bruno since they don't talk about him. Yeah, but like the entirety of Rowan Kitty's position is not obvious now. It was when he said, "This is the entirety of my position. There you go." But subsequent to that, he sold some shares, exercised some of those, not selling any shares. He exercised some of those contracts. He rolled, I don't know. He exercised some of them and he bought shares. And it's definitely true to say that there is some activity that could be seen as maybe his, that if it was included would mean he got a whole lot more than the money it took to buy those shares he bought that he added. In which case, how might he deploy that money in future? And lots of other conversations. This is just a little hiccup. To the inevitable he sees, future is green. Stay strong, fellas, we're going to pop up soon. Well, what about all the lassies? What do they do? Also, what's with the green? The green glow doesn't counter the rain's going to come even though clouds aren't showing part to the song. That would be a more dominant association than the green in the photo, right? Unless he's actually, does Bruno get rich? Is the question. This could mean only one thing: an invasion. Wait till you see this. Wait till you see the memes coming on live, person. Honestly, it's better than any movie you've ever watched. Maybe there's an anagram for Bruno McEnroy. McEnroe. Bruno McEnroy. Total mood changer. Yo, Matthew, how's it going? I wish I got paid this week. I need more GameStop. This week, most people get paid next week, the end of the month. Oh, but people in America get paid every couple of weeks, don't you? Over here in Britain, we've got to stiff up a lip. It's like a monthly thing. Unless you're working, like, you know, like a bar or something, then maybe you get paid weekly, that sort of job, you know, especially if it's cash in hand. Give me my goddamn money right now, boss. 25.52 on GameStop. Bruno sees prophecies on green crystals. We're gonna run, baby. He sees the prophecies on the green crystals. Bi-weekly is norm in the US. God dash, you just love getting the money, velocity in your economy. The settlement period over here on wages is a month, in case you go out and spend it on something. You don't want that. They only want to pay you a few times before you have to get that tax payment in. He's rich with love at the end. Hazelhuff. Sure, money doesn't bring you love. You could have just gone out and got that love anyway instead of trying to do his crystal predictions. Mind you, does he get money or not? Like, does he? He definitely doesn't if you're saying that. The sand turns green with his cousin. I don't understand that sentence. I get paid by wallet, lol. By wallet? That you get paid by being a good trader, BMG. Vision, not cousin. Ah. The sand turns green with his vision. Green sand. That's pretty bullish. Green sand. I mean, I would go to that beach. Bruno is the family member who spoke of prophecies the family didn't want spoken about. They pushed him out and they act like he doesn't exist. Oh my god, what a cruel family. That's horrible. What a cruel family. UK wants to pay you in the way all companies bill you. Whatever you have left is what you spend. Yeah, spend it all on your credit card bill. His visions were true. Poor Bruno. I feel bad for poor Bruno. I suppose you put Bruno in the context of McEnroe, though. What's the overall impression? Are we getting clarity on previously hinted topics? Am I being more confused now than I was earlier? Is that a dry herb vape? I think someone recommended this to me once upon a time. It's familiar. Yes, it is. It's called the Stores and Bickel Mighty. It's made in Germany, which is like they know how to make shit. His visions were true. They were true as. Bickel is the best. They chose to FTD on the big share purchases. Big purchases. The big, did they? Well, are we even going to get the FTD data? Like, at this point, I'm starting to wonder. The Venti is a new version. It rocks. Venti, new. So not exactly the same. The technology, once you look at the thing, doesn't seem all that complicated. Canthord and Bickle Mighty. That sounds like the start of a good poem, Ryan. You're still not typing great, though. It feels bearish in the short term, but bullish in the long term. Oh, don't tickle me there. I think Ronan Kitty is just saying nothing has changed. Seems like Jamie needs to watch Encantado. Do I really need to? There's a lot of things I haven't watched. Is Encantado right up there? I mean, would it be better than watching The Edge of Tomorrow another 10 times? I think that's pretty good. I could watch that over and over and over again. Or Groundhog Day. I could watch that a million times. Or Trade GameStop. I could do that all the time. Jokes. The Bruno clip contains butterflies. BBBY tinfoil. Oh my god. Well, if it contains butterflies in the Bruno movie, I think we've got a strong contender for what the most best, serious, coolest, awesome answer is. You should. Shit makes you tear up. It's so good. Just keep rewatching Dumb Money. Dumb Money. Dumb Money. The movie about GameStop. Never watched it, mate. Never watched it. I read that the guy who wrote it created characters based on like an amalgamation of all the other people talking about GameStop, and I was like, wow, somebody's actually saying that like they would just group everybody together and blah 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 and talk shit, and then he wrote the thing like straight after the squoze happened, so it didn't really include a lot of things, and the whole thing bookended it in a way that I thought wasn't really appropriate, and so I wasn't really I wasn't desperate to get out and watch it. wasn't desperate to get out and watch it, so I could watch it the first time. That would be an option. I don't think there's much better than watching Edge of Tomorrow 10 more times. Damn right, Roy. It's so good. Hey, you know what I mean? Who said you could talk to me? You did. Tomorrow on the beach. You do know what's happened to me, don't you? And then boom, don't tell anyone about this. This is the Alpha Omega. Boom, we can reset time. Man, I was quoting that movie earlier on today. Seems like Jimmy doesn't have kids and wasn't forced to watch it. Good spot, Detective L. Baker. Tubes, no way to say with certainty, but we do know from the past data they've left out FD data when FTDs were very, 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 very large. Well, they keep the FTD data in the data when they publish it. I mean, it's there right enough when they publish it. It's just 2 occasions they just didn't bother. When you'd be like, "Whoa, guys, this should be the time you really got to," and then they didn't, and then 2 weeks later you're like, "Hey guys, what happened?" They're like, "Do do 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 do. I've got this week's data," and you're like, "Yeah, but what about before?" And they're like, "I don't know, what are you talking about? Did I not give that to you?" And then they're like in a taxi driving away. Jimmy, should we draw a line on a trend? Aviator, Jamie, shouldn't we draw a line on a trend? Can we get which trend? What are you? This one here. It's not really moved away significantly from this third touch, so you can't draw a line there. You're looking at this. Suppose you could give that trend a line. You could do, you know. You have to take it a little bit tighter. Aviator. There's the trend line there. That might be what you're looking at. But shouldn't we draw a line on the trend? That's not the trend. That's support. The trend is defined by lows and highs, which this is a low, this is a lower low, this is a high here, this is a lower high. You haven't yet got a lower low, but you've got confirmation that you've not managed to break that high, and so this is the line on the trend as it is at the minute, and the formation then would be something like this, broadening, right angled wedge, and you could anticipate price going like ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong, like that. And bear in mind all of that is on the 1 minute time frame, so we could draw a line on that, but don't get carried away in thinking that it's going to do anything. This is Aviator, good point, but putting it in context and price on it, it's not actually giving us any value. It's just something to look at, maybe get disappointed by, and maybe you're talking about a completely different line and you're now offended by my mistaken line. Is it right? Is that line a bad line? The settlement for 5 million share purchases could be this Friday. Short interest report date is also due by a couple of days. It's late as well. Imagine it was your job, eh? You would feel under so much pressure if you were the last guy, right, and it was you that was doing it. You're like literally the guy with the calculator checking the Excel spreadsheet wasn't fucking it up. And you were like, guys, you have to take it to your boss so that he would sign off on it. And he's like, where is it? Where is it? The whole world is looking at you right now. You feel quite intimidated, especially because you wouldn't be getting paid much. Jimmy, thanks, bro. You're welcome. Aviator, my friend, you're welcome. Are you Coco for Cocoa Puffa? What? I believe the current price action is still being heavily manipulated. Investors. A lot of people share that opinion. High line on the trend. Sorry, Jimmy. Stonks only go up. Quite right, Ryan Cohen. Is price very manipulatable? Are you a Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs? Is price very manipulatable? Maybe. Maybe that's all one message, in which case sounds like a song, quite like the rhythmic part there. I wonder what Urke knows that we don't know. I wonder what Urke knows that we don't know. Nothing. Doesn't know anything that we don't know. He doesn't know anything that I haven't said in a video in the last 2 weeks. That's a fact. Jimmy, what the fuck is going on? I've sort of explained it over a couple of weeks, Erwin. It's a big topic. Of course, lol, of course the short data is late. Yeah, Merkenbox. There we go. Freaking short data is late again. Surprise, surprise. I was surprised though. I was surprised. I think it's a bit much to do it when we're also late with FTDs. Can we have eyes on important data now? Can we? No, Merkenbox, you're not allowed it. Not when it would impact the markets. No. No. Nope. They're just going to not let you see that. No need. Someone maybe could try and show it to you, but all the forces that be would intervene. Right? It would never make it from the satellites to your computer. It just wouldn't happen. So, aviators, guys, bounce on the trend line so far. You can't argue with that, yo. You can't argue with that. What does aviator know that we don't know? Sorry, GME stocks will go up. That was Ryan. We know that all now. He shared that secret with us. But the float was significantly lower, says Love Stars. That's obviously another message somewhere. When Ryan Cohen made his large share purchase back in 2021, which is the same amount Kitty has now, it didn't even impact the price until 35 days later. But the float was significantly lower. Yeah, so the float's important for the short interest implications. It's important for regulations with regards to the SEC and different ownership amounts. It's got implications all over the shop, but it doesn't speak to the selling pressure of, as some people imagine, nor does like market cap in any way a useful thing to do is for like snapshot analysis. So sorry guys, I lost my pants. Frosty, how do you stay on live for so long, lol? I don't know, Frosty. I don't know. Because I think that I'm being helpful, but I'll usually measure that by stream engagement stuff. The likes were huge. People were really watching. There was thousands of people, but I didn't get much donations. So I don't know what's sustaining me. The fact that I find that it must be helpful, that I think it's helpful, that I'm there's expectations that I'll be on till close when I start streaming, and so I want to meet those so that people aren't disappointed, and everybody else that's watching along gives me energy and keeps me enthusiastic. Also nice to see the greater community still having the conversation, and the chat box is still busy, and Rowan Kitty's still sharing his tweets, and the news stories still coming out. Information, short and sweet as it was, still being disseminated into news articles. I mean, they've not managed to write a big news article yet. A lot of people would have been saying, like, I didn't think Ryan Cohen was going to say anything at all, and he did. He talked at the start of the thing there. He had some positive comments to make, and we all know that he's not been replaced with a lizard person. So that's quite good. He's not a lizard person. He's still a live person. Ryan Cohen's still a live person. That's official now. Ryan Cohen is a live person. That's now official. And before, when was the last time you heard from Ryan Cohen, right? A lot of people say to me stuff like, what's Ryan Cohen done for us lately? Well, I would say to them, have you even seen the guy? And now you would have to say, well, yeah, he was on that annual investor meeting call, so you'd be positive. A lot of people will be really happy about that, and that's why so am I. Traceborn is a life force. Yes, vis-a-vis. I'm a life force. You're a live person. I'm a live force. To plug it in, and stuff happens. It's amazing. It's a true story. Congrats, Vince. That's awesome. What happened? Congrats, Vince. I don't see the message there, but congrats, Vince. Fact Sarah is still working, and if you end the stream, she'll have to find something else to listen to, and it might be ghost stories, and she might not be able to sleep later. Oh my god. Well, there's this Encantado thing. Apparently, that's what you should be doing. It's amazing. It's got all the answers in Encantado. Like, massive boon for that movie. Loads of people on their streaming services like, oh shit, it's only available on like paxmax.com or whatever, and they go on paxmax.com and they sign up for a whole month so they can watch Encantado. That's what people will be doing. I was thinking of frogs. That happens to me sometimes. Extremely helpful. If it weren't for you, I likely would have sold several times. Les Oster Minor the Biber. Well, as long as you're making the decisions yourself, then that's a positive message. The selling it several times right at absolute peaks, and it would have had you build your position to make more impact, power to your position and all. Maybe there's other considerations. Try to help with everything, everybody's approach and style. But I've got a very itchy head. Do you think we'll get above 30 this week? Maratya. I haven't actually done any analysis on the x-axis actually yet. I haven't done any on the x-axis, any analysis on the x-axis yet. If you guys, then I'll hear it. 90% of my messages don't send. Ryan, I feel barely bad for Ryan. DFE is a Disney shield confirmed. Diana Stevens, eh? In there with the conspiracy theories about Disney. Of course, the one that goes through is I was thinking about frogs. Oh, I see what you mean there. Like there was 9 out of 10 about the. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about frogs now because of that. I'll watch Encantado again with you, Tracebot. Roberto Gama. Hey, what a lovely message. Are we all want to do an Encantado watch party on Discord at some stage? Do you have any shares in GME? Who are you asking, Grant? BMG, lol. You don't have to wear it if it's itchy. That's what she said. No, she didn't. She didn't say that. What would you be wearing anyway? That doesn't really make much sense. But Sarah did say it. X-Ax-Ux. X-Ax-Ux? Look, price is breaking up again. Towards close. Alright, now you can draw stuff on. If you like. It's only made it back to this previous peak. Though it did make it above the measured move. We like that very much. Hasn't made it back above this peak. I move this guy out of the way. It's made it back above this one. It has made it. It's a higher high. We can finally rest with our higher high. This higher high that you're getting now, I can draw that around it. Might come away from it. That isn't the point. That higher high now means this trend line that Ava 8 was talking about is now the dominant trend line and does form part of a future chart pattern. That could easily be said to be a triangle because, you know, we've not departed from this zone by any significant amount, so keep that in mind. But it could also be a trend line like that, which is across the top of price action and you're testing $27. Doing that means you're going back through a golden pocket, but it would be towards 786, and GameStop loves 786s in the minute. You would also be able to do other things as the magpies flying around outside. You would also be doing other things if that is the trend that's evolving. It doesn't have to be just like that. There's other ways of looking at it. You know, could be going across here. It's only had 2 touches, so everything you do, you're just guessing. Just guess. At which point there's no point. But there is this higher high, which is higher than this high, which is great because you're in an uptrend because you've got a low, a high, a higher low, and a higher high, and now all you need is a higher low, which could be anywhere above 24.50. What was the low on this bit? 24.76. No, it has to be up around 24.90 or above. That's what you're looking for. Ouch. Ow, ouch. So that's there is aviators, right? And then you can go through between all these highs and lows. And that's your uptrend, right? Your uptrend's represented by the line that goes through underneath all the highs and above all the lows. Ideally, this would be in line with this sort of thing, and you'd get like the tightening, and the break would be to the top side, and be all like, right up there, oh, you will. Anyway, so the point is, right, 15-minute time frame. Price going up here, people get really excited, but that's because they're not able to filter against their own bias. And that filter, if you could see it, like what's actually going on there, is that you'd be discounting the fact that price fell out of this huge trend line here. So shorts who push price down, they know that it's very common when price leaves a particular formation, it'll come back and it'll retest that formation, right? So wherever this thing slows down, right, it's not the shorts interested in pushing it from 24.70 to 24.07, right? That's just like waiting for people to pick it up and buy the thing. And then when they do, they're not really fighting against much, because why would you short it anywhere here? Like, even a short, or wouldn't want to. They can see it getting back and failing to get back up here at an 86, failing to break back into that previous formation, and then 2750 being a peak. And it's a very, very strong area to be careful of that happening at, because that's where the shorts will jump in again. And if the shorts are the one causing price to move more at that point, then this would be a fake out followed by a retest, and the real breakout would come and be more violent and take price down further, and then you'd close that gap at to below $20, possibly. You know, possibly if you were just to extend out this formation that we drew earlier till you get 3 touches on it, right? You're talking about 21, and that's very, very low because it's below this critical level here at 23, in which case my speculation is the liquidity that would drive price up would be here. And just as the shorters don't want to short it most parts of this formation until it gets back up to a level where it likely fails anyway, people who are going long would be cognizant of this huge gap here right below, and they think, well, I'll just wait till the bottom where other people are going to be obviously buying it, and I'll buy it with them. And if it breaks back up and beats those short positions at 27, then they can buy it up from up here, or down here they can buy it in here. But a lot of people will be thinking that price action in this zone now, in around here somewhere, like that whole area is like dodgy and hard to trade, and they'd be right, it is. Especially if you break below the previous low here. Already knows. Watch out for that. Alrighty. Oh, we got extend aviator's trend line. It was good the last time. It's good. It's still good for something. Still good for the money. Is that trend line? Ow. Wow, wow, wowie, wowie. Alrighty. That's a good take on the charts. A good way to show the things that are going on there. So we've had loads of positive price action on GameStop, really, over the piece. And we've got loads of people watching the show, which is brilliant. Thank you very much. And if you're still tuned in now, I appreciate you extra amounts. Thanks for giving me your attention and being here for so long during today. I appreciate that. If you want to become a member of the channel, that's a really great sustainable way of supporting the work we're doing. It keeps things going and ticking over a lot. And I appreciate all you people who are members. Thank you very much. And if you want to join that exclusive crowd, hit that button. Trace button. There's a membership gift out there from Sarah. Who picks it up? Okay. 578 folks watching at the minute. Bam. Price action still putting in higher highs, higher lows. Thank you, Vince. Appreciate it. I've still got a bit to go. And the price action for tomorrow, we're going to have to look at what that might be. That certainly wasn't me saying goodbye, if you thought so. But I can see that you might be leaving at the moment. So see you soon, Vince. Ay, ay, ay. Oof. Ouchie, easy. Thanks for tuning in, Vince. Oh, how do people with curly hair wear these wigs? YouTube doing YouTubey things. Wesley Alachlin Wesley. I mean, you're gonna have to give me more context than that. Just that question. Cute sweater bra. Cute sweater bra. This is Scotland. This is Scotland. We all wear these. It's like a uniform. In different villages, you know, different fishing villages, they've got different stitching, so that if any of us drown, they can just carry us back to whatever village we came from, because they see it on the jumper, even if the fish have eaten our faces and stuff. And then when you get back to that village, you know, everybody tries on the jumper, and whoever it fits the best, right? That'll be like who was someone who had similar body shape was wearing it. So they built to work it out, and then they say, who do we know that wore this jumper in this village and looked like that guy? And then you can find out who it was that drowned. And every day we do that. It's a great celebration. We have it every day in every village. You know, it's like the highlight of the day. Traceborn, why are you wearing a sweater? What's the weather in Scotland other than cloudy? Why I'm wearing a sweater? It's definitely not a sweater. It would be a jumper, and an Aran jumper, and I'd be wearing it because it's Scotland. And while it was 16 degrees, it was also colder. Come on, looking number 27. Come on, price action. Hold that trend line. He might die if it ever hit 90 degrees Fahrenheit there. Nah, this is this American attitude because you think like, oh, America, the Wild West, everything's hard out here. But actually it's dead easy. Like, it's dead easy. And it's you guys messing up the climate for everybody else also, you big Egypts. What happens is we get amazing days here of 150 degrees Fahrenheit, and everybody in Scotland just walks around fully hydrated, loads of energy, and really, really responsible sun cream management. But down in England, where Zerb thyself has gathered this impression from, everything goes bonkers when the heat is above like 70 degrees, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. They go crazy, and they think it's, you know, that everything's melting down. They start like getting on the phone ends, and they're like, we need electric cars and stuff. And then when it drops below like 50 Fahrenheit, right, they all cry because like it's so cold in England down there. You can't handle it down. It's cold, so they can't breathe properly because the air's too cold. So they're on 911 like, doctor, I can't breathe. And the doctor's like, why? And like, because it's too cold. And like, oh right, you're I see, you know, this is what happens. And us Scots, who can handle all sorts of extremities, no problem at all, we get lumped in with the rest of the United Kingdom, and that is why I believe in independence. We can't tell what to buy or Leslie. Exactly, we can't tell you, but we can tell you that when it gets cold in England, they can't handle it, and when it gets warm in England, they can't handle it, and they just can't handle it, and that's why England voted for Brexit, because they wanted the weather to get better, or they wanted different weather, or they just thought that, you know, as soon as you get Brexit, the weather will never change again. But anyway, none of those things happened. Bye. This is financial advice, says Leroy Brown. Trace Point, you are a smart guy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I respect you staying grounded in technical analysis. Thank you very much. But I'm curious what you think of the tinfoil. Do you feel Roaring Kitty knows what's coming? I think he knows what I know, and that I've talked about what both of us know in the last 2 weeks, and in particular on the streams where that might seem obvious based on things like the title, where I say things like actual GameStop shareholder investor meeting, and stuff in it where I say things like, this is a good information, or people say ideas and I say, I don't know about that. I think those are the good bits to take from it, and you know, I'm not going to get tens of thousands of people watching the video. I'm telling you, so that the investor base gets a better realistic picture of what's happening. So that's what I think. And yes, I'm good at technical analysis, and I'm good at all sorts of parts of trading. People like to say he's good at TA, but I'm good at this, and I know this, and it's like, fair enough, maybe you do, but I'm probably better at that as well. You know, like golf, for example. I'm really good at golf. Go-karting, I'm amazing at go-karting, right? People say like it's not chess, it's not checkers, it's chess. And I wonder to myself, like, why did they call it checkers? You know, why don't they say like it's not backgammon, it's chess, or something that's like a better, you know, way sounds better, you know, because you know, it's like stupid to say that he would ever sit around playing checkers anyway. Like, he's an adult. Like, why would he be doing that? So I find it strange. I can't wait for our golf round. Yes, same here. Backgammon is a great game, by the way, isn't it? Backgammon is brilliant. It's really good fun. Chicks dig it big time. It's for the alliteration. Chestnut checkers. Yeah, there's an alliteration there, but there's a better lyrical flow to chestnut backgammon, right? Because it leaves the response in your head with a similar cadence, and you want to meet the syllables with a symmetry. So there's like a rhyming melody in it already when you say chestnut backgammon, right? Whereas chestnut checkers sounds like what? It seems like you opened the fridge and somebody's told you like, don't do that, you know, or like you were about to like walk on a carpet and someone like, get those shoes. You know, it's like, ugh. So I think it fails in the alliteration because the ch and the ch, right? It's the crappiest alliteration going ch. It's like sh. Also, there's better things. Have you ever been to the old course, American Golfer? You're the American Golfer, Adrian. Old course at St Andrews. I have been to it, yeah, and I've played around on it. And my dad, who taught things, he ran courses from up there and taught people things up around there. So we would have gone up and seen the course and played about on it. And then along the way, there's like loads of different golf. But you're asking about that one, yeah. Yeah, I got. Do you want to know my? I got my score from one round, 28 under par. 28 under par, and you know, I felt like I played just a bit average that day. I'm not even good at mini golf. To be fair, mini golf is not really comparable. It's like playing backgammon, not checkers. You know, I'm playing backgammon, not checkers. Shut up with your fey nonsense. If it crosses 27 after hours, in my opinion, what are we talking about? Lol. Ha, right, mate. Exactly. Ha, right, mate. You think I'm joking? You think I'm joking? You think I'm joking? 28 under par at the old course. It was blustery conditions too. Not the worst, but pretty blustery. And a couple of occasions the tide was right up towards the green. I like disc golf much better at that. What is disc golf? Is it like discos? That sounds like a disco with an elf at the end. Do you mean a disco elf? I also prefer disco elves. If that's what you mean, observe yourself. I also prefer disco elves. Sarah, how do we check our points in here, please? Points mean prizes. What are you talking about, points? Points? Oh, I'll check them for you. Yeah, just ask me. Love, look at me. I'll just look it up here. Your points are... Whoa, mate, you're doing really good. You've got 4 points. That's pretty good. How many shares do you own Tracebotting? More than one, less than 300 million. What is finance? It's like frisbee golf. Ah. What the fuck is frisbee golf? I'm related to Disco Elf. Ah, you are Diana Stevens. Well, have him out for a party. He's well good crack. I'm here from US though. I'm here from the US. I'm here from Scotland. What are you talking about? Disco golf? No, what was the other one? Disco golf sounds brilliant, but what were you talking about with this frisbee golf? Disco elf. Disco elf, yes. Disco golf, cool. Frisbee golf? What does that mean? What can you possibly mean, Frisco? Barry Busba, welcome, Fiend, Barry Busba. Welcome, Barry Busba. You are very, very welcome. Thank you very much, mate. We've got 14 minutes left on price action, and it's trying to break Aviator's trend line. I feel bad for the guy. It's terrible. I'm sad, and it's terrible. I touched my line again. Oh, no. Exactly. Frisbee golf is what disc golf is. Oh, right. That explains it. Yeah. Cool, I get it now. Why do so many traders like golf? And does getting good at golf help you get better at trading? No, it typically makes you more of a dickhead, really, I've noticed. It makes people more of a dickhead. I think that's kind of like confirmed now, as of like a good couple of 100 years. The more you're into golf, the less of a nice person other people think you are, right? Unless you get under 28 at the old course in St Andrews, in which case people love you again, and even more than they did originally. But until then, it's like a hard slog, you know. And no one wants to talk to you about it. And you have to go through it all yourself. Super, super tough, right? You got to work on your approach game. No one's helping you go and get those golf balls. Do all that yourself, unless you get a dog, in which case you're very smart. Or you play frisbee golf too, or boomerang golf, which is even better because then it comes back to you and you don't have to go anywhere. Right? They're amazing. Boomerang golf. That's the what you. If you're just starting now, you want to get into boomerang golf. Lol, so true. See, so true. Glow ball is fun. Glow ball, that will be just golf with glowing balls. Is that a real thing? Too many played shorts. Does golf make you better at trading? No. Does it? No. Some people would tell you it does. They'd use analogies about how you approach the green and like how it's all in your approach game, and it's not about how hard you can drive it or how good you can putt it, but in that approach. And they would be right. That's what golf is all about. But that's not what training's about. I mean, you could draw the analogy, but it isn't. The more you're into golf, the less people think of you. Dropping truth bombs today. Redneck golf is called hunting. Oh my god, Tennessee Texan. We had this discussion before about curling, and redneck curling is called hunting too. Also, redneck football, redneck crochet, and redneck backgammon are also known as hunting. Nighttime golf with a glowing ball and booze, right? And booze. It sounds an awful lot like Disco Elf. Elon's post? Is Elon posting about GameStop? I went to bed. What does Roaring Kitty's new post mean? Has he got another one? Back to the Roaring Kitty headquarters. Roaring Kitty, what does your new tweet mean? I have not got a new tweet trace spotting since you were here last. Okay, Mr. Kitties. He speaks in an even deeper Scottish accent than me does for some reason. So much booze. Good. Sounds perfect. You, us, Disco Elf, Frisbee Golf, Glowing Balls, booze. It's from the movie Encantado, which means I love you, which means Roaring Kitty says he loves you. So if you don't feel happy after that, I don't know. I mean, he loves you. Roaring Kitty loves you. You know what's the best golf trace spotting? Nighttime par 3 course. Yeah, pitch and putt. Pitch and putt when you're drunk, so you can do it with one hand. One hand only. And it has to be, you're not on your right hand, so the other one. And you have to swing as you step. There's no standing still. It's against the rules. You know what the best golf is? I do. It's par 3 at night time with the disco golf. Says you. Alright. 10 minutes left until price action closes for the day. What a day it's been, huh? What a day it's been. On the Meerkats. Somebody's bing bing bingity banging. Bing bing bangity banging. Bimp. Are we moving? Are we going? Are we moving? We are, aren't we? This is it. $25, spot 41, down 11.50 on the day. Oh, whoops, sorry, that was dangerous. You nearly fell to your death. But I saved you, so that's great because I saved your life and Rory Kitty loves you. What more could you have wanted? Ryan Cohen to come take you away on a big white horse to his big golden palace in the sky. That's what we wanted, isn't it? Like, come on, be honest. Ugh. Not sure about how maintenance works with these things. Or do they? I'll have to get on the phone and ring maintenance and see what they say about that. Sorry, jokes. Right. Price is slipping out of that trend line. Couldn't be the be all and end all, especially when it didn't manage to break above this horizontal for anything other than wicks. Aviator, you got us all excited. The trend line that turned out to be alright for a couple more touches, to be honest. Be honest now, Spot. It's important you're honest. Especially for all those golfers, the golf fans. pull up at the end of the day price section. Pull up there, give everyone something fun to think about. Right, this is just not going to stop, is it? Eventually, obviously, but... What a joke, how manipulated this was today. Hokey tokey. James Anderson. Observe thyself. Right, thank you. Angilio Villa, Kitty through an alley. Oop, Ryan missed a dunk. Would there not have been a Zarok riskier Lipson coming in for a Lipson. I'm coming in for the Lipson. Yep, damn tootin', I think so. What were we saying before? There was a question, I missed it. Oh, would there not be more likely be basketball themed memes if that was the case? Come down to Leeds for a pint. I might do that sometime. It's a good place for a pint. New RK tweet, by the looks of it, latest tweet is 51 minutes old for me, says other folks. TS, that wig makes you look like Shirley Temple and she was a huge star too. Haha, what a great message. What a great message. Eh? Can't hope for better than that towards the end of the day. A message from... Eh? Could you? Would you? Dare you? Shirley Temple. A star. The starry temple. The starry Shirley. The starry Shirley Temple. GameStop technical analysis and targets, along with my take on the shareholders meeting and a message from my dad in the chip box there. Traceball, that wig makes you look like Shirley Temple and she was a huge star too. So if you agree with that, hit the like button. And this is your take on GameStop for the end of the day. Now, we've had a lot of different moves. As we wrap up the session and take a moment to reflect on all these different developments from the GameStop shareholders meeting and the price chart about what lies ahead this week. So, meeting highly anticipated, drawing massive attention. There was apparently more people watching than had votes. So, you know, extreme interest in what was going on from shareholders and non-shareholders. Big interest from retail and institutional investors. However, as it turned out there, no new news or significant announcements were made during the meeting. There have been tweets subsequently from Roaring Kitty, which we can see on the charts here. If I turn on Twitter, where is it? Is it this one? There it is. And that's most recently Bruno from Encantado, but we don't talk about Bruno, so I'll skip quickly past that one. All I've learned from the chat box is it's got an awful lot to do with golf. And so below we've got McEnroe, and he was upset. You know, how can you possibly call that out? And he's right, how can you possibly call that out? A lot of people were wondering about it. If you were watching the video, his serve kicks up the chalk dust, and he says everyone else in the stadium can tell that that was a point. How can you possibly call it out? Maybe he's speaking to the algorithms, maybe he's speaking to you. And that was Roaring Kitty's tweets after the shareholder meeting. We had a vote here in the chat box. 3,800 people, I think it was, voted. And we had the choice of, was it a positive shareholder meeting? 23% of people voted yes. 23% of people voted no. 17% of people voted, I'm just voting here so that I can see everyone else's results. And as long as my maths is correct or my memory doesn't fail me, 34% of people voted for they would have liked more information. So that could include yes and no's, and speaks to the strength of feeling in those yes and no's, themselves split evenly. So a clear split in the shareholder base from a significant sample size at 3,800 people. Context given to the answers so that people voting in line with their real beliefs, hopefully, and a significant amount of people taking part, so we can say that there's a degree of veracity to that information. It draws a clear distinction. Some people were disappointed and some people were happy with how it went. Most of that controlled by our expectations, of course. and back now to talk about what might come up later on. Based on the strategic the question there, is it a strategic silence, or is it a reflection of the stability at the company, that there wasn't big announcements made? And obviously, you don't want to get caught in doublethink. You don't want to suffer from poor filtering due to your bias. But the question being, was it a strategic silence, isn't a leap too far. It's not unfair or too tinfoily to ask, while some people have been anticipating strategic announcements, is there such a thing as a strategic silence? And we certainly feel there might be. One takeaway from that is that not all proposals passed. One failed, and that was the idea of supplying a diversity matrix to New York City Board of Control, who represent the pensions for a number of different people, 3 million shares thereabouts, or the total value of, I think. Anyway, long story short, they wanted a diversity matrix given to them. They didn't get it. It was roundly rejected by GameStop themselves. They advised the shareholders vote against it. They subsequently did. It may well be that that's so that there's never any door ajar for a later vector of attack on GameStop, or no way of later installing somebody on the board who would be able to pass on information to outside parties, or a zero tolerance idea to any type of external risk due to their own operational security at GameStop, supported by their investors because it was recommended by the board. Of course, we were going to agree with them. Our own opinions on it aren't really important. It's a general concept, fine. There's probably better ways of doing it, but hey, that's not the conversation. We're trying to do something here specific. And the question is the absence of any new information to be interpreted in a positive or negative light? It certainly can be seen several ways. It might indicate there's a strategic decision to maintain stability, right? And that makes sense. It might be that there's stability itself and there's nothing that needs to be talked about. Alternatively, it could simply mean that they're trying to keep their cards close to their chest, preparing for future announcements at a more opportune moment. The meeting was during market hours, and many companies wouldn't announce news during market hours so that it has time to be digested before it's acted upon. That's true for both positive and negative news, and GameStop can be making announcements in future. Having not had them now doesn't preclude it for another year or anything like that. But looking ahead, not to the next year, but to the next few days remaining this week, there's some challenges and there's some opportunities. Despite the lack of that groundbreaking news from the meeting, this week is still crucial for investors. Why is that? Wednesday, there's a market holiday, and that means that it shortens the trading week, and it has significant implications, especially for options traders. It reduces the number of trading days, that accelerates the whirring of the theta machines, and that corrosive element on time decay increases. The phenomenon is described as theta machines whirring faster and faster. That's the way they talk about it in dark corners, dark streets, dark houses, and dark basements. Options will lose value more quickly. This heightens the risks and potential rewards. We face substantial open interest for expiration on this Friday. Huge node at $128. Those are expiring worthless. $30, some chance there. If it doesn't work out, then a big liquidity grab for the shorts if they can get price below 20, because there's also a large bullish open interest node at $20. So pushing price down there would cause a significant change to the liquidity profile for the bulls in the short term. And it's particularly important for GameStop given its history of dramatic price swings when there's a high change from a high level of open interest, and that I would say is very relevant for retail investors. So if you don't know about that information and this is the first time you're hearing it, hit that like button before we get into the charts and do the work that needs to be done to navigate the rest of that week ahead. Part of it, expectation management. Shareholder meeting didn't bring any new announcements, but it's important to manage your own expectations and focus on underlying strengths and strategies of the company. You want to know more about the strategies? A lot of people share that feeling. That strength of that feeling is very strong, but a lot of people also are calm and managing their expectations without any framework for what they think is going to happen other than their own conviction in the trade. So it's important for everybody to stay vigilant, be aware of anything coming, see the moves before the news. The market holiday, this impending expiration, and the potential volatility that can cause would lead there to be obvious opportunity in a short and distort campaign to start manipulating your emotions, and large swathes of people will be impacted by that coming nonsense that's written in the news. Of course, there was a very short meeting, so there isn't much to write about. The fact that I've managed to get this amount of content out of it is only testament to the fact that I've got experience of both running a YouTube community and looking at these type of documents and being a trader. If you're a financial journalist, you're not going to have that, so I wouldn't put any stock in anything they're saying. So GameStop shareholders meeting didn't deliver a lot of the news that some people were hoping for, but here we believe it's essential to remain focused on your own plan, and that includes the bigger picture as you understand it, which hasn't changed, so that's not bad. This week presents challenges and opportunities, so let's take a look at these charts then, starting on the weekly time frame and pointing out that price action has been in a downward sloping trend. It broke out of it. Turn off the drawings because they're a bit of a mess there. It broke out of it, pushed to the top side, retested that breakout line, that downward sloping diagonal across the top of price action, retested that here. It subsequently has gone into a period of consolidation, which means no real decisions have been made yet. If we drop down to the 4-hour time frame, you can see there's a potential to draw a triangle around this thing across the top of it, with this blue down sloping, this blue up sloping. That itself's only had 2 touches on the top side, so it's not real, and we can't use that formation to draw conclusions, but we can say that price has slipped out of the bottom side of that trend line, which was real. And it may well be then that the shorts on this short side of the trade aren't exactly motivated to push price down from here. The fact that this candle itself is going to close less than 50% of the way back towards the top side, which it did at the closing price 25.21, means that this candle and the combination of the two is bearish. If price is to push up higher and test that downward sloping, that upward sloping previous support line, maybe even meet price where you found this downward sloping resistance line, all of that happening in at around 27.50, that would be possible. It would feel very bullish, people would be excited, but if you are yourself bullish and you see that happening, maybe you're not completely filtering all the possibilities, because if you drop down to the hourly and you see measuring this candle from the breakdown of this most recent high, that would only be an 886 retracement back up to around those levels, and not getting back above there speaks to price managing to make it only to where it would be very beneficial to shorts to short it again from, rather than achieving anything significant which defeated them. And defeating them's part of the plan, right? You defeat them on their little support and resistance, then they turn around and they have to buy, and that pushes price through resistance rather than the bulls having to do it. And consistently achieving that speaks to the victory bulls are on. And if they're winning with momentum, then it would eventually lead to shorts having to regather at a further defensible line. And that's not what we're seeing at the minute, and you have to be cautious that they will push again at certain levels, and it's not in their interest to push between 25.50 and 27.50 30 there. It's not really in their interest to start pushing. It's only below those levels. And if you go down to the 1 minute time frame, put this in context of what's happened down at these lows, price came in, put in a desperately strong down move at that point in the meeting. It also happened here, which we define as back up quickly and then down to the minute 4 hour. You can see on this triangle that I've got at the apex where it's obvious that price is being pushed lower and being held up. A decision will be made because it can't exist between two lines that are approaching each other, and so it will eventually break out. It breaks out at 75% of the way into those formations, which is what you see here, and that's where the full move happened. The fact that we had it drawn on the chart for a while is just testament to how good we are at managing risk here. So price came down, tested these levels, and put in a trend line that somebody in the chat box pointed out at the time. It didn't become the dominant feature of price though, because it wasn't, price itself wasn't able to make it back above this important horizontal. As you can see, it was resistance on the reaction to the downtrend, resistance again when it was questioned whether the downtrend persisted, and then tested again as part of that confirmation that actually the downtrend was more significant and dominating price still even after these lows. So this trend line here that was supporting it later broke, and price came in and could slip lower to 24.69 quite easily post market. I see it trying to try higher by 6 cents, but that's not the be all and end all, and you know, the settlement period is still a mess, so we'll see what the closing price actually was later on, but we suspect it is to be what they present there. So price breaking down, not doing anything significant post market, the start of a big week where price and the time in price is completely the theta is decaying faster than ever because you've got a Wednesday market holiday. So that hustle has implications for the way people manage those trades, which means that there's a lot of danger for the GameStop trader who's not aware of all potential outcomes. And those potential outcomes, then, to be clear and end this section by explaining what might happen, is that the shorts won't want to take positions between 25 and 27.30 in around this zone where the shorts might be wrong in a temporary position. They don't know yet, but they'll reassess back at around 27.30 to 27.50 where it makes sense for them to short, right? Or where it makes this downward sloping resistance. And breaking back into a formation you've just left is a very common thing for price action to do. So the shorts want to see if that's possible. And if you're long, then it maybe makes sense to wait if you were looking to add to your position, because if price does break down, there's a fake out zone that from price breaking out of this formation, come down and test previous lows. That's in around this level at 22, 23 bucks. If you're getting there, then there's a little gap below at 20 to 19.30, and it could definitely go there too. And just like Bruno doesn't want to tell the family, you know, that it's going to rain even though there are no clouds, I've been predicting price action could do various things for a while, despite the fact that it was all very rosy and cool. So that's not to say that I'm here to be egotistical or pushing my credentials on you, just to say I definitely try to help people manage their risk. It's the singular focus here at the channel, along with building a healthy, positive community of people who do the same, because as more effective traders, then this will be a more effective market. And so that's my goal, and those people who watch these shows, hit the like button or subscribe to the channel, and especially in particular the members here and on Discord. I appreciate you. You keep me going, you give me the fuel, the energy and the force to try again every day. I appreciate it. I'll always be here for you if you support the show. Thank you so much. I'll always be here for you guys. See you in the next one. I've been trade spotting. That is the TA, the fundamentals, the take on the meeting, and the implications as traders for the week. So hopefully that was helpful for everybody. Thank you very much. Whacking up, supporting the show. And Diana Stevens, I think you put in a 199, and I saw another one on my phone go through for a tenner from somebody who was nice. Can't remember your name right now. It's not showing up on the screen. But I appreciate everybody who chipped in and all the members. I saw Bushabus became a member, and that one earlier on as well, but that was at least that one. So that's a couple of good things happened, and more interesting price action coming tomorrow. I'll be here to cover it with all of you. Let me know what you think. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. That clip will be out shortly. If you give it your watch time, even though you just saw it, I can promise it won't harm you. Probably helps. Peter, you're welcome. Leroy, you're welcome. Vic, Lisa, Anthony, all you guys. John Cox, Dink, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Observe thyself, you too. Thank you guys. Thank you everybody.